they're looking for. We do see the Dark Cat fighting over the Dragon. Who's going to get it? It's going to be the side of LSG. Now drops in a lot of trouble in the backside. They're going in. The Vanguard Edge is there. Drops in the backside. Can he kill Yuki Bunny? No! Dark Cat's going to get one. That's going to be two going down. But we see that Yuki does fall. Cataclysm's out. And there it is.
That looks like a lot of fun. Is it? Yeah? Yeah? I wish I could do that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Champions League. I am your host, Zonite, and today we got a couple good series for you. We got Skizm versus Impulse, and then later tonight you have Fruiti versus LSG, the match of the week. But for now, we are going to get one step further into this game between Skizm and Impulse. Impulse is going to start on the blue side. Skizm is going to start themselves on the red side for this first match. I believe both teams are getting very close about when they want to go into this pick and ban phase, but for at least right now, Skizm and Impulse are about the same. Skizm needs to win this one to tie Impulse in the rankings, but if Impulse takes the win in this one, it'll boost them up a little bit higher and get themselves closer to around that 4th place range. So either team's going to try to go for it. Both teams really want this, and this is going to be a great series. Now we're going to move ourselves over into the pick and ban phase. All right, now, taking a look at the, excuse me that, don't know why that popped up. The pick and ban phase for this first match between Impulse and Skizm. Impulse, as you can see, they banned out the Vlad, Kale, Galio. Skizm has banned out Hecarim, Rek'Sai, and still waiting on the last ban. Definitely something that is not really interesting to us. We already know that these champions are very strong. Hecarim has been very dominant in both the jungle and in the top lane, with Conqueror, Rek'Sai completely taking over the jungle whenever she gets a chance. Vlad, Kale, definitely really good top laners, and Galio being a dominant support. It looks like Impulse may want to look for the Sona Taric bot lane here, take it away from Skizm, not allowing them to use it. Skizm is going to, however, turn it back around and possibly pick up the Morgana for themselves. Definitely a pick that does very well into a Taric and a Sona. So, yep, Skizm is going to grab it for themselves. Maybe even put it in the mid lane. Morgana still can be the support in the mid lane that a team needs. Ashe is going to be shown next for Skizm Esports. All right, that's better. Alright, that's better. We're getting into the pick and ban phase here. Now, Taric Sona has been grabbed for Impulse. Definitely a combo that has shown up much more often down in the bot side of the map. Can be something good. Morgana Ashe is going to be their opponent, so they may decide... sorry, they did not lock in Sona yet, but they do... Okay, now they are. Possibly they could have gone for a different ADC, but they decide that they want to stick with the Taric Sona because now they have a Kindred in the jungle. Kindred being a dominant force in the jungle, being a AD carry source of damage for a team, being able to put herself around the entire map rather than just in one lane. So definitely a dominant force towards the mid and late game, especially with that bottom. Skizm now showing off the Sejuani, and Sejuani with Ashe is definitely good, but if Skizm can grab a Sejuani Braum here, they could have Ashe Braum in the bot lane with Sejuani jungle and Morgana mid. Pretty strong composition from what it looks like at the very moment, but now we're going into the second round of the banning phase here. Second round of the banning phase. You did see Nautilus get a little bit stronger. There's a chance that IG in a different game could look for the Nautilus ban. Definitely something that has shown up a little bit more prominent. Renekton is still up. Renekton did get buffed, and pretty strong buff actually. Definitely something that is game changing for the top laners in the Champions League. Wouldn't be surprised to see it banned out, but it is not going to be banned out here. LeBlanc, Silas, Lissandra, and Zoe are going to be the 4 bans left for IG and Skizm. Now they have 2 picks left each. And we're going to see who they grab. Renekton is still open. They still have a possibility for an Aurelia. Now Urgot is going to be that next grab for them. Urgot, definitely still a strong champion for any team at this point. And ooh, the Poppy. Poppy's going to be the next pick for them. And a little interested on this pick. And you know, Poppy's definitely something that has been appearing up a little bit more over time, especially with champions that have dashes. And yeah, you have the Sejuani and the Disdain from Urgot, but I'm curious to see how IG's going to use this around the Sona Taric bot lane. They do have very nice AP source of damage with Orianna in the mid lane. Now Skizm are actually going to go for the Aurelia pick. They're going to put Aurelia up against the Orianna in the mid lane. And you know, this could be doomed for Skizm and later on in the game, especially when they go up against that Poppy. So, however, it may be difficult for them, but over time they could be able to use the team comp because it does look very good. You have the Black Shield, which can be put onto one of your carries, especially the Aurelia, who is diving into the back line. You can cancel out that dash, the dash block from Poppy, and make it to where the fight is in your favor. Now, with IG's comp, I really like the way they started this. They grabbed the Sona Taric right away. Then they decided, you know what, let's wait and see what we can grab. We still have a chance with the fact that they had first picks. So they grabbed Taric first, they waited, they saw Morgana Ashe was grabbed, and then they're like, okay, how do we want to play this? Do we want to get ourselves a 80 carry like Caitlyn, maybe an 80 carry like Tristana, Jinx, something like that to go with Taric? Or do we want to put ourselves in the position where we can have this Sona Taric bot lane? Which then they decide to do because they realize, you know, in that jungle, you have the Kindred, and Kindred is definitely a strong pick with those two. IG, I think, have the favored matchup, or favored team composition in this match, but it can go either way. Skizm has been able to prove themselves in a couple of games, especially with how the Sona Taric has shown up in Champions League. It's been not the greatest for many teams, but Swifty and Herix could pull it off very well, and Fruiti and NKDA on the opposite side with Morgana Ashe definitely could change the fight around. I want to see in the chat, who do you guys think is going to take this one home? I believe we do have a poll that you can grab to see who's going to win the series, but who is going to win this game one? You guys are seeing the bans, you're seeing the picks, and we got some time. The players are still getting into the draft right now. They did do the pro draft, but now have to move over to the in-game client, and then we will have a little bit of a delay here. But for now, looking at the team compositions, looking at who they banned out, you know, IG has been really prominent about banning that Sylas. They want to make sure that no team that they go against can have that Sylas. And even with the Sylas nerf, if somebody's very good at that champion, there's a high chance that they can still play it. But personal opinion, I feel like there's champions that you could definitely ban out more, such as that Renekton, which they didn't even go for, so not too much of a bother. But other champs that they could focus on banning out is maybe that Urgot they just saw. Morgana, definitely something. Not in this pick and ban phase. Morgana was picked up early, but like later on in different fights or different games. But overall, very good bans by all teams and all players. Alright, now I see in the chat Skizm, because Urgot will pull people out of Kindred ult to turn a big fight around. Yes, that is definitely a key thing here, Skizm. You have to take a look at the fact that they do have the advantage with the Urgot, who is able to pull someone out of the Kindred ultimate, which can be devastating for them. And you know, we've seen many times before those three together do very well, but then when Urgot is on the opposing side, it can completely change how a team fight goes. So, very well thought, Primo Victor. Give him claps in the chat for that one. Alright, we're going to get closer and closer into this game. We are now in the waiting phase. We got about 3 minutes and 15 seconds before this game one is going to officially start. And you know, I did take a little bit of little bit of a pause there. That was just mainly because I was resetting, getting a drink of water, getting myself ready to go for this game 1 between Skizm Esports and Impulse Ghosting. Impulse Ghosting, if you haven't seen yet, is going to be on the blue side. Skizm Esports is going to be on the red side. And you know, based on how these games have been going for Impulse Gaming, Impulse Ghosting, excuse me, they have been able to play very well with the blue side of the map. It seems like there's every once in a while they will struggle on the red side of the map, but they have dominated the blue side a fair amount of times. So with now having Sona, Tarek, and Kindred together, Bluxy being a strong jungler right now, definitely something that we could see more prominent in this game. Alright. I'm going to switch it on over just for 1 second so that you guys can see my face, see what I'm saying, see what I'm doing. That doesn't make sense, but we're going to go on with it and just roll with it. We are about 1 minute, 30 seconds before, 1 minute and 30 seconds away from getting into game 1 of this series. Definitely a series that I've been interested in. I've really wanted to see how this matchup is going to play out. You have a lot of great players, and you know, with Skizm, they're actually going to have a sub in the top lane here on the Urgot. Purple Ninja Zero is going to be the top laner for this game. He's usually a 80 carry sub or an 80 carry main, so definitely something interesting. And also you have to realize Dax is going to be on that Aurelia in the mid lane. So Dax, the normal Skizm top laner, is going to move himself over to the mid lane and against LRSN this game. And we'll still have Bluxy, Rexilus, Swifty, and Herix on Impulse with NKDA, Peridian, Drops on the side of Skizm Esports. We're about 45 seconds away from the first matchup here. Thank you, Chris. Means a lot. Dude, give Chris a chat. And claps in the chat, man. All right. We're getting pumped up here. We're getting into game 1 of this series. And also, watch for the rest of the night. We've got a couple of games. We've got this series and we got one more. Definitely a good series right now, but later in the evening, we have an amazing series between Lakeside Gaming and Fruition Esports. You know, at this point, it's like LSG needs this win. They need to prove that they are one of the dominant teams and also put Fruition down. Fruition is 4-0. Same with Recon 5. And if they can put Fruition down, there's a higher chance for them to show up in the later end of the season and also be one of those more dominant teams. So LSG trying to put themselves up, make themselves Oceanside Gaming today, and Fruition's trying to make them go back down and make them Puddle Side. So we'll see how that goes later tonight, but for now we are getting into game number 1 of this series. Alright, now you can see the loading screen. We have Rexless up in the top lane, Bluxy in the jungle, LRSN in the mid lane. I'm going to call him Learn for now, Swifty, and Herix in the bot lane with that Sona Tarek. You have Purple Ninja up in the top lane, Drops in the jungle, Dax in the mid lane, Peridian and NKDA down in the bot lane there. Now we're going to quickly switch that on over. We're going to pop this up so you can all see what is going on here in this first game. Now it does look like Skizm wants to try to look for an invade here. They do have the bind, disdain, and a possible knockup from Drops. Definitely something that could happen. Some pings back and forth between Bluxy and Learn to make their way over to the top side of the map here. Tarek is now just holding, waiting to see if anyone is going to be spotted out.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Pings back and forth, nothing too serious at the moment, nothing has gone on. Bind does land onto Herix, and he is going to be stunned up. Stun after stun, he's going to have to flash away. And now you have a couple of players starting with those stuns, not going to hurt them too bad. And with Herix now losing his flash in the early part of this game, definitely going to be a benefit for Skizm here in the early part of this game. And you know, Swifty and Herix are playing for that mid to late game with that Tarek Sona. Definitely something that NKDA, Peridian, and Drops could take advantage of. Both junglers are going to decide to start at their red buffs. Definitely a basic start for the junglers at the very moment. Probably going to make their way from red buff to the Krugs and then over to the Scuttle. Kindred may do a little bit of different of a pathing. She may go for red to blue to Scuttle. Something else, maybe even red to ganking bot lane. But we'll see what they decide to do. Both teams are making their way to the lanes and getting ready for this game one. Not too much that can happen. Nice bind there from NKDA onto Swifty. Nothing else is going to follow up, but they are able to pick up 5 out of the 6 CS first for Peridian here. And nice vision control here from Skizm. They have the vision over the red buff to know where Bluxy started. They have complete control of the bottom side Scuttle, and Drops making his way on down to the Scuttle and knows that the mark is there, denying Bluxy from a mark. Drops playing this really well. And now they do have vision control, and Bluxy's here. This could turn into a 3v3 situation. It is pressured here by Skizm down in the bot lane. Definitely in their favor. And complete vision control now. Nice. Stun there by Dax. Is trying to get more damage on the Learn. Does auto a minion there instead of Learn. But still, fair amount of damage. And now Bluxy's trying to keep up with Drops here, as Drops is going to hopefully be able to pick up the second Scuttle here, as Skizm do have pressure in both mid and bot lane. Alright, now Bluxy's not able to do much, and Drops is going to be able to pick up the second Scuttle for himself. He's actually going to go look for an invade, and does knock up the blue buff. Blue buff does go over to Bluxy, but they're going to turn this fight around. Trying to follow him up nice slow. Keeps him away. Dax does stun up Learn. Learn is going to be in a little bit of a dangerous situation here. Conquer just procced, and now Dax is going to take a turret shot. Not too much of a problem. Bluxy's going to jump on over to Drops. Drops is going to try to take this fight. And now he's going to jump on away, knowing that Orianna has a higher chance of moving over than Dax could. So, gets himself away, not too much of a problem. Skirmishes back and forth across the map. And right now, Skizm, because of the way their team comp works, and the way that Impulse's team composition works at this very moment, and Skizm have the priority in this game, and in this laning phase. And later in the game, it will definitely be priority towards Impulse. But for now, the lanes are going to be priority towards Skizm. Vision control is going to be key here early on. Swifty does get bound up by NKDA. Stun almost lands, but Peridian, nice dodge there. Was able to keep himself away. Pretty significant CS lead here in the bot lane. Not much that they can do. Rexilus pushing on Purple Ninja. Purple Ninja taking a lot of damage. He is down to 25% HP. But not to worry. He has his teleport up. And he can just clear out the wave, come back, and reset here. Next dragon is going to come up very, very soon. You got about a minute before that next dragon comes up. Definitely something both teams are going to have to focus on. And Bluxy, I don't believe right now, has any marks to his name. And Bluxy at some point is going to have to try looking for those marks, because the advantage that the marks give you is definitely a big one. Ooh, bind does land by NKDA. No follow-up there. But have to give it to NKDA. Very nice binds across this game. And with how he's been able to set up these binds for his team, he should be able to easily set up kills for his team later on in the game. Pings back and forth. They want to look for the Scuttle. Orianna has pressured up the lane, but Dax can just push him on back without a problem. And Purple Ninja teleporting back to the lane to make sure that they have priority there. Bluxy is coming back from base. Not going to be able to get himself the mark there. The rest of Skizm just completely controlling this early game very, very well. The Windrake is going to be the first dragon up. Both junglers are going to make their way on down and try to prioritize that. Definitely something that will be very helpful for them in the mid game. No kills just yet. Welcome to the LCK. Nah, I'm just kidding. Alright, so I was just told that the mid laner's name is Larson. Alright, very sorry about that. I do like the name Learn, but Larson, we'll stick with that one because that's actually your name. Alright, now, both teams just controlling their waves, trying to make sure that they can get the CS and gold that they need for the mid game. You know, both sides right now just kind of been playing the passive game. There's not too much going on, and I have to give it to Fruiti and Herix right now that they're able to control the wave and also just be able to not push themselves too far forward and get themselves in a bad position. We've seen many times before in the Champions League when people try to play this duo in the bot lane, it doesn't go very well for them. Now, Purple Ninja try to flash on forward with the disdain. It does not land, and ooh, misplayed there. Purple Ninja mistimed that, was not able to get what he wanted. Now it drops, and Purple Ninja just shoving up the wave so that hopefully Rexilus loses some CS from that. Bluxy is on the top side of the map, and they do know about it. Skizm is pinging for it, and Skizm may want to look for a fight onto Bluxy here. He is level 5, and Drops is level 6. Definitely an advantage for them. And now Aurelia Dax making his way on up. The rest of Impulse pinging away about what is happening and what is going on in this game. Now the three members of Skizm are playing pretty aggressive, keeping the lanes pressured up, and now Drops is on the other side. Bluxy is going to get himself in a dangerous position, but easily jump on over the wall. Learn is going to get stunned up. Dax now going to deal a lot of damage. Herix is going to come up and try to help out, flashes away. Nothing much he can do. Rexilus does push Drops into the wall. Drops is taking a lot of damage. Smite down from Bluxy, able to take up the blue buff. And now Purple Ninja trying to get some damage onto Bluxy so he can use the Fear Beyond Death. But Fear Beyond Death was already taken away. Orianna ults, misses by a mile. Dax now pushed into the wall, and it's going to be first blood for Learn here. Urgot now gets a kill for himself onto Urgot. They're trying to turn this around. Rexilus does get a kill onto Sejuani. Purple Ninja now is going to get very, very low, and Rexilus is going to pick himself up a double kill. Impulse now, 3 kills to 1. I did say Learn in the middle of that fight, but I meant to say Larson. I may just call him Learn for the rest of this game. Nice bind there by NKDA onto Swifty. But in that... Oh my, wait a minute. Peridian from downtown gets a kill for himself onto Larson, and now Herrick's getting a good stun onto NKDA, but has no mana to follow up. Swifty and Herrick's are actually playing pretty aggressive now. They have a little bit more damage to their name, and they can play this lane the way they want to now. Bind does miss, but nice ultimate there from Peridian getting that kill for himself, and now making this game 3-2, and you know, getting the Ashe even further ahead is definitely something that will benefit Skizm right now. And that fight definitely was not how Skizm wanted that to turn out. Purple Ninja used the ultimate just a tad bit too early there and tried to slow Bluxy to get a kill onto him. Bluxy used his ultimate to keep himself alive for just a little bit longer. Fight did not go in Skizm's favor, and it did, however, benefit Impulse there, but now the rest of Skizm is pushing on forward. Nice stun onto Bluxy. Bluxy doesn't have his ultimate. He cannot get away. That is going to be a kill for Dax. Orianna making her way on over. Aurelia just spotted out the Orianna. They know where they are. Sejuani trying to take some CS from her, but now may go on to the Orianna. Orianna gets locked up. Cleanse does go out. Nice knock-up stun is going to follow up. Dax is going to be able to take down Larson with ease. Skizm playing super aggressive. They know that Bluxy doesn't have his ultimate, and so Drops and Dax playing this around. And you know, Dax being the strongest player for Skizm right now, putting him in the mid lane definitely can be a huge benefit for them, because now Dax has the opportunity to be that mid lane roam and be the carry potential that they need. He does have an opportunity up in the top lane as well, but because he's in the mid lane, he now has the ability to roam around in the jungle with his jungler to be able to pick up a couple of kills for himself. And now Larson doesn't have the cleanse, he doesn't have flash, and this could mean the end for him pretty soon if they want to play. If Skizm plays this right. The next mark that was just popped up is on the Raptors for Bluxy, it looks like Drops has already picked it up, so there's not going to be able to pick it up for himself. And I think there may be only one stack to Bluxy's name here, and now the first dragon to fall is going to be that Windrake, and it is going to go over to Impulse. Impulse now being really careful on how they play this. They want to make sure that the Bluxy gets ahead. He has died twice already. It can hurt them a lot. Purple Ninja now going to try to take a fight with Rexilus. Rexilus running away, making sure that Purge changes direction. Now Bluxy almost gets bound, but not going to be able to take away. Bluxy's going to get some farm for himself while his bot lane is making his way back to the lane. And now the rest of Skizm could look for a dive here onto the bot lane. They know. Or even just wait and see if Bluxy's going to try to come for his red very soon. But Dax and Drops taking the advantage, knowing that the two of them have the pressure on the mid and jungle, and just taking whatever farm that they can. Larson on the other side of the map. Arrow is going to go across. They might hit Larson, but Arrow just a bit low, not going to hit anybody, and they can't follow up. The rest of Impulse making their way up to the top side of the map. Dax pushing up the lane, making sure that Larson loses as much CS as possible here. Now a little bit of a fight down in the bot lane. NKDA does get stunned up, but not too much damage that you can really do to Swifty and Herrick, as they have a lot of heal to themselves. Nice ultimate there from Drops. Larson is going to be taken down. Keep going, learn. Larson, same thing. Alright. And Dax and Drops just have been playing this game together, side by side. They know that they can use that to their advantage and just take control of the entire map with the pressure that Aurelia has against Orianna. And now Dax has 3 kills to him, 3 kills. Larson has 3 deaths, and a lot more CS has gone over to Dax here in the early part of this game. Skizm have been playing this really, really well, and you know, I'm liking Dax in the mid lane. I'm liking how it feels, and I'm also liking how they're playing together with Drops. So I'm interested in seeing if they want to keep this a thing going further into the season. But now Mark is going to be up on the Raptors. Bluxy does want to try to take control of it, so Larson's going to have to push up the mid wave to help him out. He is spotted out. Now Dax making his way on over, pushing away the Kindred, not allowing him to get the stack. But now Rexilus making his way to try and help his jungler get that stack. He needs stack. Is still up. It is that last minion. They could smite it, and yes, he does. He does get the stack for himself. Rexilus on the opposite side. Drops is going to get stunned up. Uses the stopwatch, and Rexilus misses the ultimate to push him away. Nice Ash arrow. Now Dax is trying to get onto top of Larson. Bluxy jumps on over, uses his ultimate to make them all invulnerable. Purple Ninja gets very low, gets taken down by Bluxy. Impulse is turning this fight around. Dax with a nice stun onto Rexilus, but they have to be careful. They are surrounded by walls, and that is a huge advantage for Poppy here. And now Swifty getting very low. Herrick does not have his ultimate anymore. Nice flash from Swifty to get away from that one, but NKDA almost gets the bind for himself. Very well played there by Impulse, turning that fight around, getting Bluxy a stack and a kill for himself. Definitely something that will help out here. Purple Ninja does seem a little bit off about this champion. Doesn't seem like he completely knows what's going on. But at the same time, I will give him credit. He has been able to hold up against Rexilus and also shown himself to be a pretty scary force in these team fights. Bind does land from NKDA. Herrick now is getting chunked down, but the teleport's going to come on through. Rexilus wants to try to look for more. He does have flash. He's going to use the pin, but Peridian with the beautiful flash timing. Herrick tried to follow up with the flash, but now they're in a dangerous situation. No more flashes for them. Rexilus is going to be taken down, and the teleport from Purple Ninja on the opposite side will be able to pick up a kill for themselves. Double kill over to Purple Ninja. Now they'll be able to push out this bot lane turret. Skizm will pick up the second turret of the game. Mid lane turret got taken down in the midst of that fight. 15 minutes into the game, Skizm has the advantage, but it does look like the game is going to be paused. NKDA is the one who paused the game. ADC lagging out, and it looks like Peridian is going to reset his router. Definitely something that they have to worry about is they want to make sure that their AD carry is one of the strongest players on their team at this very moment in this game, has the good signal so that he can fight correctly in these team fights, because, you know, with 1,000 ping, you don't want to walk into a team fight and be like, oh, wait a minute. That's not right. That ain't Chief. All right. Next dragon is going to be coming up very, very soon. We got about 2 or 3 minutes until that dragon is going to be coming up. Bluxy's on the top side of the map. Nobody else is up there, so there is a chance for Bluxy to get a couple of waves, push out the turret as much as he can. But looking at the map right now, you do see that Dax is making his way up to Larson. Larson does not know it just yet. I believe he's going to be able to see Dax in just a second, but Dax heavily favored right now in the 1v1. Just taking a quick little break here. The game is going to freeze for you in just 1 second. All right, there we go. Had to fix a couple of things, make sure that I can see the chat so that I know who's flaming me and who's not. We're just having a little bit of fun here.
A summoner has reconnected.
Alright, looks like the Peridian has connected back into the game. I'm going to get one step closer into this game, and as we wait, I'm going to take a look at Twitch chat and try to learn how to say a couple of these names. So it looks like Hero 4 is how I'm going to say this from now on, and Larson is the mid laner. Skizm ready to go, but it looks like there are a little bit of complications with Impulse, I believe. They're waiting on something. Possibly one of their team decided to restart the router as well. Not too much you can do here at the very moment. Alright, as we wait for the game to get started once again, I want to see in chat, what are your thoughts on the game already? I want to see what do you guys think? How has the game played out? What has given Skizm the advantage here early on? What have they been able to do? I don't have a co-caster to converse with right now, so chat, I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need you right now to converse with. Give me something, because right now, the way it's looking, Skizm is playing this really well. They have had Dax and Drops sit together for most of the early part of this game and be able to pick up kill after kill for themselves. 1, 3, and 3 is Larson's score right now. Bluxy is 1, 2, and 3. Definitely getting themselves behind further and further in this game. Bluxy, though, did get himself a stack, Herald, and picked up a kill in that last fight. Definitely something interesting. Alright, my friend over here, Scott Sterling, says Sona Tarek late game is obnoxious. Yes, it is. Sona Tarek definitely going to be obnoxious later in the first match. And you know, with the Sona Tarek, have that Kindred, and I got to give it to Rexless. He's been pretty good in these team fights. He's been able to push somebody into a wall, get the crowd control down onto a couple of enemies, even with his ultimate. He did miss his ultimate, but still later in the game, he will be able to use that to his advantage. And he has been that frontline tank that makes it really hard for Dax to be able to turn the fight around. And Purple Ninja and Dax are the two strongest players at the very moment for Skizm. And so, with two players who are based, or one player based around dashes and one that does have a dash, it makes it difficult with Rexless. Alright, Tarek Sona usually has something that can go in hard like Hecarim or Olaf to abuse the invulnerability, but Poppy doesn't feel like a good fit to me in this composition. Agreed. I will say, yes, that was a very interesting pick. I think we said that early on in the game, but now we're going to get back into this game. Dax does get a stun onto Larson, but Bluxy is on the other side of the bush. He is possibly going to get a slow. Dax going to jump back in with the ultimate, but gets himself taken down. Larson gets himself a kill into this game. Tries to pick a do a 1v1 there. Bluxy on the other side and keeps him alive. And now Ash Peridian does try to get another arrow to get a kill, but gets taken down. Do you think IG should ban Aurelia and other tops that play mid to force Dax on something he might not be as practiced on? That is definitely something interesting and definitely something Impulse should take a look at doing. But for right now, Drops is going to jump on over the wall. Swifty getting himself in a bad position. Now, oh man, Urgot is going to be able to pick up a free kill for them. Sona has no chance of living, no summoner spells, no ultimate for her, no ultimate for that fight. Taken down. Now they don't have Sona. It is a 4v4 situation. Aurelia making her way on back, but Windrake for Windrake, and Herald is popped here in the mid lane. Bluxy and try to take advantage. Larson is on the other side of the wall. They want to take a fight. Nice stop there from Rexilis, but now the ultimate's going to bind them down. NKDA gets one, but it can't do anything. The vulnerability just keeps him there. Now Tarek still has in his ultimate. He did not use that the entire fight, and Skizm's able to clean house right now. I think there's a little bit of a miscommunication there. Herix didn't use his ultimate, and they still had a chance to possibly live further in this fight. Now Skizm pushing on forward, getting themselves the red buff. They have Dax in the mid lane. The rest of the team is pushing out the bot lane. Only two people alive for Impulse right now. Dax does land a beautiful stun, gets nice damage onto Swifty. Swifty does land the stun, but it doesn't matter. Dax is still going to be able to just walk away from that fight, force the ultimate out. Definitely going to be a benefit for them. Ignite was used by Dax to get that kill, but Larson was on the other side of the wall, able to help him out. Another stack has shown up for Bluxy, but is going to be taken away by Drops. And Skizm has really been able to just make Bluxy starve himself, because he's not been able to get those stacks and a lot of CS for himself. And yes, he's only behind by 14 CS from Drops here. But earlier on in this game, you have to realize how aggressive Dax and Drops were being up in the jungle. But now another fight, 3-man stun and flashes away. Very nice getaway there by Dax, but also rest of Impulse trying to pressure on this mid lane, and Rexilis being that front force. Ash Arrow does land from top lane, and Black Shield does hold away Rexilis, not allowing him to get the pin down. Larson does get bound up, but it does not matter. And Ash is going to be able to sit up in the top lane and just push out this wave. This is going to be hurting Impulse so much, because the rest of Skizm holding this mid lane wave, while one of their players is up on the other side of the map pushing out the turret. Impulse has to try to answer with something here very, very soon. Drops now trying to push out the wave. Rexilis is going to tank up some damage, and now Larson's going to pick up a turret for them in the mid lane. Nice bind there onto Bluxy. Bluxy is getting very low. Stunned up by Dax, but they have no vision to try to jump on him. Control ward is down. And another mark for Bluxy here up at the top side. Not going to be able to grab it. Peridian just getting himself further and further ahead. He has so much more CS at the very moment. But to be honest, if you look at it, you combine those Sonoteric CS, it is about the same, but 20 CS down still. However, Bluxy did have to flash away. Drops being very aggressive in the jungle. Purple Ninja now on forward. Disdain does miss, and also the Fear Beyond Death misses by a mile, but hits the Hero 4 this time. Bluxy does get stunned up. Drops is on the other side. He's trying to go in onto Bluxy. Bluxy taking a lot of damage. Does ult on down. They want to look for another fight. And now Dax is trying to go on in, but Rexilis just holding down Dax, not allowing him to do anything here in this game one. Now with Drops and Dax down, the rest of Impulse can push a lane. They can push this top lane. They can take control of that Baron, and it's definitely something that they have to keep an eye out for. The rest of Skizm now making their way up to the top lane. You have 3 members left for Skizm right now. They can't really hold the wave. They don't have much wave clear for themselves, and KDA is on the other side. Rexless walking on over. He is spotted out, but they cannot follow up with any kind of fight here, as it is a 3v5. Now, Orianna doesn't have teleport, and she's making her way down to the bot lane. You have Rexless, who's going to be backing. He does have teleport, and they can move Larson on over. But as the dragon comes up very soon, there's a chance that Skizm may decide to swap dragon for Baron, or they may go for a fight at the dragon instead, trying to fight for this next dragon. I don't know exactly what it is yet, but we'll see in just a moment. Skizm has very good vision control at this very moment. You see all the vision around Baron. They're taking complete control of it, and then they're placing themselves in the bottom side of the map as the dragon does come up. The next dragon is going to be that Windrake, and definitely something that can be very helpful to Skizm as they want to play around the entire map. Sometimes there's teams that want to play around specifically like the top or the bottom part of the map, but because now they have these Windrakes, they are able to take control of more broadly across the map without having to worry about teleport. Some more stacks just being taken away from Bluxy. Bluxy, the only thing he can do now is try to CS and get his items back up. He is a little bit behind. He did go for the Black Cleaver, get himself a little bit tankier, or get himself a little bit more health, not really tankier, but he will need to get some extra damage here. He may go for that crit in the next, or go for on hit. Definitely Blade of the Rune King, something that you may see on him very soon. Now Skizm placing 2 of their members down in the bot side with the rest of their members on the top side, trying to gain control back with the vision that Impulse put down. And now with the 2 Windrakes, Urgot is able to just kind of move around the map, go to mid, go back to bot, go back to mid, and knowing that he has that teleport to his advantage, can split and kind of keep Rexless down. Rexless does have teleport as well, and with the way these fights have been going, it definitely seems like it is favoring Skizm, but there's different fights where if Bluxy and Hero 4 can play this correctly, they can use that composition to their advantage and be able to turn the fight around completely. Now Swifty pushing on forward with Rexless. They want to take control of the mid and top lane. Dax going to try to get a stun onto Larson. Larson does get stunned up, and he's going to be taken down so fast. So much damage. And now Larson did use the ultimate. Arrow is going to land on the Bluxy. They're trying to get Dax away, allowing them to get more. But Drops is now going in. Bind does miss. Hero 4 uses the ultimate, keeping them alive. Dax is going to have to flash away. Stun does land onto Dax. Flashes on forward. NKDA with 4 people. Now 3 bound up. Zonya is going to be popped. Drops taking up so much damage. Peridian on the backside be able to deal so much damage. And now Purple Ninja is going to have to pull someone out. And yes, he does. He pulls out the Poppy. And the rest of this is going to be game for Skizm. Skizm now pick up an ace for them. 3 kills onto Purple Ninja, and they will be able to push out this mid lane. Oh, they're actually going to go for the Baron here. They do have Purple Ninja with the Urgot, but it may be better for them to push out a lane at this very moment. They don't have Peridian to help them out with that Baron, but very well played there by Skizm Esports. And one thing that I am nervous about for Skizm, if you kind of saw, because Dax took out Larson at the start of that fight, it was a 4v5. And then the way that fight ended, it was a very close fight until the Urgot kind of gained control with the Conqueror and then the Infinite Purge in that team fight. But if Larson was there to burst down Peridian and kind of keep the enemy away, there's a chance that Impulse could turn these fights around. Now Dax is trying to push on forward. Arrow does land onto Swifty. He's going to be able to cleanse that right away. Dax is going to keep on pushing forward. He is down to half health. Fruiti gets taken down, but Dax is going to give up his life for that. Bluxy picks himself up a kill. Sejuani is still in base, making her way on over. Both bot laners of Skizm pushing out the mid lane, and Purple Ninja now in the bottom side of the map. But Dax, they're getting a little too aggressive. He wanted to kill onto Swifty. They had the arrow following up from Peridian, but definitely something that probably shouldn't have focused on doing at the very moment. And with Rexless starting this Thornmail now, it is very hard for Purple Ninja to take a fight, as the amount of damage that he will do to himself, and also damage that, or lack of healing that he has because of the Grieve, will make it very difficult for that 1v1. So Purple Ninja playing it back, playing it safe, and they both do still have teleports. And so this game is just going to be the waiting game at the moment. The dragon is going to be coming up very soon, but as soon as that dragon's down, it is going to be like the only focus that they have is going to be that Baron. Dragon is coming up very soon, but Impulse going to be able to take control or vision control of the top side of the map. And now Skizm have completely lost vision of this Baron, and they need to make sure they grab it for themselves very soon. There's a high chance that Impulse could look for a possible trade. If they go for the dragon, then they can go for the Baron themselves. Dax pushing out the mid lane, and yes, Impulse is now going to go for the Baron. They're pinging away. They don't want to take that. They want to make sure that they don't get themselves in a bad position there. And now Purple Ninja is going to be able to take this Ocean Dragon. Ocean Dragon is going to be huge for Skizm. Now Skizm is making their way on over. Skizm have taken control of the Baron once again. Purple Ninja on the opposite side, but now it does look like Skizm is going to pull the trigger, and they want to look for this Baron. Purple Ninja does have the teleport. He's going to take the blue buff so that Bluxy cannot get a stack, but now Skizm going to have to back off here. The rest of Impulse making their way on over. Dax now is going to miss the stun, but Drops is going to go on into Larson. Larson uses both of his summoners to get away there. Dax has the black shield for himself to not get CC'd. Stun does miss, just trying to push them away. Bluxy gets almost bound up. Very close. Bluxy now trying to follow up with something onto Drops. Ultimate down from Dax there, trying to keep them away. Bind does land, but nothing can really follow up for Skizm Esports. Impulse just trying to push him away at this very moment. And now the rest of Skizm are just going to control the waves. They're going to keep these lanes pressured up. At some point, one of these teams are going to have to pull the trigger. And Sejuani was almost in a bad position there. Hero 4 almost got a stun. And now Purple Ninja is going to be able to pick up the second mid lane turret for Skizm, opening up the map even more. Now Purple Ninja is on the bottom side of the map, pushing Rexless away, keeping that lane pressured, and the rest of Skizm just trying to keep the vision down for Impulse, not allowing them to do much. Bind does miss. Very close there onto Bluxy. But the rest of Impulse are going to have to decide if they want to make their way to the mid wave and push this one out to get themselves a second tier 2 turret, or who's going to be able to contest Dax right now. He is 7-5-1. He's very strong at the very moment. He did get himself Wits, I believe it, yeah. Wait, why is it not showing up? Thank you, Wits End. For a second, I wanted to make sure I said the right item. Wits End. Definitely a benefit for him, especially when he gets lower on HP. And you know, Dax could be that hard engage for them, but it's very difficult for them to look for something with that hard engage with Dax, with Rexless in the front. Alright, the rest of Skizm. We're actually going to reset here, but then Impulse now decided they finally wanted to go for this Baron. Teleport is coming in from Purple Ninja. Stun does land on the Bluxy. Bluxy has the invulnerable from Tarek on top of him. 3 members. And now Dax gets pushed on away. This fight can turn around completely. Bluxy does save NKDA for a little bit longer. Urgot does pick himself up a kill onto Larson. Wants to try to turn this fight around. Purple Ninja now getting himself away. Dax lands a nice ultimate onto 3 members, but that is just going to be a 1-for-1 right now. Both teams are going to try to look for another fight. Drops is going to go in onto them. Dax does get a nice stun. Why can I not say it? There's so much going on. The ultimate is not going to matter. The Fear Beyond Death is not going to be able to pick up anything for them. Bluxy's on the opposite side. He's in a bad spot. Peridian flashes too fast for his W, but it does not matter. They still have the slow. Bluxy's going to try to flash away, try to kite himself to victory, but it doesn't. It can't do much. Bluxy gets taken down by Peridian there. The Kindred saved NKDA for a little bit longer. Now Rexless tried to get a kill onto Drops, but Drops is too tanky, and now Purple Ninja is 10-2. A huge dominant force for Skizm right now. They're going to be able to turn onto this Baron. They have Ashe, they have Urgot, and Drops soon will be able to make his way on over. It is a 2v4 right now. And it is Sona and Ordiana up, and KDA does land a nice bind onto Swifty, burning down this Baron super fast, and KDA just trying to keep the rest of Impulse away. Peridian's going to try to turn around this fight. Drops does land a beautiful ultimate, and it looks like the Fear Beyond Death does land onto Swifty, but they want to make sure that they keep aggro onto this Baron and pick themselves up. A Baron buff. All 5 members of Skizm now have this Baron buff. Now, Skizm is going to be able to focus on this next dragon. Ocean Dragon is going to be the second Ocean Dragon for them, the 4th dragon for Skizm, and just dominating this game. And you know, Purple Ninja, I said it earlier, wasn't doing that great, but I have to give it to him. He's doing pretty well at the very moment. Now is 10-2-4 in this game, up 40 CS against Rexilus. Definitely something to be proud of. And you know, Hero and Swifty haven't really shown that this Tarek and Sona combination to be the strongest. There's not two. I think there's only one game that we've had in the Champions League where that combo has actually fully worked and is able to turn around the game. But I will say that, not to their fault, Bluxy has been getting behind most of the game because of how Drops and Dax has played. And with that combo, you really need your carry to be a lot stronger than he is at the very moment. And with that Urgot ultimate being able to counter Bluxy's ultimate, it does make the team fights change a little bit in their favor. And you got a nice front line for Skizm Esports with Purple Ninja and Drops. Not too much of a front line for Impulse. You do have Poppy, but if you look at the way Hero 4 is building, he's not the tankiest at the moment. Now Dax is going to try to go into Bluxy. Bluxy's going to have to ult right away. Nice stun does land, but Bluxy's going to be taken down with ease. Dax and Drops pushing on forward. Those two together have just been dominant force this entire game. Going to pick up the top lane turret, or at least hope to. Dax does miss the stun, but now Drops is in a pretty bad situation. 4 members, does get himself out, sneaks away, and Purple Ninja now pushing out the top lane. Rexless trying to make his way on over to help out his team. That is the 3rd turret down. Going to be the 3rd turret down, and now they're trying to look for these inhibitors. If Skizm can grab all 3 inhibitors, it's pretty hard for Impulse to come back into this game. Rexless being pushed away, the rest of Skizm pushing on forward. They want to take this game 1 for themselves. And now Purple Ninja just keeps on pressuring this wave. Dax on the top side, the turret has fallen. They want to look for the last fight of this game. Nice stun there from Dax. Ultimate does come down. Rexless tries to ult away the enemy, but it does not matter. The rest of the team of Skizm is pushing on forward. Gets stun after stun, and they don't even have to end the fight. They just have to go for the Nexus. And that is game 1 over to Skizm. Very, very well played there by Skizm, being able to pick up the first game for themselves. You know, there was a couple of times that we were talking about the fact that We didn't think Purple Ninja would do so well up against Rexilus and be able to hold up his own. Definitely did show us that he can. Down in the bot lane, Peridian and NKDA played very passive most of the game, and then nice arrows from Peridian across the map, getting themselves a couple of kills, and then over in the mid lane and jungle, Drops and Dax just taking complete advantage of the fact that Bluxy is on Kindred in the jungle, making it very difficult for them to come back into this game. So very well played by Skizm there in that first match. And now we are going to take this over to an intermission just for one moment. We will get back into game 2 very shortly. It should be about 5 minutes. So stay tuned. That's better. All right. I know. I realized it. All right. Back into this game 1. The way it turned out, Skizm was able to pick up the victory. Impulse didn't look the greatest there, and I feel like with the way Skizm played that first game, if they can play the same way, they will definitely be able to pick up the game no matter what they have for like composition-wise. Just the way that Dax and Drops played together was just something that got Skizm further and further ahead in this first match. So hopefully we'll see something like that into game 2. But now we have Skizm is going to be on the blue side, and Impulse Ghosting is going to be on the red side this game. Definitely something that's interesting. Said beforehand that Impulse is looking pretty good when they're on the blue side, but this past game they didn't show to be the strongest there. So hopefully Impulse can show to be a stronger team on the red side. And you know, I have to say, with the way that Sonateric is working out for the players in the Champions League and all these teams, it just doesn't seem like the greatest grab for me anymore. So I'm hoping that Swifty and Hero 4 decide to grab something more basic. Maybe a Thresh and Caitlyn combination. Yeah, the Morg Caitlyn that was still up. Jinx and Nami, something else that I'm interested in seeing. Alright, we're just getting one step closer. We're getting the draft ready to go. Let's see here if I can get this stuff set up for you all. Alright. I think we are all ready to go. Game 2 is going to be underway very soon. We have the pick and ban phase going to start in just one moment. Both sides looking pretty good. Impulse had their mistakes, had their mishaps, but like I said, I'm hoping that Impulse decides to grab more of a normal style of bot lane this game. Swifty definitely is a very strong ADC, and definitely very strong on Jinx, Tristana, and these champions like that can carry the game towards the mid and late game. And I'm hoping to see more of that out of Impulse this game. But you know, they may try it again, and Skizm will take advantage of that, or maybe Impulse this time will base the comp around the Sonateric this time and be able to pick up the victory. And now we are going into the pick and ban phase. Alrighty, here we go. Skizm, first ban, Lucian Urgot. Definitely something that's strong, and they want to make sure that Urgot is not going to be able to be grabbed by Impulse. They just played it last game, and they showed how strong it was. And NKDA on that Morgana was definitely a dominant force down in the bot lane. So, not surprised, Impulse decided to take away the Morgana. Basic bans that we see here, Hecarim, Vladimir, Rek'Sai, Lucian banned out. Skizm right here for this first pick can definitely grab the Renekton. They may even grab the Galio. Actually, don't grab the Renekton. Champion that can be counter-picked pretty easily, so maybe a Galio picked, and you know, maybe the Drops is very comfortable in that Sejuani, so they go for the Sejuani themselves, and ooh, with the Nautilus bus coming in, Skizm Esports says, you know what, we got him. And they're going to grab the Nautilus down in the bot lane for NKDA, and you know, we have seen it pop up before, and Cool may want to play the Nautilus mid lane. It's something that's definitely interesting. Now, IG is showing up the Galio pick. Galio is going to be grabbed for them. Impulse do have the Sejuani being shown. Sejuani is going to be a good combination with that Galio. And yes, they're going to lock that in. And it does seem like they're going to go for a basic bot lane instead of that Sonateric bot lane together. Next pick that is going to be coming out very soon. Skizm showing off the Jarvan at the very moment. But could decide to change it up to something else. Kindred is very strong at this moment, and you know, Drops could be very comfortable at it, and yep, they're gonna grab it. Drops is gonna be on that Kindred in the jungle. Right now, they could look for a possible jungler. They did see that the Sejuani, or excuse me, not jungler, possible pick into the AD carry spot, making sure that they grab something before IG does. Sivir definitely being open, and you know, Dax has the opportunity. He could play the Kayle mid. Kai'Sa is going to be grabbed for Skizm, but Kayle is left open, and you know, Dax is shown to be pretty strong on it. Dax this game is going to go back up to the top lane. Cool is going to be in the mid lane this game. So there is a high chance that Dax could be playing that Kayle up in the top lane. They may want to go for something else, however, in the top lane, but you never know. Swifty is going to be grabbing the Varus for himself in the bot lane. Galio Varus versus the Kai'Sa Nautilus down there. Aurelia going to be the first ban out from the second round. Next ban that could come out very soon. It's possible mid lane ban. They're gonna show up the Orianna. Orianna is gonna be banned out. It seemed like he was pretty good in it, and now this game for Impulse, they do have your nurse. It is not gonna be Larson this game. It is gonna be your nurse, and you know Corki's still open. Corki is definitely something your nurse has shown to be very strong at, and Corki is gonna be very good with that team composition. Braum did get banned out. Ahri is going to be banned out as well. It does look like IG was thinking that Nautilus is going to be in the mid lane, so they want to ban out the Braum, making sure that Kai'Sa Braum cannot be grabbed. You know, I'd be interested if Cool decided that he wanted to go Nautilus mid, maybe change up the style of the game for us today. But Skizm right now trying to lock in this game 2 for themselves, and now Swain is going to be grabbed by Impulse here up in the top lane or the mid lane. You know, your nurse could be comfortable on it, or Rexless. Karma now being shown up. It might be the Nautilus top or mid lane here for Skizm Esports, and they may go for that Karma support instead. Karma still has about 8 seconds before it does get locked in. Yes, and Karma is going to be locked in. That Nautilus is going to be going to the mid lane or the top lane. Seen Nautilus mid every once in a while. You see a couple of streamers and professional players grabbing it mid, seeing how it does, and you know, it's been pretty decent. And right now, with the way it's looking, Dax is going to be grabbing that Jace up in the top lane, and Cool is going to take Nautilus in the mid lane. 7 seconds left. And Skizm's going to change to the last second. Cool is going to be the one on that Corki. Dax is going to be the Nautilus up in the top lane. Or, you know, possibly the Karma up in the top lane. I'm not sure why they would want to look for that. Maybe something did happen and something changed. But it does look like for sure that is going to be the Corki pick and Nautilus in the mid lane possibly. Or, I mean, excuse me, the Nautilus in the top lane. But you may never know. I'll tell you in just a second what they're going to decide on. Yasuo is going to be the final pick for IG. Rexless or your nurse is going to grab the Yasuo for themselves. What? Okay. All right, we get the Yasuo this game. Alright, since I'm all alone here and I need some help from you in the chat, take a look at the compositions, give me your thoughts, tell me what you're thinking at this very moment about this game 2 between Skizm Esports and Impulse Ghosting. Who's going to be able to take home the win take home the win, and is Skizm going to be able to take home the 2-0? All right, now we are getting one step further into this game. The teams are now in the pick and ban phase in the League of Legends client. They're just going back and forth, grabbing what they already have, banning out all the champions, and You know, with the way this is turning out, it looks like Dax is actually going to be the Nautilus in the top lane. It's going to be NKDA on the Karma, Cool on that Corki, and for dead even on the votes. And now over in the side of Impulse, it is going to be Swain top, and your Nurse is going to be on the Yasuo in the mid lane. Dead even on the votes here. Nice. We got a even Steven game at the very moment. 17-17 votes. Wow. Hey, we need one other person. We need one other person to change the game. See who's going to win, Skizm or Impulse in this series. This is one game left if Skizm is able to pick up the victory, but it is going to be going on to game 3 if Impulse can take this one home. I'm going to put a little music in the background as we do wait here. A couple of times where I do need to take a second to breathe. Ooh, okay, I like this. All right. Quick stretch, quick fix up. We're getting ready for game 2, people. Hypers in chat, all right? This is game 2 of the series. If Skizm can take this home, they tie themselves with Impulse's record. But if Impulse can turn this around and pick up a game after game to make themselves get one step closer, they put themselves even further into the playoff position and also help themselves in advancing towards a game against LSG at the moment. Alright, we got about 10 seconds before this game is going to go into the loading. I did just debate you there, that was my bad. But we got about 3 minutes. Let's see, hold on. Alright, we got about 3 minutes before this game is actually going to start. And with this game, you know, it's been looking really good for Skizm. It's been very difficult for Impulse to kind of turn that fight around, but now both teams have their main roster players in play at this very moment, and this is going to be the determining game for them. If Skizm can bring Dax back up to the top lane, Cool back into the mid lane, and take home this 2-0, or can your Nurse be able to help turn this game around for Impulse in the end? Alright, you've seen the picks, you've seen the bans. Let's take a look at the possible ways that either team could take home this victory here. Alright, Skizm, you have the Nautilus up in the top lane, Corki in the mid lane, and you have drops in the jungle on that Kindred, Kaisa, Karma in the bot lane. But the way this is working out, you got a nice frontline tank with Nautilus, very hard engage, and then also very good protection from Karma and Kindred. Ultimate from Kindred gives that protection, and then also Karma with the shield for Corki and Kaisa. They have a very wide range of damage. You have Kaisa and Corki, who both deal AP and AD with their autos. You have Kindred, who deals the consistent AD, and then you have Karma and Nautilus with the support champions in this game. Impulse with the Swain up at the top lane, Sejuani in the jungle, Yasuo mid lane, Varus and Galio in the bot lane. Definitely going to be focusing on having Swain be their main source of AP, and it's going to be kind of a passive lane up in the top lane. Nautilus may try to look for a couple of fights there against Rexless, but we'll see how this game is going to go. Bluxy now on the Sejuani in this game instead of the Kindred. They just flopped. And, you know, with Sejuani and how she's been playing with these mid laners these melee mid laners, definitely something that could be seen as a strong point Definitely could be something seen as a strong point here. Alright, we are one step closer. Spectator delay is about to time on out. And we're going to head on into the loading screen. I'm very sorry, there's chances where I'll pause and I will forget to say something, but hope you guys still all enjoy, and let's get into this loading screen. Alright, now as it is going to be loading on into this game here, you have Dax up in the top lane, Drops in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, Peridian and NKDA in the bot lane, Rexilus up in the top lane, Bluxy in the jungle, your Nurse in the mid lane, OG Swifty in the bot lane with Hero 4 on that Galio. You know, Skizm, they want to take this win. They were able to still take home the win, even though they had a sub 80 carry up in the top lane on that Urgot. So hopefully they can. That's what Skizm is hoping. But at the same time, Impulse, on the other hand, trying to get back into this game and make this go into a game 3. Now as we were going into the in-game screen here. Just for a moment, you won't see... The game will be paused just for a second. I had to go back in and out, but doesn't matter. Game has started. Does look like both teams are going to set themselves up in a 5-man position here.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Game 2 is going to be a little late just because of the teams using Pro Draft this time. This time around, if teams decide that they don't want to use Pro Draft in the next phase, the games will go a little bit quicker, but for right now, we're getting into game 2.
Minions have spawned.
As the minions are spawning, making their way on forward to get this game started. Skizm now, they have the early game, Impulse has the early game advantage. You have your Nurse on the Yasuo, and he can definitely pressure out Cool early on, because Cool on that Corki needs to get the Triforce before he starts fighting, fighting a 1v1 situation, because with the Corki getting that Triforce, it is definitely a huge power spike for him. It gets the Sheen damage off. It allows for him to deal a fair amount of damage and also have the health that he needs. NKDA and Peridian pushing away Hero and Swifty. Hero now does have the taunt, does not land. Peridian takes a little bit of damage from Swifty, but back and forth trades at the very moment. And now we're going to see if Drops is going to get lucky, and yes, he is. He's going to get lucky and get that stack up on the top side this time. Rexus going to get the nice snag there onto Dax, get a little bit of health back for himself. Even amount of CS here in this game. Cool and your Nurse back and forth fighting. And now Bluxy's making his way up to the top lane. They know that Drops is going to be there because of the stack, and Drops now has a stack for himself, and he's going to make his way on over to the red buff and hopefully pick up something, some CS for himself. And this could be bad for Drops. He's getting himself in a deep situation here, and Bluxy now making his way on over. There is a chance they look for a fight. Drops playing this well, knowing that Bluxy is going to make his way back up to the top lane, sits in the brush and waits. If the camera would hopefully turn over to that, we would be able to see that yep, there you go, Drops, and Bluxy now sitting on the over. He's going to be able to smite the red buff away. Bluxy now in a dangerous position. Dax pushing on forward, making sure that Rexilus can't go over and help him out. The red buff is going to be freely stolen away by Drops there, and it is going to be Bluxy now behind in this game. By taking away that red buff, it makes it much more difficult. Now Drops wants to keep the pressure up and get that next stack. The next stack is going to be that Raptors. Your Nurse is pushed up. Or excuse me, your Nurse and Cool are about even right now, and I'm not sure if Drops was able to steal that away. I think Bluxy was able to make sure that Drops doesn't get a second stack in 3 minutes here. But you never know. Skizm now with the Impulses. Bluxy is going to jump over the wall. Skizm Drops is going to meet him there at the red buff. They want to try to trade red for red, but Drops knows where he's probably going to go. Take that red buff for himself. That is 3 buffs over to Drops and huge advantage here. Bluxy now on the opposite side. Peridian taking a lot of damage from Swifty and Hero 4 here. Down to 25% HP, just poking back and forth. Now, Drops is going to be able to see Bluxy. Actually, Bluxy is not going to be spotted. There's a chance that Bluxy could go for a counter gank here. Drops is going to go into the mid lane. Your Nurse taking a lot of damage. Cool's going to jump past the wind wall, but it does not matter. Your Nurse cannot get away from this one. That is going to be first blood. Now, Hero 4 trying to dive on in. Gets himself the taunt, but does not get the taunt and now has to flash away. And Kitty A went for an aggressive play, forcing out the flash for flash. Definitely an advantage for NKDA and Peridian here. Heal is down for Swifty as well, making this lane a little bit more difficult for them. A nice wave for Peridian to clear off, and the dragon is coming up very, very soon. Drops is on the opposite side of the map, so there's a high chance Impulse will be able to take this first dragon for free. And it is the Infernal Dragon, which is pretty big for them. Drops now going to have to back off, back and get to that dragon to make sure that Bluxy and the rest of Impulse don't take that for free. Bluxy now in the bot side almost gets poked down, but jumps away to make sure that he doesn't take too much damage. Clears out the vision. Urinurse pushing on forward into the jungle, getting themselves more vision, knowing where the enemy is going to be when they decide to go for this dragon. And now Bluxy, because he knows they have the vision on it, there's a chance for him to go up to the top lane, maybe look to grab something, but because Drops cleared out his top side jungle, Bluxy now is just going to be wasting time. There's nothing for him to grab, except for now the stack of Kindred stack now on those Raptors. Bluxy realizing that it was taken away from him, and Drops trying to get control of this dragon. Stack is going to go away, but that is normal. Cool gets knocked up there by the tornado. Your Nurse doesn't have anything to follow up with. Dax now making his way on over. They want to try to get this stack for them. Bluxy's very low. Dax does get ultimate onto Bluxy. Flashes on over, try to get more damage. Does get the kill onto Bluxy. They're going to try to find a little bit more. Your Nurse now in a little bit of a pickle here. And Cool's going to flash on over. Misses the ultimate, but the auto's going to finish him off. Cool, 2 kills for himself. 3-0 here for Skizm. Now, Skizm have the advantage. The Infernal Dragon is up. Swifty trying to get the wave cleared off. Rexilus does land a nice W, slowed onto Drops. There's a chance that Rexilus could look for something, but Drops now is just going to back away and have to not worry about much there. 2 deaths here for your Nurse, and 1 death here for Bluxy. Definitely going to make this game harder with the fact that Cool now has 2 of those kills, and Dax himself getting a kill. And you know, Corky getting those early game leads just makes it harder and harder for anyone to do anything, because you know how Corky does when he gets that early game lead. As soon as he gets that Triforce, that's his power spike, and if you keep giving him these kills, you keep giving him the CS lead, it'll just get him one step further. Hero 4 trying to cancel off the backs as much as he can. Peridian is going to be able to go through with that. Now Hero 4 is going to jump in onto NKDA, gets the taunt, but not too much of a follow-up. Swifty's too far away. Little bit of a taunt there, Mastery 7. Dax now is going to try to get some damage onto Rexilus. Rexilus is going to miss 2 of his abilities there, blocked by minions. Cool out of the danger zone. Your Nurse not able to get the knockup, but Drops is, however, on the other side. And Bluxy now is going to call for this dragon. The Infernal Dragon is going to be able to go over to Impulse Ghosting. Dax now wants to fight. Rexilus up here in the top lane. Dax doing a lot of damage. He is 1 level down, but it doesn't matter. Now a nice trade there from Rexilus, and this Infernal Dragon is going to be freely picked up for Impulse. Bluxy now, Drops now has the scuttle. Dax does miss the hook and makes Rexless feel a little bit more comfortable, but Rexless is going to have to flash away. Ultimate does land from Dax, and now Drops is going to try to deal some more damage. Gets pulled in under the turret. He's going to have to ult on down. Rexless is going to be taken very low. Dax now taking one turret shot, gets himself healed back up, but it doesn't matter now. Your Nurse is in the brush. He's going to push, possibly get something here. Drops is now getting very low. Ignited on down. Your Nurse gets himself a kill. Dax and Cool trying to pick up one more kill for themselves. Cool is there and gets himself another kill. 3-0 for Cool. That Corki just getting stronger and stronger. Drops get taken down by the Ignite from Your Nurse, but it doesn't matter here in the early part of this game. Skizm now going to be able to push on forward. They do have a little bit more damage for Impulse because of that Infernal Dragon, but still very well played by Skizm here in the early half of this game. Bluxy making his way onto the top side of the map to hopefully gain control. Hits Dax a little bit to push him away. Taking some damage, not too much because of the aftershock. A nice large wave for him to hopefully control. And Cool just taking advantage of that. Getting a couple of plates for himself. And now the further and further lead for Skizm. Swifty trying to decide who he wants to try to poke down. He does decide on Peridian. Game does look good for Skizm here. Now Drops making his way on over. NKDA gets a nice slow off taunt. Does land on the two members of Skizm, and they're going to turn that around. Swifty's just going to drop Drops. Drops is going to be taken down with ease there. Very nice, nicely done by Hero 4 and Swifty turning that gank around in their favor. With that Infernal Dragon, Skizm has to remember the amount of damage that they can output now is a lot greater than what they would normally expect in the early half of this game. Bluxy now taking advantage of the fact that Drops was taken down, going to try to counter jungle, get himself even further ahead in a CS lead. And you know, Impulse playing this pretty well. There was a couple of mishaps there from Impulse, but Skizm taking advantage of it, and now Impulse doing the same exact thing, turning that fight around. Now Peridian's going to jump on forward. Drops is on the other side. Hero 4 is going to jump back in, get the knock up onto NKDA. Swift's going to get a very, very low, but it doesn't matter. Drops is going to be able to pick up the kill before Peridian dies. Now Rexless going to turn this fight around. Dax is half HP. Rexless has the ultimate up. He's going to just heal off the minions. Not too much of a fight that can break out anymore. Now Rexless doesn't have his ultimate. There's a chance that Dax could turn the fight around, but Rexless is going to back away, and another stack is going to go over to Drops here. He's going to be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab with that stack. And now Herald is going to be taken down by Bluxy. Bluxy hopefully going to be able to use that to their advantage pretty soon. And, you know, I think Bluxy's going to have to use it towards the bottom side of the map. They're going to need to get this Varus ahead. It's really hard to help Your Nurse at this point. Cool is so far ahead that if there's any chance of a 2v1, usually Drops is around Cool to help him out, and Cool has a fair amount of damage to his name at this point, so may be nice for Bluxy to do something down on the bot side with that Herald, but now Cool and Drops are trying to get onto Your Nurse. Your Nurse just going to keep on walking away. Doesn't have to worry about it too much. Bluxy is in the mid lane to hopefully help defend Your Nurse against Drops and Cool's push. But now because Drops is able to help out Cool push out the lane, he can back off here and gain more of an advantage in this game. Next dragon is coming up very, very soon. And it does look like it's in favor of Impulse right now with the lanes being pressured up, but we'll see in a minute if Skizm is able to push out these waves and gain control of this dragon once again. And Impulse right now, they do have, well, actually both sides, Impulse and Skizm, have vision control now. They want to look for the dive. Taunt does land onto one member of Skizm, and now he's going to be put on down Peridian, trying to keep himself alive. NKDA getting very low, gets taken down by Swifty, and now Peridian's going to have to flash away. Bluxy just pushing away the Kaisa. Cool now on the other side, going to jump on over. Herix is going to be taken down right away. Bluxy's going to get down to half HP. Cool's going to try to turn around this fight. He does flash around them. Bluxy is going to be able to stun him up, but Cool is going to use the cleanse to get himself away. Swifty dealing a lot of damage. W does land onto Bluxy, but he can't follow it up. Swifty's going to get himself a kill and turn that fight around. Peridian gets taken down. Cool's going to pick up the kill onto Swifty, and that's going to be a shutdown for him. Your Nurse on the other side drops now, is going to be in a little bit of a bad situation here. He's going to have to pop the ultimate back down. Your Nurse on the other side is going to wall away Cool, not allowing him to do anything. Drop's going to flash on over, and really well played there by Skizm. Your Nurse going to try to flash on over. All the Q does miss. Possibly was going to get the kill onto Cool there, and now Drops picks himself up another kill. 5-0-1 Corky now in the top lane, fight after fight. Dax going to ult onto Rexless, but nothing much he can follow up with, not too much damage, and now they're going to want this next Infernal Dragon, going to make sure that Impulse is not going to be able to grab this for themselves. But they are very, very low. This is a dangerous situation for them, and so they're going to have to back off here, reset, and try to get Vision Control. Dragon is pretty low. Hero 4 just wants to make sure that they don't go for this Dragon any longer. Drops is going to try to go for it. Does smite down the Infernal Dragon. Hero 4 doesn't have his flash to try to follow up with anything. Taunt is not going to be anywhere near. Now that is going to be Infernal for Infernal in this game. Alright, now there is another stack for Drops on the top side of the map, but it does seem like Drops has been really prioritizing this bottom half of the map. He doesn't have to prioritize top lane as much. Dax can handle himself as he is. Just Nautilus trying to see us and get tankier to be that front line for his team. And now Cool making his way up to the top lane, uses the package, pushes away Rexless, going to jump back on forward. Root does land. He gets himself stuck under the turret. Cool's taking a lot of damage. Rexless gets him very low. And now Bluxy is on the bottom half of the map. They know that Cool is up on the top side. They can push this on forward. Bluxy's going to push away. Drops. Herald is going to be taking down this turret for them. First turret goes over to Impulse. And now your Nurse pushing out this mid lane. Cool and Dax trying to push out the top lane and try to hold it down. Turret does get taken down 1-for-1. Your Nurse, however, is still pushing out that mid lane. Herald is going to be taken down very soon before it gets to that second turret. So it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Still a benefit for Impulse here, as they did get more gold out of that for the first turret. But Skizm now have to try to make their way over to the mid lane. Your Nurse is still pushing out that mid wave. Swifty does miss the ultimate onto Peridian. Peridian's able to get himself away freely. Drops, pushes away Your Nurse, holding down the turret. Now Dax from the opposite side, possibly going to look for something here, and KDA is in a very bad position, has to flash away. Galio's going to use the heroic entrance to follow up, but nothing else he can do at this very moment. Dax is in the mid lane, and Peridian's going to get himself a couple more CS here. Drops taking a chunk of damage there. And now after fight, they're just going to possibly stall it out. Maybe not. They did land the root onto Cool, gets pulled back, but decided not to go for the fight. They don't have the ultimate from Bluxy, and don't want to take a possible risk of fighting that 5-0-1 Corky. Bluxy's going to run right into Drops here. Drops now making its way to possibly get Bluxy down. Bluxy jumps on over. Drops going to make sure that doesn't make the mistake of jumping on over into a dangerous situation. Bluxy is now very, very low, which means that Drops is able to freely pick up that stack for himself. Your Nurse sitting on the bot lane, pushing that up, then recalling and resetting. Definitely helping Impulse, forcing away one of Skizm's players to go handle that wave that's down in the bot lane right now. But not too many objectives up right now. So right now, both teams are just going to try to focus on getting CS and not worry too much about any turrets being taken down anytime soon. Alright, Skizm Esports now going to push out this mid lane and possibly be able to chunk down this turret pretty far. Bluxy, however, is on the opposite side. Drops does Drops and NKDA do get hit by the W from Swain, getting sight down on him and also the slow. Next dragon is coming up very, very soon, and it looks like Rexless wants to place himself on the opposite end of the map. Knowing the dragon is going to be up very soon and they do have the teleport play, they can make something happen very, very soon. Now Swifty and Bluxy on this side. Bluxy does going to jump on forward. Your Nurse and Dax are going to go in a little bit of a skirmish here. Your Nurse going to miss that tornado. Dax dealing a lot of damage, pulling him back forward. Half HP. Now Your Nurse is just going to be destroyed by Dax. Dax had so much damage, and Your Nurse had no chance of being able to hold up against that one. And it looked like Bluxy was trying to go for a play, missed the ultimate, and didn't get what he wanted there. And now Skizm getting themselves further and further ahead. And KDA does get locked down from Swifty, and the taunt is going to land. Hero 4 is going to try to get him locked down even further, and yes, they will. That is going to be a kill for them. And Impulse now have more of an advantage. They want to look for something here in the mid lane. Dax does land onto Hero 4. He doesn't have anybody else to help him out anytime soon. He's taking a lot of damage from that turret. Dax now is going to be possibly taken down, but flashes away from the damage. The Ignite does come down from Hero 4. And Peridian's on the opposite side. Bluxy doesn't have his ultimate. They could look for something. Peridian gets slowed up by Bluxy. Going to try to kite around. Hero's entrance is going to come on in. Cool's going to try to use the package to push away the enemy team. Drops is on the other side. The dragon is going to be picked up by Drops as well. Drops now has the ultimate on down. The rest of Impulse is there. Teleport is going to be coming through from Dax. Dax trying to get back into this fight for his team. Cool is now dominating in this game. Picks himself a kill. Cool's going to get very low and cleanses, but not going to be able to get his life back here in this game. It is 3 versus 3 at this very moment. And now Skizm can just push out this mid lane wave. They do have the advantage here. And I don't think they expected Drops to take that dragon and then be on the other side of the wall. Bluxy now is going to try to jump on over, and Dax going to pressure on forward, takes a couple of chunks of damage, but it doesn't matter. NKDA is going to be able to shield him up. Your Nurse now trying to get back into this game. He's going to sit himself in the bot lane, get himself some CS. He is 2 kills and 5 deaths in this game. Pretty far behind, but the further and further this game can go on could be in the benefit for them. Dax now is going to get into a little bit of a skirmish here with Your Nurse. Your Nurse going to get knocked up. Tornado does land onto Drops. Drops doesn't have his ultimate, so this could be really bad. Your Nurse gets him very low. He's going to be able to pick up a solo kill for himself. Dax now going to try to fight him, but Your Nurse has a lot of damage now. He's going to turn that fight around. That is going to be a double kill. And 2 kills for Impulse there. Impulse tried to land an ultimate. Hero 4 does not have his flash. He's going to try to look for something onto Cool, but not able to turn that fight around. And Your Nurse is getting stronger and stronger, picks himself up 2 more kills here, and now getting an even bigger CS lead against Cool because he's been able to sit in the side lane without any problems. Impulse now going to look for this Baron play. They saw Peridian on the bot side of the map. They know that the only person alive that can really go against them at the very moment is Cool, and they have the advantage here. Hero 4 positioning himself on the opposite side, and it looks like Impulse is actually going to call off the Baron and just play it safe at the very moment. Cool now with a lot. Wow. I wanted to say a lot of damage, but said wow in between. A lot of damage there from Corky, just taking half of Swifty's health down right away. And now Skizm is going to try to turn this around. They realized that the rest of Impulse were low and that they were needed to back. They're going to try to take the Baron for themselves here. Cannot see the Baron's health bar at the very moment. Rexless on the other side of the wall. He does get the root onto the Baron buff. Not anyone else. Cool now trying to push away Rexless. Cool is going to get pushed away by Your Nurse. The rest of them trying to fight this one over. Dax going to get a nice knockup onto Your Nurse. Drops is going to keep Cool alive for just a little bit longer, but Cool doesn't have any way to escape. That is going to be 2 kills for Impulse here, but still 3 members of Skizm picking up the Baron. Now the rest of Impulse are going to be able to push out this wave. They don't have Dax and Cool to worry about. The rest of Skizm is going to have to try to hold. Excuse me. Is going to have to try to hold all of the waves here at this very moment. But you still have 3 members with that Baron buff for Skizm Esports, and Skizm can take advantage of that very, very easily.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Now they're gonna probably go back to just the CS game, trying to push out the waves and who can clear them out until someone decides that they want to pull the trigger and fight. A lot of the times you will see that more often when the summoner spells start to come back up, and so you actually see Dax is gonna build the Hex Tech Proto Belt for himself, get a little bit more damage. The AP Nautilus is something he wants to try. Rexless is gonna get knocked up by Dax. Dax taking a lot, tanking up the turret. Drop's gonna try to get Rexless down, but use the ultimate and Zonia's to follow up. The rest of Impulse is trying to make their way on over. Cool and Drop's trying to get a kill, but now Peridian is going to get himself taken down. Bluxy on the other side. Heroic Entrance is going to be coming down. Bluxy does get the ultimate onto Cool, but the cleanse is going to come through. Swifty is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Cool. Impulse is turning this game around in their favor, with your Nurse just playing super dominant now in the later end of this game. Drops does get his back. Cancels is going to try to get away. Not much he can do here. They're going to have to wait until Drops gets a little bit more damage in the later end of this game, and Peridian, but this game is not looking too great for Skizm at the very moment. They need to play this very, very carefully. And also with Dax now building AP and kind of being that AP tank in the front line, there's not much of a front line that you can really hope for, especially when you have your Nurse or Swifty on the opposite side, because they don't have any armor yet. Dax needs to build some armor very soon to hopefully be that frontline tank that they need, unless he decides that he wants to fully go for that AP tank up in the top lane. Skizm and Impulse is kind of a back and forth game. Yeah, Impulse trying to turn this game around. They know that game 1 was not what they wanted, and they want to make this go on to a game 3. And Skizm trying to end this series right now in this game, but it's looking harder and harder for Skizm to do that. Swifty getting stronger and stronger, and then also your Nurse on the Yasuo just getting back into this game. He started out as like 1-5, and now he's 6-5. And Skizm, even though they had the Baron buff, they were not even able to use that to their advantage at all here. Skizm, with that Baron buff, wasn't able to push out any sort of lane. All they could do was use that to defend it. So, looking scarier and scarier. Dax is quite pushed up here in the bot lane trying to get the turret. He doesn't have any more mana. He is going to be able to back away freely, but the rest of Impulse now making their way down the bot lane. Turret is going to be taken down here, 4 turrets to 3 turrets in the advantage of Impulse. Now rest of Skizm pushing out the mid lane wave. It does look like Skizm, what they're going to need to do here is just try to catch up. Drops and Peridian are behind. They're going to need to get the CS that they need to get back into this game. And you see their 50 CS deficit from Peridian on against Swifty. And then in the mid lane, you got almost a 60 CS deficit for Cool against your Nurse. Your Nurse had just been sitting at the bot lane, being able to get himself further and further into this game and more items for himself to be able to deal damage and also get back into this game. Now, your Nurse knows that Dax doesn't have much armor, so he's going to try to push over to Dax, but Dax using the Proto Belt to get himself away. Not too much there. It looks like the Zonias is going to be the next item out from Dax here. Not specifically sure what our Dax is trying to go for here, but there's a chance that later on this does help out and work for them. They do have 3 people with the carries, and Impulse now setting themselves up in this bush because they know that there's no vision for Skizm now, and they have to be careful about the fact that they could have looked for something. NKDA in a terrible position gets taken down with ease. Now Impulse are in a 4v5 situation. They knew that they were able to possibly pick up 1 kill for themselves. and now want to look for this Baron. Nice stun onto Drops. Drops does, however, use the QSS to get away. Stun still does land. Nice damage from your nurse. Gonna try to use the stopwatch to last a little bit longer in this fight. Baron does get very low. Who's gonna grab it? Sejuani's gonna grab it for Impulse. Now Drops is gonna try to turn around this fight. Heroic Entrance is gonna come into play. Swifty's gonna be able to pick up a kill for himself. And now Swain gets a kill onto Drops. 2 for nothing. And that Baron for Impulse. And Impulse is gonna try to make this game go, or this series go into game 3. Now Impulse able to push out that mid lane, get themselves an inhibitor, and use that Baron buff to their advantage before they even back and reset, get the items that they can get, and also the health back. So very well played here by Impulse, turning this game around for them and also turning this series around. Skizm's got to answer soon with something. Doesn't look like they have much damage at all from Drops, and Viridian's just behind completely. The CS difference in this game is pretty big. Your nurse had just been sitting in a side lane, getting himself further and further ahead, and using that Baron now to get himself another turret. Next Dragon is going to go over to Skizm Esports, but not much benefit you can really get from that Windrake here later on in this game. They probably hoping for another Infernal Dragon of some sort, but Skizm have to play this very carefully, and even more careful than I said before. They have to make sure that they get their 3 marksmen ahead, and if they don't, they won't be able to do much in this game. And then also you have an AP Nautilus top lane who doesn't seem like he's doing too much damage in this game for your team, so is it definitely going to hurt you knowing that you don't have a frontline tank anymore? Every single lane is being pushed up by Impulse here. You have Swain down in the bot lane, 3 members of Impulse up in the top lane, and then Sejuani pushing out that mid lane. There's not much that they can do. Cool has the package, trying to get a little bit of damage. Dax now is going to get a stun onto Bluxy, not much damage back, but use the Proto Belt, still nothing. Rest of Impulse now pushing on forward. They have the mid lane wave being pushed up with the super minions now. Rexless is going to get hooked down, but he's going to be able to pick up the turret for himself. Dax now tried to get something onto Rexless. They want to look for a kill. Dax taking so much damage from Rexless right now, turning that fight around, and Impulse just looking so good right now. And now it looks like Skizm has to try to do something here. All 3 inhibitors are down, and it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Package does go through. Rexless is going to use his E in the wrong direction. Ultimate does come out onto Cool, but it does miss. Bluxy now going to have to wait to get that back for the next fight, and this could help Skizm Esports being able to use that super minions to get more gold for themselves to get back into this game if they can play this correctly. But with 3 waves, or yeah, 3 lanes with 2 super minions per wave pushing at you, it gets so difficult for anything to happen for you. Alright, now Impulse just putting more pressure onto them at the very moment. It did look really good for Skizm in the early half of this game. They did get a pretty good lead for themselves, but the way your nurse played, get himself even further ahead of Cool with that CS lead. He's able to pick himself up 6 more kills now. And now Bluxy's going to try to get onto Pretty with a nice QSS to get himself out of there. I'm trying to turn this fight around, but it's looking terrible for Skizm. Impulse now pushing on forward. Impulse wants to get this game or this series to game 3. And now Dax is going to try to push on forward. He's going to take a lot of damage. He now uses these Zonias to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Flashes away. Dax is going to be taken down by Rexless. Rexless just sitting in the front, and it doesn't matter. Impulse over the course of this 30 seconds is going to be able to pick up game 2 for them. All right, now that is going to be game 2 of this series between Skizm and Impulse. Both teams now 1-1, able to get themselves both a game in this series, and we'll make this game go on to, or the series go on to game 3. And we're not going to have an intermission. We're going to jump right into the next game. And hopefully we'll see if the players will get this going right away. Looks like we're going to have these guys start pro draft very quickly here. Alright, with the way the game ended out, Impulse and Skizm definitely looked good in their both of their games. In the first game, Skizm looked really good. They played it super dominant mid and jungle phase with the Dax in the mid lane in that game. But in the second game, it kind of looked like Dax was behind. He didn't really seem like he was very comfortable on that pick at Nautilus, and then decided to try to go AP instead of like more of that frontline tank. And you have 3 marksmen, you might as well go for that tank instead of going for more damage. So maybe we'll see Nautilus once again up in this next game, but for now, it is going to be 1-1. I am going to hop it over to the intermission just for a second, but it is not going to be a 5-minute. It is just going to be for like 30 seconds as this gets set up, and also I get myself some water. Don't believe the clock. All right, there we go. Got myself some water, ready to go. We're going to get ourselves into the pick and ban phase as soon as possible to get this series rolling. Woo! All right. Woo! Okay. Taking a second, taking a breather. Just had to sprint. Sprint bash, baby. Okay. Ready to go. Pick and ban phase has begun. Let's get game 3 started. Alright, with game 3 pick and ban starting up at this very moment. Let's get the music rolling. Let's get this game going. Oh, a little loud. There we go. This is game 3, everybody. Now game 3 is going to be the end of this series. Both teams want to make sure that they can get this victory. Skizm needs this victory to tie themselves with Impulse, but Impulse needs to secure this victory for themselves to place them in a higher position in the playoffs. Skizm now banning out the Lucian, Sejuani, and the Kindred. Impulse Ghosting is going to look at banning the Vladimir Morgana, and now they have 1 ban still left that they could look for. Tarek is going to be the next one banned out. It looks like they want to take away the possibility of Sona Tarek from Skizm, but also take away the fact that Tarek is a pretty decent support when it comes to specific AD carries. Skizm now going to pick themselves up the Rek'Sai being a dominant force in the jungle, however it may be. And now it is going to be Skizm on the blue side and IG on the red side once again. That makes my job easier and my life a whole lot easier. Impulse ghosting. Gonna grab the Hecarim and Varus. They showed last game that the Varus is super strong for them, so there's a chance that Skizm now want to grab the Galio for themselves to put him away, or maybe even pick up the Ashe Braum combination down in the bot lane. Sejuani was banned out, but with Ashe Braum in the bot lane, definitely going to be a very strong pick for them, especially going up against the Varus. But it does look like they're going to grab the Galio for themselves, not allowing for Swifty and Hero 4 to have that combo once again. Next pick is going to come on out. I'm curious to see if they're going to go for the Renekton pick at any point. Renekton is something that just got buffed, but it does look like we are going to see a Thresh in the game 3. Thresh has been a pretty dominant force in the bot lane, definitely a playmaker for his team and something that can set up fights. Nautilus is going to be banned out from IG. They want to make sure that Skizm doesn't grab it and play it in the mid lane, top lane, or in the bot lane. Ahri is going to be the next one banned out. Your Nurse is going to not be able to have that this game. Something else we maybe see banned, Corki. We maybe see that IG bans out the Corki away from Cool in the early part of this game, or maybe even bans out that Irelia in the top lane against Dax. And yep, they're going to go for that Irelia and make sure that Dax cannot have that for himself. And last game they saw that Your Nurse was so dominant on Yasuo, they want to make sure that he is not allowed to have the Yasuo anymore. IG now in the top lane are going to pick up Urgot for themselves. That is going to be Hecarim in the jungle with Bluxy this game. Alright, now the Kennen pick is going to be the top laner. Dax is going to grab that for himself. Mid lane is the last one. They could go for a LeBlanc here. Corki is still up. Corki definitely something he's comfortable on. And it looks like, oh, maybe we're going to get a Jace top and a Kennen mid. Maybe we're going to get a Jace mid and a Kennen top. You may not know, Kennen does do well against the Urgot, so definitely something that's interesting. IG have the opportunity to pick Corki for themselves. Your Nurse playing really well on the Corki, or they may go for the Orianna. Orianna is something that is definitely shown to be a prominent pick in the Champions League. LeBlanc, Orianna, you got all these different picks. You got 2 seconds left, and yes, they're going to grab in that LeBlanc for them. Alright, looks like there is a possible delay here just for 1 second as one of the players has to run to the restroom, give himself a break. But looking at this team composition, the way Skizm and Impulse have it, Impulse Ghosting's team composition is definitely looking scary. You have Hecarim in the jungle, definitely something that can dominate over the course of the game. Varus, Thresh, a very dominant bot lane with Swifty and Hero 4 on it. Swifty showed last game how strong he can play and how strong he can be on that Varus in the bot lane. Top lane Rexless you have on the Urgot and Your Nurse on that LeBlanc, and we just saw last game Your Nurse was able, even after a super hard deficit and getting so far behind, he was able to turn the game around, get himself a couple of kills, and also get himself more CS. Hopefully we'll see more of that in this game. But also have to give it to Skizm here. Drops is on that Rek'Sai. Definitely something that could take advantage of Bluxy on the Hecarim, because Rek'Sai has that early game advantage. Ash Galio in the bot lane can turn the fights around, and then Kennen and Jace can be lane bullies, but also Kennen can be a team fight game changer. So with the way these team comps are games could be completely turned around. I'm surprised that they decided to go with the Jace instead of something like an Aatrox. Definitely something that could have been better for them with a team fight, but Jace may be more of a comfortable pick. And also something that we have seen a lot about the Jace is that Jace tends to not do very well. So I'm interested in seeing on who it's going to be, either Dax or Cool, and how they're going to play on this Jace here. Alright, now that I've talked a little bit about how these possible compositions are going to go, chat, I want to see you talk back and forth with me and converse a little bit about what your thoughts are on this pick and ban phase. And to give you more detail on where Kennen and Jace are going to go, that is going to be a Kennen in the top lane, and Jace is going to be in the mid lane. And, you know, with Hecarim's going to be taking Ignite this game. He's not going to take Ghost. He's going to take Ignite, Smite this game. Definitely something that is going to be interesting, especially in the early part of this game. They could take advantage of that with Bluxy pushing out into the jungle. Does look like there's a little bit of a miscommunication on Skizm's part on banning out someone maybe didn't have the champion, but that doesn't make sense. But still, same bans that are going to happen, same picks, does not matter. This is going to be game 3 here. And it looks like one of the players accidentally picked the wrong champion. They picked the Braum instead of the Galio here. Alright, we're going to stop this music for 1 second. We're going to pop it on back to me. And just to explain what's going on, looks like there's a little bit of a miscommunication here. Looks like Skizm said that they picked Braum, but Galio is what showed up. A little bit of an issue and miscommunication here. It does seem like both teams are trying to figure out what is going on, but not fully sure what's actually going on. I think NKDA might have had a little bit of a mishap. He thought the Braum was going to be the pick that they wanted, but it is going to be the Galio, so they're going to have to go back into the pick and ban phase once more. And now this is the way we're going to do it here. So to give myself a chance to relax for a second and have this game get set up and get going, I am going to start the game when I see that the loading screen is going to be come up very soon. So for right now, we are going to go into intermission as these teams are still trying to figure out the client and figure out their pick and ban phase for right now. Please stay tuned. We're very sorry about what is going on, but for the moment, we're going to set ourselves in intermission while these teams figure it out, and hopefully we'll get into Game 3 very shortly. Alright, I believe my mic is back on. We're getting into game number 3 of this series, and I had to make sure that before this game started, everyone would know how intense this game 3 is going to be by getting myself prepared. Who is ready for game 3 of this series? Skizm Esports versus Impulse Ghosting. Both have been able to take one game off of each other in this series. Skizm had game 1, Impulse had game 2. Both were dominating stomps. So who's going to be able to dominate this game, and who possibly could be able to take home the MVP of this game? You may never know. We'll see at the end of this one. We have about a minute left until we get into the loading screen of this game. Now, I'm going to show back on over what the pick and ban phase looked like so you can take a quick look back into what the teams decided to go for. The little mishap that we had was NKDA accidentally grabbed Braum instead of the Galio. So, now, we have it all set up. We have it all correct. And we have 30 seconds before this game is going to start. Rek'Sai in the jungle, Ashe and Galio in the bot lane. Kennen and Jace going to be the top and mid lane. Jace going to be in the mid. Kennen going to be in the top lane. Hecarim in the jungle. Varus and Thresh in the bot lane. Urgot in the top lane. And your nurse on that LeBlanc in the mid lane. 5 seconds left. We are going to be transitioning on over into the loading screen. Just going to take 1 second as we get into the spectators delay. Into and past the spectators delay, I should say. Alright, here we go. Up in the top lane for game 3. Skizm has Dax in the jungle. Drops in the mid lane. Cool. In the bot lane, Peridian and NKDA. And then on the opposite side, Rexless up in the top lane. Bluxy in the jungle. Your nurse in the mid lane. Swifty and Hero 4 in the bot lane. Swap this on over, get into this game number 3 here in the Champions League. Both teams are set to go. Both teams want this victory so bad. They want to make sure that they take home this game. See a little bit of a pause there, but none to worry. We are in game 3. Now, Impulse all setting themselves up in the brush here on the bot side. Hero 4 wants to look for a hook. Moving on forward. Peridian did get a sight on him. And now the rest of Skizm pinging out the red buff. They want to take control of it or even take it for themselves. It does look like at the last second, Bluxy is going to switch that Ignite to Ghost here, and now Cool and Drops are going to sit in this brush, possibly going to look for a kill onto Bluxy or even a kill onto your nurse and Rexless if they decide to come on over. They did ping it out. They have wards on it. They could collapse here. This could be a 3v2 situation, and this could be really bad for Rexless as he is getting pinned out right now. He does wisely make his way on over, but now Drops and Cool get to pick up red buff for free. And it doesn't even seem like Impulse will know. Now, Ashe knows that they have a ward there, and there's a chance that Impulse that realizes that they could be up in the top side because he didn't start on the red buff. Because, as we all know, Rek'Sai doesn't usually start at the blue buff, so definitely something that could be odd for Impulse to take into account. Rek'Sai now going to take the scuttle and possibly make his way over to his red buff, making sure that he gets 3 buffs this game in the early half. And with Rek'Sai getting that strong in the early part of this game is going to hurt Impulse for the first about 10 to 15 minutes. We all know that Hecarim does not have the greatest early game. He still does have a lot more damage than he used to now with Conquer and the Rampage from his ability. But still, Rek'Sai being that dominant force in the jungle and being able to take control of the early game. Hero 4 now walking up forward. Peridian almost walks into the hook. Hero 4 kind of predicted a little too far back. Almost able to get something, but does push away Peridian and NKDA. They do have about the same CS, and now Hecarim is making his way onto the bot side. I believe they did spot him out. So now they know where Bluxy is, and they could collapse here onto Bluxy. Bluxy gets knocked up. He is trying to get away. Jace on the other half. Bluxy now going to jump in onto Drops, and he's going to try to take him away. Give the kill over the way to Cool here. Instead, Drops is going to just let his mid laner take the kill, gain the advantage, and this is where Bluxy is going to be fallen off. Now, Cool going to try to get a little bit of damage onto your Nurse. Your Nurse gets a nice chain down, gets half of Cool's health down. I don't know why that was a tongue twister for me. Large wave here for Rexilus. They need to. Rexilus needs to make sure that he can grab for himself. Hero 4 with a nice hook onto NKDA. He's not going to follow it up with anything. He was trying to look for a hook onto Peridian, but did get a little bit of damage there. NKDA bringing him back down to 75% HP. Still enough to help him out, but Dax playing this really well, pushing out the Urgot, but now on the bot side of the map, Swifty is going to use the Lance to try to get away. Drops it now. Going to flash on forward. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I think he wanted to flash on forward a little bit further, but did not get the flash that he wanted onto Hero and Swifty. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I wish I could. Is there a way I could replay that? Oh, that's just going to slow the game. Sorry. Let's go back and do a quick replay there of what just happened. So you see the Lantern come out. Swifty is going to be able to get out here, but then Drops flashes on forward, and it didn't even seem like anything really happened there. Not sure what exactly happened for that, but now we're going to speed the game back up and to get into real time of what's going on. Hook almost lands on Peridian there, but not going to get much out of it. And now Swifty, because he was able to get that kill, gets himself further ahead. And you saw last game with Swifty, when he's ahead, is dangerous. Dragon is up very soon. Both junglers want to focus this down. Not sure what Dragon is going to be at the moment, but now in the mid lane, Bluxy's going to cross it, possibly looking for a gank onto Cool, but Cool wisely going to step off of it. And they know that Bluxy wants to go for this Dragon, so they're going to play around it. And Cool's going to make his own way down. They have the pressure in the mid lane, and your Nurse is now stuck under there just trying to get his CS. Now Cool going to jump in on your Nurse. Your Nurse jumps away with a nice chain, getting him down to 75% HP. And now Dax just pushing Rexilus out under his turret, not able to do anything. Rexilus gets very low. Dax now wants to try to get a kill. Disdain goes on forward. Rexilus does get the shield, but now the flash is on forward. Dax is going to be able to pick up a kill. Nice solo kill there from Dax in the top lane. And now Cool is trying to look for something onto your Nurse. Your Nurse is going to jump on away. And Drops is on the opposite side. Our Nurse doesn't know that yet, and it looks like they wanted to look for something, but with that dash away, Drops making sure that he just gets himself back into the jungle, back in CS. And now that they know that the Windrake is what's up, they need to really. They don't really have to focus on this Dragon. The Windrake is not the biggest benefit for either team at the very moment. It is a benefit for Impulse with Bluxy on that Hecarim, most definitely. But when it comes to prioritizing a fight or prioritizing a turret, probably want to prioritize the fight or the turret over this Dragon at the very moment. But still definitely something to contest for. Drops now going to back off. He is about half HP. Going to get himself some items. And because of that solo kill up in the top lane, Dax is going to be able to get himself further ahead against Rexilus, just pressuring him out of the lane, not allowing him to get CS. And because Bluxy, I believe, did lose his... he lost his life to trying to get his red buff back for him. and did get himself further behind. He still does have more CS than Rek'Sai at the very moment, but because Rek'Sai was able to give over the kill to Cool, get his team more of an advantage, he doesn't have to worry about his mid lane as much, as Cool now got an extra 400 gold for himself early on. Both teams now playing down towards this dragon here. Varus and Thresh pushing up the lane. Galio and Ashe trying to push it back so that they can contest for this dragon. Drops now does know where the enemy is because of his passive, is able to see that there's 2 members of Impulse there in the pit. Just going to back away here, and Dax just keeps on poking Rexless down. Not allowing him to do anything. Stun does land. There's a chance that they're going to have to fight a little bit, but Dax just keeps on going forward, not letting Rexless do anything. Now in the river, Drops and Blux are going to fight for this Scuttle Crab. They want to gain control of the vision here in the river, and it is going to go over to Skizm. Skizm playing this really well. Disdain does go on forward. Rexless is going to get stunned up. He takes a lot of damage here. And Dax now may have a chance of pushing on forward. He knows he doesn't have Dax knows he doesn't have flash, and Rexless does, so he needs to be careful on that part. Chain does miss by your nurse. Your nurse still just jumps on forward to get a little bit more damage. Electrocute does come out, but now Cool knows that he doesn't have his combo. He could look for something here, but besides, he's going to just change into marksman form, get some CS for himself, and play a little bit more passive. Now Rexless doesn't have his teleport, and Dax does. They could look for a possible fight down here in the bot lane. Swifty does miss his ultimate onto Peridian. They try to look for something with Bluxy there. Drops is, however, on the other side. Arrow does miss. Nice flash away from Swifty there. Ultimate just coming out one after the other. Drops does get hooked up on, gets a knock up onto Swifty, but however, they don't look like they have much damage. Drops is going to be able to pick up the kill on the Swifty, but that is going to be a 2-for-1. Bluxy is going to have to take that lantern away. Cool's coming on down. The rest of the team. Teleport does come down from Dax, and it looks like they want to look for this dragon here. Try to turn that fight around, but I think that teleport was just a little bit too late, and the rest of Skizm there went a little too aggressive. They tried to look for something on to Swifty. Swifty used the cleanse and flash to get himself away and was able to deal so much damage, and then the ultimate from Bluxy just fearing the rest of the team and changing the game for them gave Impulse the advantage in that fight. 2-for-1 there. And definitely something that will give Varus even stronger of a lead here. Now Dax keeps on pushing away Rexless. Rexless does have about 30 less CS right now, which is pretty big in the early part of this game. And now they don't. Now they both don't have teleport. This could be a 4v4 fight that goes in the favor of Impulse when it comes down to this dragon. But for now, Bluxy's on the top side. They do want to have him move down pretty soon, and Dax still has the favor up in this top lane matchup at the very moment. Urgot probably going to go for those Merc Treads to get himself a little bit of magic resist against Kennen at the very moment. They do spot out where Bluxy is. Drops is now on the bottom side of the map. They want to make sure that they keep the pressure up in these lanes so that they can possibly look for the dragon. And now Rek'Sai is going to jump over the pit and see if he can try to get something in the enemy jungle. Gets a ward down. Thresh is going to be able to counteract that. And now your nurse has been in a little bit of a bad situation. Use the double distortion to get away. But now that his ultimate down, Hecarim is on the top side of the map getting that blue buff. And Drops is able to know they could look for that dragon play very soon, and KDA Peridian keeping that pressure up, so they have the advantage. And yes, they do. They're going to pull the trigger and try to go for this dragon here. It is a 3v2 up in the top lane here if they try to look for anything. And now it looks like Bluxy is going to try to trade the dragon for the Rift Herald. The rest of Skizm is making their way up to the mid lane. Want to look for something on the Uranus. Uranus does land the chain. Cool does miss the rocket, but now they know that Bluxy's possibly looking for that Herald and make all of them make their way up. And now Bluxy forced off of that Herald, not allowing them to trade that off. Definitely a very wise play there by Skizm. A couple of plates over to Swifty here, getting himself further ahead. Ashe is going to lose a couple of CS, and That's going to hurt them definitely down here in the bot lane, but by taking away the opportunity for Bluxy to take that Herald, definitely will help them in the long run. Swifty now, because he's going to get that Blade of the Ruined King really soon, there is a high chance for him to start putting out serious amounts of damage here in the early part of this game, especially against NKDA. You won't have to worry about NKDA building too much armor. And now looks like Hero 4 and Swifty here might go for a possible pick sitting in this brush here. Ashe and Galio now walking up forward. Hero 4 knows where he is. Flay is going to come out. Taunt does land, but it doesn't matter. NKDA might be in a bad position, but actually Peridian is going to take or pull out a lot of damage, and Swifty's going to turn that fight around. Bluxy now is going to try to get himself onto Peridian. Jumps up forward, uses the ultimate to push Peridian back towards his AD carry and gets himself a kill. And now Skizm Esports on the top side of the map is going to try and go for this Herald to try to trade for what just happened down in the bot lane. Very well played there by Impulse. And now Skizm trying to get back into this game and try and get hopefully something out of it. They do get the Herald, but 2 kills over to Impulse, and now Impulse being able to pick up this turret here, this first turret here. Skizm's got to try to do something. Your Nurse is going to be in kind of a bad situation. Herald has been popped in the mid lane. Cool and Drops are now trying to push out this mid lane turret as the bot lane turret did just go down. Rexless making his way down. It does look like they're only going to get 2 plates from that Herald. Not too bad for them. 160 gold each person, but definitely something that will still keep them behind against Impulse right now. And Swifty and Hero 4 just looking dominant right now, playing very well. And Swifty seems super comfortable on this Varus. Definitely something we want to see more of in the upcoming series from Swifty. But right now, Skizm, it's their last hope. They really need to win this game to make sure that they tie themselves with Impulse ghosting. And Impulse ghosting, same goes for them. They really want to win this game to make sure that they have a even better chance at playoffs here. Here, Nurse clearing out the wave, and it does look like they're going to swap. The bot turret did fall for Skizm, so now Impulse's bot lane is going to decide to swap the lanes out and put their bot lane up in the top lane. Varus Thresh going to make their way over to the mid lane to hopefully clear something out. Rexless does have a little bit of trouble at the very moment. Drops does miss that knockup, but it doesn't matter. Rexless still going to be forced to flash over the wall to get himself out of that fight. Now your Nurse jumps on forward onto Cool. Cool taking a little bit of damage, not too much, but now Drops and Cool want to look for a kill onto your Nurse. Your Nurse, however, with the distortion is able to get away and drops on the other side of the wall. Going to get himself a little bit of damage, but not too much. Turret, mid lane turret is very low for Impulse, so they're going to have to try to defend that against Cool and Drops, who seemed like they're trying to focus that down. Ashe arrow is going to go across, does miss onto your Nurse. It was very close there. Now Bluxy's going to go into the mid lane, knockup does land. Use the ultimate to try to push Cool back towards your Nurse. Bluxy's going to take a lot of damage. Ultimate does come out. Drops is able to take him down before Cool gets taken down himself. Your Nurse distortion away, but doesn't matter. He's not able to help out his teammate, and that is a kill for Skizm. Very well played there from Skizm, being able to turn that fight around. Bluxy tried to go for something there. The knockup from Drops, stalling him for just a little bit longer. The ultimate almost getting Cool down. But because Cool, has that Hex Drinker, he is able to use that to his advantage, because when he got low there, it didn't seem like your Nurse was able to do much there, as he didn't have as a oh my goodness, I'm all over the place. Didn't have the items that he does now to deal that kind of damage to take him down. So Cool picking up the second kill for himself in this game and turning that fight around. Now Drops trying to look for this Ocean Dragon. Cool making his way on over. Bluxy's in a bad position. He doesn't have Ghost available to him. Getting very low. Cool's just going to slap him with the hammer and take him down. Your Nurse now going to distortion on forward. Drops gets ignited, but it doesn't seem like it's going to take him down. Top lane is going to be pushed on forward. Swifty and Hero 4 just going to keep that pressure up. And Skizm right now, they're going to have to try to answer with something up there in the top lane. But now turret for turret and dragon for nothing for Skizm. Skizm slowly just gaining a lead for themselves and getting back into this game. But I did say lead, but I more should have just said trying to get themselves back into this game. Impulse is still a very much so ahead with about a 1 to 2k gold lead at the very moment. So if they're going to want to try to do something, they're going to have to get Peridian and NKDA back into this game. The rest of Skizm are looking pretty strong. Drops is probably the next weakest on their team, but at the same time, Drops still outputting so much damage for their team. Swifty does land an ult on the Cool. Cool is going to get the heroic entrance on top of him. He's going to flash away. Now, nice charge there from Bluxy, and it does look like Urgot's going to be able to take down one for himself. They're going to try to turn this fight around. Flash, all summoner spells being used, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a good fight for Skizm. Swifty almost lands something onto Peridian there. Dax is on the opposite side. Probably wants to look for something here. Your Nurse on the opposite side. Nice distortion there. Gets himself a kill onto Peridian. And slowly but surely, Impulse is making this game theirs. Nice dodge there from Bluxy. Dax not able to do much. Your Nurse on the opposite side does get the Q off. Almost gets the damage that he wants there, but not too much. Bluxy is on the opposite side. Now they know he is there. Bluxy's going to try to go in onto Dax. Rather just now look for this turret. Bluxy is getting very low. Dax is going to ult him. Oh my goodness, lots of damage onto Bluxy there. You're just going to try to find around and just destroy him. Urgot's going to be able to pick up the next kill for them. Drops pushing on forward, trying to get onto Your Nurse, but Your Nurse uses the distortion to get away. It does not matter. Impulse one after the other, picking up kill after kill. And with the difference in bot lane right now, it is getting more difficult for Skizm to try to hold up against this. With Swifty, the late game Varus, trying to the late game Varus getting further and further ahead in the early part of this game just makes it so devastating when it comes to these fights. He already has 2 full items and boots, compared to Ash's 1 full item, boots, and a dagger. Not too much that Swifty really has to worry about when he goes up against Peridian and NKDA super far behind. Your Nurse jumping on forward, does a lot of damage to Peridian. Peridian almost got taken out. He's down to 15% HP. Now, once again, Hero 4 is going to be sitting in a brush waiting for something with one of his teammates. Swifty now want to look for something. Swifty going to play a little bit more aggressive onto Cool. They realize NKD is there, going to back off. And the rest of Impulse just gaining further and further of a lead. Look at the CS difference between Swifty and Peridian in this game. It is massive at the very moment. There's not much that Peridian can do. Swifty's so far ahead. He's up 2 levels. Impulse now, if they can slowly just get this 80 carry further and further ahead, get him the CS and gold that he needs, it's going to be so difficult for Skizm to get back into this game, just like last game.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Now Impulse making their way up to the top lane. They want to gain control of the Baron. They know that they can take this with ease. Swifty is so strong right now, and also they have the advantage because if any one of Skizm tries to force a fight, there is a very high chance of them losing that fight. It's probably they have a 15% chance of winning that fight. Skizm does. Next dragon is coming up very soon. Lots of control there from Impulse on the top side of the map, but they do want to reset and get their focus and attention on that dragon. Bluxy now is going to set himself up in the top lane against Cool here, and actually now going to reset. They realize that they need their jungler down here in the bot lane when they want to look for this dragon. Your Nurse pushing away drops, making sure that they cannot go for any vision. They do have vision across the wall, so there is a chance that if Peridian decides to walk that way, Your nurse could just hop on over and destroy him. And Dax now pushing Reckless, Reckless. Alright. Rexless away. Now the rest of Impulse and Skizm are all coming together. Bluxy using the charts to try to push away the rest of the team. And now they have to be careful. Grouping up like this does give an advantage to Dax on that cannon. And the Infernal's just going to be bursted down. Arrow does miss by a mile. Your nurse is trying to get onto Peridian. Peridian does take a lot of damage, doesn't get chained down. However, Bluxy now stuck in the pit, gets himself out of harm's way. Stunned up by Dax. They're trying to turn this fight around. Lantern gets the lantern away. Your nurse tries to turn this onto the enemy, but just jumps away, pushing him back. Skizm can't really do much there, jumping on forward with the distortion, and once again, just using that poke damage that they can with your nurse, and then also now making a play for this Baron. They have Swifty and Bluxy really strong at the moment to be able to take these dragons, and also Rexilus. All members of Impulse right now are really strong. Hero form, I want to turn this fight around. Misses the hook on the cool. They now want to look for something else. Drops is going to try to flash on forward, get something onto the Baron. Baron, who is it going to go to? The Baron has now not yet been taken down. So much damage back and forth. Now Urgots are going to take it, and it is going to be going over to Impulse. That is going to be an ace. Impulse is going to be able to pick up the ace and the Baron for themselves. Now push forward in this game. They want to make sure that they get further and further into the series, or further and further into the Champions League, making their name known, making their statement that they are playoff ready. Impulse able to pick up a turret after that, and it is looking worse and worse for Skizm right now. That lead that LeBlanc and Varus have right now are so big, and I keep saying the Varus and LeBlanc, but if you look at the way the scoreboard is, the way the CS is for Impulse, it honestly is the entire team. The entire team is strong for Impulse. It is so difficult for them to try to for Skizm to try to take any advantages from them. Peridian and NKDA pushing out the mid lane wave. They still were not able to get that mid lane turret, and just makes it more and more difficult for them. Now Impulse pushing on forward. Dax is in the brush. He's going to have to put himself away. Cool is in a really bad spot now. He cannot get himself anything there. He's going to be taken down by Bluxy. They still have the Baron buff. They want to push on forward and end this game. This is game 3 of this series. This is to end it all, to see who takes home the victory. Dax now putting a little bit of damage onto Bluxy. Your nurse making his way on over 5 members of Impulse now versus 4 members of Skizm. Pushing down this turret. Your nurse going to get the chain onto Dax. Dax does get away, but there's not much contention that Skizm can have right now. Your nurse just keeps on poking on forward. Swifty dealing out the damage. And yes, at least for these 2 series, I will have to cast for myself. Not too much of a bother though. We still are able to hold on. Okay, that didn't really help out my accusation. Hold on in this day of series. Now, Impulse pushing out the bot lane. Arrow does land on the Swifty. Swifty's going to use the cleanse, but Dax is now going to try to get on the backside. Dax would do so much damage. They're going to try to turn this fight around. Drops gets very low, uses the ultimate to keep himself alive. This fight is turned around completely. Dax is able to turn that fight. The Ash Arrow lands onto Swifty, and Skizm Esports completely changed the pace of this game for Impulse. Dax right there completely changing the fight and was able to pick up so many stuns and so much damage for Skizm in that fight. We're going to take a quick look back at that fight. We're going to do a quick little replay here on how the fight started. You have the arrow onto Swifty, then Dax does jump on in to the entire team of Impulse, and then the rest of the team just follows up for Skizm, picking up kill after kill. Your nurse is able to get away with the distortion, but then the chase is on to Hero 4, and they're able to pick themselves up that fight. And now if we zoom up a little bit further into this, it does seem like there is going to be a kill for someone here in the next couple of seconds. Here we go. It does look like your nurse does get a kill onto Peridian, and your nurse able to just quickly pick up a pick, and now we're going to move ourselves further back into this game. Alright, now the red team has slain this dragon. It's going to be the Windrake here. Alright, in chat, I do want to know this is the first time that we've tried doing that replay system. It's not really much of a system. It's just more going back for a quick second to see how the fight went out, and also to see just for 1 second what it was like. In the chat, tell me if you like to see more of that, or if you just want to keep seeing what the actual gameplay is focused on. But Skizm now gonna try to have to defend here. Impulse keeps on pushing the bot lane. They know the mid lane wave has the inhibitor down, and so they can use that to their advantage on one of the waves. LeBlanc on the top side pushing out that wave, keeping control of that. And with how Skizm was able to turn that fight around, if they can get that kind of fight again, they hopefully will be able to take away this Baron from Impulse. Now with Baron coming up very soon, Skizm's going to have to try to look for something very soon. They do have the teleport from Dax. There isn't many wards for them, but they could look for something. Ash Arrow does land onto your nurse. Your nurse is taking a lot of damage from Cool. They do have the distortion to get away. He does jump. Ignite does land from Cool. Cool's going to try to get him. The shield is going to protect your nurse for a little bit longer. Biloxi now is on to Cool. Cool's going to take a lot of damage. The Fear Beyond Death is going to take him down. Really nice play to them, but they didn't have the damage. Your nurse almost gets taken down, but then the shield from Hero 4 saving his life. And Cool now, it is a 4v5 situation. Ash has to hold off the mid lane wave, and it gets more and more difficult for them. Hook almost lands onto Drops. Drops is now going to just have to try to take this Baron away. That is their last hope at this very moment. Ults on forward. They're going to stop this Baron and focus on Drops. Drops just flashes on forward. Swifty's going to get the kill. And now the Baron, Impulse, making their way over to the top side. Going to push out the top turret and hopefully be able to end out this game for them very, very soon. Now Impulse pushing out the top lane. They will be able to take this with ease as the rest of Skizm is split apart in their base trying to defend from what has already been pushed. The mid lane has been taken down. The bot lane still has waves pushing in very, very slowly. And soon they're going to have to look for a possible play with Dax there. Dax does lose the Banshee's Veil for that possible engage. And Peridian does have his ultimate, so they could look for something. Drops is back up and alive. Impulse may just want to reset, get the items that they need, and then maybe look for a possible team fight soon. Hook does land onto Cool. Cool uses the QSS to get away. And now that it's going to hurt him going into the next fight here. Alright, now it looks like players are starting to get elixirs here in the later end of this game, 31 minutes in, to try to end out this game. Impulse knows that this is probably going to be their last fight if they are able to take the victory of the fight. So they want to use the elixirs to their advantage and use whatever gold that they have to get them possibly the win. Bluxy setting himself on the bot side, now making his way on over. Dax trying to set himself in the brush so that they could look for something. Does get a little bit of damage on the Bluxy, but now they know that Dax is there. Impulse can position correctly and make sure that there's no chance for Dax to get on top of the enemy back, or on top of their back line. Your nurse jumps on forward, gets a lot of damage on the Dax. Dax is already down to 25% HP. Now, Swifty and the rest of Impulse can push on forward with knowing that Dax isn't nearby and he has to get back to base to heal himself up. Bot lane is going to be pressured by Bluxy and Rexless, and the rest of the team of Impulse is going to make their way on forward. Nice ultimate there. Dax is trying to get onto Hero and Swifty. Swifty is going to be able to deal so much damage. Zonu does come out. Urgot is going to be taken down back and forth, and now Swifty's going to keep on going. Swifty is just going to deal so much damage. Get himself a double kill here. That is 3 kills for 1 here. 3 kills for 1, and it's not looking great for Skizm. Impulse just dominating the rest of this game. And now we're going to be able to end it out. Your nurse jumping on forward, trying to get onto Drops. Drops is possibly going to get very low here. Does have the chain. Drops is now under the under the turret. But it does not matter. Impulse will take game 3. Let's see if I can get myself a little bit more light here. All right. With that being said, that is the series for Skizm versus Impulse. Very well played by Impulse, being able to come back after that after the first game loss and then win 2 games in a row. One thing that I really noticed was that when Skizm had Dax towards that mid lane, was able to kind of make plays around, they definitely had a strong advantage. But I also have to say, when Impulse has their main mid laner there, your nurse is just such a dominant player. They're able to turn the game completely around in their favor, get themselves a victory. And now we are going to go into a little bit of an intermission. We're going to take a look at Fruition versus LSG, the game of the week, the series of the week. Stay tuned. Let's have some fun.
of LSG. Now drops in a lot of trouble in the backside. They're going into the Vanguard edges there. Drops in the backside. Can he kill Yuki Bernie? No! Dark Knight's gonna get one. That's gonna be two going down. But we see that Yuki does fall. Cataclysm's out, and there it is.
Wait! There's more! You shall not pass!
Try to get a little under the turret, but it doesn't matter. Phoenix Maiden taking up the turret, getting very, very
That looks like a lot of fun. Is it? Yeah? Yeah? I wish I could do that.
or if they put Hecarim in the jungle. And you know, with how Dort's been playing, Kindred's definitely something that they want to ban out. Kindred being a pretty strong champion that Dorjan is pretty confident on. Now they're going to hover the Jarvan here. Jarvan is being hovered in, and they're going to lock that in. There's a lot of things that LSG could look for. They may decide to put Hecarim in the jungle and have somebody else go in the top lane, or they may put Hecarim in the jungle and have Hecarim in the top lane and have somebody else in the jungle is what I meant. And it looks like we are going to get the Hecarim in the jungle this game. Azir being hovered by LSG at this moment. Possible pick that they could grab for Patty's wagon here in the mid lane, and yep, they are going to grab it out. We're going to do a quick little replay. And now the final pick for Fruition is here. They do have LeBlanc open for Tilted, and Tilted is super strong in that champ, and they're going to go ahead and grab that for themselves. Now, luckily, because I am the one who started off the pro draft, and they decided to use the League of Legends client, the games will be able to get into the games a lot faster. Now look at the team compositions. Fruition have the Lucian, Nami in the bot lane. In the mid lane you have Tilted on the LeBlanc. In the jungle you have Dorjan on the Jarvan, and in the top lane you have Now on that Urgot. Lakeside Gaming you have in the bot lane Morgana on Boom Hunter, Ashe with Yuki Bunny, Patty's Wagon on the Azir, Dark Cat on Hecarim, and LSG Ratload on the Kedin. Really excited for this matchup. Definitely is a hyped up matchup, especially after watching the podcast. If you didn't watch this podcast, make sure to keep updates on Tuesday nights to see and hear a little bit more about Nightfall and get a little bit more involved with the Champions League and hopefully soon the Premier League. Now Patty's Wagon will have the Azir and has been pretty strong with the Azir over the course of the Champions League, and hasn't been able to do too much with it, but definitely something that has shown to be strong. And I'm looking at the client right now. It looks like the entire team of LSG is in the Dorjan 99 club, the Door 99 club. So, you know, Dorjan's fans going up against him right now. You know, it's pretty difficult. You got a Masters player in the jungle for Fruition, and the rest of the players are very high diamond players. So you never know what can happen in this Champions League. All right, we have about 1 minute and 40 seconds left. We're going to slow down on this music. Make sure it as low as possible. Morgana, yes, possibly could have gone mid lane. Definitely would have helped against a LeBlanc, against Tilted. And, you know, Galio is still up. Something that I possibly wanted from LSG to grab was the Galio bot lane and have Morgana go mid instead, so that the Tilted would have a little bit more trouble in the laning phase and then later on in the game. But with the way it worked out, Azir, Patty's Wagon is going to grab in the mid lane. And now, Fruition and LSG, this is game one. We are a minute away from this game. We have votes. We have the voting poll in the chat where you can see last game we had Skizm versus Impulse. Impulse, we had 27 votes, and Skizm, we had 22. Skizm took home the victory after losing the first game and then winning the next two. And then in this series, we have 14 votes for LSG and 19 votes for Fruition. Fruition is up. We may see Fruition take a dominating 2-0 like they have many times before, or there's a chance that LSG could bring up a fight for Fruition and make this a tough one, bringing it to a 2-1 series for either team. It could be 2-1 for LSG, 2-1 for Fruition, and you know, Nobody knows, but you know, LSG could be Oceanside and take the 2-0 here. Wouldn't that be something? Alright, we are 4 seconds away from getting into this game. We are slowly making our way in, and now into the loading screen we go. As we hop into the loading screen, we have in the top lane, Ratload. In the jungle, Dark Cat. In the mid lane, Patty's Wagon. In the bot lane, Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter. Now for Fruition, in the top lane, you got Now. In the jungle, Dorjin. In the mid lane, Tilted. In the bot lane, Loki Dosi and Phoenix Main. Hey, this is definitely the hyped up match of the week. We want to get excited for this one. This is game 1 of this series, and we all want to see this series go on to 3 games. We want to make this a close one because you never know. There's a chance that LSG could pull this game out and pull this series and be able to turn Fruition's Fruition's I'm blanking. I'm too excited. I'm blanking. Hold on, let me think. Fruition's lead and also Fruition's dominating 4-0 in the Champions League right now. I'm gonna go out 1 second. The game will lag just for 1 second as I fix that. But there's a little bit of lag in my brain. But however, we are fine. We are in game 1. And now both sides are going to set themselves up. Junglers in the mid lane. 80 carries in. Supports down to the bot side, jungler and top laners setting themselves up there, making sure that there's no way that the enemy team can enter their jungle without them spotting it out. Alright, and if you don't notice that in chat, Cerulean has put out a giveaway. Viewers who correctly guess who will get first blood will be entered into a drawing for a mystery skin. Put in the chat right now who you think it is. Dorjin getting first blood. Can I call getting first blooded? So Dorjin is the first one to die. Who is the specific player that is going to pick up the first blood in this game? I'm going to do it for myself and put myself in this one. I personally think that Dorjin is going to be the first one to pick up a kill in this game. And we saw the matchup last game where Kennen and Urgot went up against each other, and how Kennen was able just to abuse the Urgot early on, and it was so difficult for him to lane. So we'll see how this works out for Ratload and now. And now in the mid lane, Dorjin is going to gank right away into Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon's going to have to flash away. Dark Cat trying to come and help out his teammate. Dorjin taking a lot of damage, but now that is flash out of Patty's Wagon and Barrier, both summoner spells. Hecarim and Jarvan now making their way up to the top side of the map. Jarvan does have control at the very moment. Boom Hunter does miss the bind. Loki Dosi is going to go on in. They know that the bind is gone from Boom Hunter, so Loki Dosi is able to put out some damage at this very moment. And now Patty's Wagon's got to be careful. Tilted can play really aggressive here. He has no summoner spells at the very moment. And Dorjin possibly could look for something here. Dark Cat has to be careful about Dorjin, though, because, as we all know, Hecarim in the early part of the game can sometimes have a problem. But with the buffs to him, with the Conqueror, it definitely helps. But there is times where Hecarim can fall behind early on, and it can be really devastating for him. So, right now, Dorjin can take advantage of that, has taken the topside scuttle, and now hopefully will take the bot side scuttle. It looks like LeBlanc Tilted said food. It looked like someone in the Fruition team had just been asked to get food. Alright, well. Alright, so now we have Tilted gets first blood. Boom Hunter gets first blood. More people in the chat who want to guess on who's going to get first blood in this first game of the series. I believe I said Dorjin at the start of this game. We've seen a couple: Dorjin, Tilted, Ratload, Darkcat, Tilted, Boom Hunter, Phoenix. So many things. Phoenix main is going to get the first blood. Ratload is going to get the first blood. Oy, oy. All right. Getting myself in a better position to get ready for this game. Alright, so Kiba thinks Ratlow, Darkcat, Patties, Yuki, Boom, now Dorjin, Tilted, Loki, or Phoenix will get it. Makes sense. You know what I want to see? I want to see First Blood, technically, go over to a jungle camp, just so you're wrong. I think Zonite gets it. Oh, yeah. I like him. I thank you. I appreciate that. A guy who is here for me, who believes in me. So I appreciate it. Now Tilted gonna get a little bit of damage on a Patty's wagon under the turret. Distorts away, out of harm's way, and now just getting poked down from Ratload. Ratload using the Kleptomancy to his advantage, getting himself a couple of gold, a ward, and now a health potion. Actually, not a health potion, but a ward. Hecarim now stealing away some of Dorjin's jungle right now. Dorjin's going to have to make his way down, possibly look for a gank. Yuki, Bunny, and Boom Hunter are playing really aggressive, and now Dorjin wants to look for something here on the bot lane. Boom Hunter uses the W to see if Dorjin's there. Dorjin's going to flash on forward. Does miss by just a little bit. Yuki Bunny's able to flash away from that one. That is going to be flash for flash. Definitely going to be able to help out Loki Dosi and Phoenix main, forcing Yuki Bunny back, knowing that he doesn't have flash anymore, but with Dorjin out, not having his flash, definitely could be something that could hurt him in the next couple of minutes, but for sure in favor of Loki Dosi and Phoenix main. Dragon is coming up very, very soon. Hecarim now playing towards the bottom half of the map. He did steal away Jarvan's Krugs. And now Jarvan knows that Hecarim's probably going to be playing on the bot side of the map, that he wants to play down here, and also knows that Yuki Bunny doesn't have his flash. Yuki Bunny, Boom Hunter know that Jarvan was making his way back down, so they back off a little bit. And it seems like Dorjin thinks that the ward is in that brush, but however, it is in the other brush for LSG. And that's a tricky one. That was a good ward by LSG to make sure that Jarvan wouldn't come back down. CS lead in advantage of Hecarim, and as soon as Hecarim gets to level 6, it'll be really big for them. Yuki Bunny does get the bubble landed on him. It doesn't matter. Ignite is going to tick on down. Yuki Bunny is still going to use his, or not going to use his heal, because he knows that it's not going to be able to kill him. But nice bubble by Phoenix main there. The black shield just behind the bubble, not allowing for Yuki Bunny to get away from the CC. Oh, nice flash on forward. It does seem like immediately Phoenix main flashes away from that. Teleport does come through. Now is down in the bot side. They were possibly going to look for another play, but very well-timed flash from Phoenix main there, getting himself away from that bind. Now in the mid lane, Tilted's going to jump on forward, misses the chain on the Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon doing a lot of damage to Tilted here, getting him down to half HP. He does get up to level 6 here, so there's a chance Tilted could look for an engage. Dorjin's on the opposite side of the map, making his way over to the mid lane. Now, Dorjin doesn't have his ultimate, so he's not able to follow up with anything much if he does miss the flag and drag. But now you got both summoner spells down on LSG in the bot lane. This is something that Fruition can definitely take advantage of, and LSG is going to have to worry about as they get more into the middle of this game. Loki Dosi doing a lot of damage, and Phoenix main has been very prominent on that Nami pick, and playing super, super well. A little bit of a skirmish back and forth. Seems like Patty's Wagon just pushing away Tilted away from the CS, not allowing him to grab much at all. Phoenix Main and Loki Dosi pushing out the bot lane, not allowing them to get anything. LSG is just getting pushed up in every single lane, forcing away CS to the turret and getting Fruition a bigger and bigger lead. And you know, Loki Dosi, with how strong he's been playing in this league and how strong he's been able to CS. You look at the CS difference, it's already pretty high for Fruition versus LSG here. Well, at least in the ADC role. Ratlow definitely has the advantage. Nice bubble lands onto two members. Loki Dosi's going to jump on forward. Heal does come on out. Dark Cat is there to try to help him. Dark Cat's going to jump on forward, get the nice ultimate onto Loki Dosi, and that is going to be 2 kills over to LSG. And that is first blood to Dark Cat. Let's take a little recap there just quickly and see what just happened in that fight. Dark Cat comes on in, flashes, Loki Dosi flashes away and then tries to heal, but the fear takes him down, and then the rest of LSG is able to clean up house. I'm going to move ourselves back into the main time frame here. Jarvan clearing out the ways for his team, but definitely not what they expected. Now going to use the disdain to flip Ratload over. Ratload is going to be able to get away with ease. Now almost flipped Ratload into the turret. Would have been able to get him to take 2 turret shots there. Now the rest of Fruition are going to go for this objective and be able to get this dragon here, Hecarim. They do know it's happening, but they're probably just going to have to give it away, as they do not have Patty's Wagon nearby to help them out. Dark Cat placing himself on the top side of the map. Sorry there, just getting a quick swig of water. Patty's Wagon is going to be able to pick up the blue buff for himself to hold off in this lane a little bit longer against Tilted, as Tilted keeps pressuring up the lane super hard. And you know, even though Lucian got taken down and Phoenix Main got taken down, Fruition still have the aggressive lane for the bot lane, because Lucian has a really good early game damage and also does have the Bilgewater Cutlass on his side. Ashe does as well, but with the fact that you can reset your autos and Lucian just has that more prominent early game, definitely gives them an advantage. And now it looks like Fruition wants to look for a possible gank down here in the bot lane. Tilt is going to jump on over, and now it's going to be spotted out by Boom Hunter there before he could get there. Very nicely done by Patty's Wagon to call out where Tilted was going. Now George is going to set himself in the bottom brush here. He is going to be spotted out by Ashe, and I got to give it to LSG right now. They're playing super well. They're making sure that they gain control of the map and also know where the enemy jungler is at all times. Now Hecarim making his way back to the bot lane. The bot lane is pressured up. Ashe does have her ultimate up. They could look for another fight. Georgia now making his way on down. Loki Dosi could be in a bad spot. Ultimate on forward. Loki Dosi is going to be pushed on back. Dark Cat now stuck in a bubble. Loki Dosi is going to be able to pick up the kill. Cataclysm comes on forward from Dorj, and Boom Hunter's going to have to flash away and see if they can follow up with anything. Dorjan doesn't have his combo to knock them up. Boom Hunter's going to take a lot of damage. Loki Dosi is going to get another kill for himself. That is 2 kills for him. Dark Cat went way too aggressive there. Phoenix Main able to turn that fight around with Loki Dosi. And then Dorjan making his way on over, picking themselves up 2 kills here for Loki Dosi, which is going to be huge. Now we're going to use the disdain onto Ratload. Ratload's going to have to back up a little bit. And now just trying to get the CS while also not taking too much damage here. Now they want to look for a dive. Tilted is coming in with a disdain, and Lokidosi now getting very low. Uses the heal to try to keep himself alive, but does get taken down by Dark Cat. Tilted's going to be able to pick up a kill for himself onto Yuki Bunny. Now Dark Cat on the other side could possibly look for something here on the Tilted. Phoenix Main is here to help him out. Black Shield has gone up, and Tilted is going to take a lot of damage right away. He doesn't have the ultimate to follow up, so the distortion will keep Tilted alive for now, and also will allow Dorjin to get some CS and get back into the game against Dark Cat. Dragon was already picked up earlier in the game by Fruition, that Windrake, and now Herald is still up. Definitely something both sides want to try to look for very soon. And now that the top laner, Fruition, now has his ultimate up and also has hopefully his Black Cleaver very, very soon, they could start looking for plays up in the top lane and make a play for that possible Herald. Next Dragon is coming up very soon. Lokidosi and Phoenix Main pushing up the bot lane to keep the pressure, allowing for their team to have control of that bottom river. Dark Cat has been playing around the bot side of the map very prominently, and hopefully Fruition can be able to take advantage of that and make a play up in the top lane, or even keep Dorjin down here in the bot lane against them. Tilted now trying to just clear out the wave. Patty's Wagon getting himself stronger and stronger really slowly into this game. They does have the Luden's Echo advantage on Tilted, but we know Tilted does have the gold in his pocket, but he's not able to back just yet. So Christian now trying to pressure up the wave so that he has time to back off here. Dark Cat is in the bot wave to try to help push out. Dark Cat is going to run right into Dorjin here. He's going to get knocked up, followed up by Phoenix Main, but use the ultimate to get away. Very well played by them. And now Dark Cat is on 25% HP, and Fruition can go for this dragon. Free Infernal Dragon for Fruition is definitely going to help them out so much. Tilted now looking for a fight into Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon jumps on back. Distortion is going to be able to retreat to. Chain does land. Tilted taking way too much damage. Patty's Wagon is able to just keep himself alive, and now Tilted trying to clear out the waves at the very moment, but nothing else to follow up with. Being able to pick up this blue buff for himself will definitely help Tilted in the long run. And Lokidosi and Phoenix Main will now, before the clock goes down, I believe, be able to pick up a couple of plates for themselves. Hecarim now down, or up here in the top lane. They want to look for this Herald, and now Ratlow's going on to now. Now is going to have to be careful because Dark Cat is there. Now in the bot lane, Phoenix Main gets himself very low, has to use the stopwatch. But now it's probably going to get a kill onto Dark Cat. Dark Cat is going to be taken down, and that is 2 kills over the side of LSG. LSG does take down Phoenix Main, but Urgot is going to be able to pick up that kill onto Hecarim here. But that fight in the bot lane, I wish I was able to see it. Oh, actually, you know what? We bueno, boys. Now we're going to take a look at the bot fight play here. Phoenix Main does not have flash, is not able to flash away in time. Uses the stopwatch to try to keep himself alive and then flash away, and still gets taken down beforehand. Not much he was able to follow up with in that fight. But very nice ultimate from Yuki Bunny there, starting that fight, getting himself a kill. Now we're going to push on forward into this game. And there we go. Now we're back into real time. Tilted is going to try to jump on in. Patty's going to use his ultimate to push Tilted back, but Tilted is just going to use the distortion, get himself back to the turret and safe. And now George is going to look for this Herald. They don't know that they are doing the Herald at this very moment. But at some point, Dark Cat's going to have to think that with Jarvan not being spotted for a fair amount of time, they're going to Fruition's going to look for this objective. Now, Herald is very low. They're probably going to get it for free here, as Dark Cat didn't realize it. And you know, you got to give it to Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter playing this super well, being able to get themselves 4 kills down here in the bot lane with the help of Dark Cat. But also Fruition now turning a couple of these fights around, and this is a very close game here. Tilted now jumping on forward. Dark Cat is going to get very low. Chain is there, and he's going to get a kill on the Dark Cat. Tilted pulling the trigger and going for it, realizing how much damage he has and how much little health Dark Cat will have afterwards. Takes him on down. Herald is going to be popped down in the bot lane. Dark Cat is not going to be able to help out his laners. Bot lane is definitely going to be going down in the favor of Fruition. Fruition uses the flag and drag to push on forward. Gets themselves the first turret of the game. And now could use that Herald to deal more damage here on the bot lane turret. Dorjan's going to be able to steal away some jungle camps from Dark Cat, getting himself further and further behind, getting Dark Cat further behind, and Dorjan getting himself ahead. Now Kennen looking for a teleport down here in the bot lane. They're going to use the flag and drag to knock up Ratload. Ratload is going to try to come back in, uses the ultimate to try to stun up Dorjan. Dorjan, however, is going to use the flash to get away over the wall. Flashes mastery, and now is going to be able to push the top lane with ease, knowing that Ratload now has to back and walk all the way up to the top lane. Definitely going to hurt LSG in this game. Tilted gets the chain onto Patty's wagon, and Patty's wagon is not going to be able to follow up with anything more. Fruition just play these objectives so well. Across the entire game, they're able to just take control of whatever they want. And now they've been able to take up 2 dragons, the first turret, and a herald for themselves. Definitely something that other teams need to notice and realize is that when you go up against Fruition, you need to keep an eye out on those objectives. They will focus it. So hopefully LSG over the course of the rest of this game and the next game that we have in the series, they'll be able to realize that the objective focus by Fruition is definitely about 80% of their gameplay here. Jarvan now sitting in the brush. Ash arrow does go on through. It does miss. Lokidosi is able to dash away freely without a problem. Lots of damage over to Lokidosi, but Lokidosi still has the heal and shield from Phoenix Main to keep himself nice and healthy. Yuki Bunny trying to get back into this game and just CS at the very moment, while Lokidosi and Phoenix Main hold up this mid wave. Now rest of Fruition are making their way down. The turret did not fall on the top side of the map, but they want to look for something in the mid lane pretty soon. And they actually want to look for this dragon. They know that teleport is down from Ratload, and they can give up a turret for this dragon. But if they pick up 3 dragons here, definitely is going to benefit them. Now it's going to back off here. They know Ratload is still up on the top side, so it's going to be a 4v4 situation. Anyways, Ocean Dragon is now going to be going over to Fruition. 3 dragons for them. Top lane now, Hecarim is stealing some of the jungle camps while Tilted making his way up. Tilted is going to have to possibly fight off the 2 members of LSG. But decided to back off. Nothing's going to happen. Dorjan now wandering back down to the bottom side of the map. Going to get himself some jungle camps, some more CS, more gold. And Dorjan been playing this game super well. The whole team of Fruition has been, but I also have to say, with how Yuki Bunny, Boom Hunter, and Dark Cat have been playing towards the bottom side of the map, definitely will help them in the long run, and also have been able to give them give LSG fans a little bit of hope going into this series. Now it looks like another turret is going to fall. That is the top lane turret for LSG is going to fall here. 2 turrets now to 1. Definitely going to help them out. Top lane is completely open for either side and is going to be difficult to hold. Teleport advantage is on now. He will get teleport back in just a moment. But if they do decide to look for anything, which at the moment they don't need to, he does have teleport advantage. Tilted now on the bottom side of the map. Boom Hunter trying to look for something, but just decides to push away Tilted. And this is the point in the game where both sides are just going to farm it up and try to get items so that when they do get to these team fights, they can really make a game-changing play. So at the very moment, all that's up is Baron. There's not much they can do for the Baron play as they are too weak to try to go for it at this moment. So right now, both sides just clearing out waves, keeping themselves ahead in gold. Ash Arrow does come out once again from Yuki Bunny. It does miss and go completely off the map. And now that they know the arrow is down, they could possibly look for a Baron play here. But they decided to just back off and clear out the vision control at the moment. Tilted now spotted out. Dark Cat wanted to be careful about that, and now the rest of Fruition are going to try to get on the Baron, but because Ash was able to use the vision and know that they're doing it, they're going to have to back off here. Tilted jumps away because of the bind almost landing there. Now Fruition are gonna have to go back to this Baron because the rest of LSG is just clearing out the vision on the top side of the map, not allowing them to know what is actually happening around that Baron buff. And Scuttle did just pop up, so there is something that they want to prioritize. Phoenix Main does have his wards, and I'm surprised the Morgana decided to completely finish the support item. Probably, preferably would have gone to finish out the Zonias and focus on that. Just the same thing that Phoenix Main has done already. And as you can already see, Phoenix Main has gone for that QSS. He realizes how much potential that the enemy team has with the amount of CC. With Ash Arrow, you have the Cannon Stun, the Morgana Bind, all of these different things that he wants to watch out for. So definitely a wise grab for him. Next Dragon is coming up very soon, and they want to both teams want to contest for it. They both have teleport up, and they possibly could look for another fight very, very soon. As soon as this dragon pops up, I'm not sure specifically what dragon it is, but now Tilted's on the back side of it. It's possibly going to get a pick on the Boom Hunter. Boom Hunter now in a bad position. Tilted's going to use the distortion away because he thinks that there's a possibility Yuki or Dark Cat's on the other side of the wall. Boom Hunter making his way back over. They do have vision of where Dorjin and Phoenix Main are. And now in the mid lane, Patty's Wagon keeps on pushing, and now we're going to pick up the mid lane turret, actually. Phoenix Main tries to use the QSS, not in the right time, gets himself bursted down. Ratload trying to get the ultimate onto Dorjin. Dorjin gets taken down by Patty's Wagon. LSG making super wise decisions here, and now it's going to pick up the Infernal Dragon for themselves. Tilted on the other side, trying to do something, but there's nothing much he can do. Just gonna have to jump on away. Very well played there from LSG. Excuse me, Oceanside. Oceanside Gaming looking pretty strong right now. And they do have the advantage with Ratload. Ratload doesn't have his ultimate, but they can look for another fight now that Dark Cat was on the backside. Now it had the flash away from that fight. Very close call from them. Ghost did go through from Dark Cat, but now doesn't have his flash anymore. And this could be very impactful for Fruition going further in this game. They didn't get the kind of lead that they wanted with Loki Dosi on that Lucian, and they weren't able to successfully hold off in the bot lane there. But now Patty's Wagon in a really bad position, gets taken down by Loki Dosi. Now that they're able to pick up the mid laner for Oceanside, there's a chance that they could go for this Baron. They are going for the Baron right now. It is down to 8,000 HP. The rest of the team is trying to make their way over. Ratlow does have teleport. He's going to have to teleport into the game. Tilted now is going to jump on forward, gets a lot of damage. Phoenix Main is going to use the waves to try to do something. Dark Cat's going to try to interrupt the entire fight. Cataclysm onto the backline, but it doesn't matter. We're going to deal so much damage. They're going to be able to take down two. Now a third. Fruition is down to 2 members. 3 members still alive for LSG, but that fight completely turned around for them. Oceanside Gaming completely adjusting to what was going on, using the teleport from Ratload and making the fight theirs, turning that fight around. Looks like Fruition was kind of going for an aggressive call there to go for that Baron buff, and then was not able to turn the fight around like they wanted to, even though it was a 4v5 situation.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Oceanside looking pretty good in this first game, showing and proving to people that they are definitely on the same level as Fruition right now. And that's what this series was. This series was the statement to everybody in this league that LSG is a more dominant team than you think. LSG Oceanside is the team that you need to worry about as well, not just Fruition and Recon. You need to worry about Oceanside. Fruition not looking at their A game at the very moment. Is a couple of moments, but I will say Fruition picking themselves up another turret, objective after objective. They are 3,000 gold down at this very moment, but over the course of the game can slowly gain a lead back into this, gain a lead further in this game. Now Tilted going to go on to Rattler. Rattler's taking a lot of damage. Chain does land. And now he is going to be rooted up and doesn't matter. Tilted's going to take down Rattler. Now Dark Cat is on to Tilted. Tilted taking a lot of damage. He's going to try to flash away. He does have the distortion. And Phoenix Main is going to be able to heal him up and keep him alive. Dark Cat now doesn't have his ultimate, and Fruition can look for this Baron. They know that he doesn't have his ultimate, and they can take advantage of that, and they want to burst down this Baron. Patty's Wagon, Yuki Bunny don't, or Patty's Wagon has his ultimate, Yuki Bunny does not. Nice bubble there. Thorsian is going to go on in, and he's going to get pushed away, but it doesn't matter. Loki Dose is going to be able to use the calling to finish off Patty's Wagon. That is 2 people down. Teleport is not up if Ratload even wouldn't be able to make it. Tilted is on the other side, and that is going to be a Baron for Fruition. Baron getting down to about 1,000 HP, and looks like LSG wants to try to trade it off with the Dragon, but at the same time, Dragon did not spawn at the time that they wanted to, and now Fruition can put now up in the top lane, put Loki Dosi and Phoenix Maid in that mid lane, and then take complete control of the Dragon. Tilt is going to get the turret for them. The Baron buff is going to help Tilted with ease take down this mid lane turret here. Now both sides are trying to set up for this Dragon. They know that each other is on the opposite side of the wall. Infernal Dragon, this will be the second one for either team. They want to try to pull out this Dragon to make sure that if any fight breaks out, it has to be outside of the pit. Tilted on the other side of the wall. He knows Ratload is there. He's going to jump on forward onto Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon is going to get destroyed. George is going to be able to pick up the Dragon for himself. Tilted gets hit by the arrow, and now Dark Cat's trying to follow up. Tilted is able to distort back to his team and not have to worry about much. It is a 4v5 now. Baron buff for Fruition. 2 Infernal Dragons versus 1. The rest of Fruition trying to push on forward. Loki Dose is going to use the calling to get more damage and clear out these waves. They want to push the mid lane turret. Tilted now on the backside gets so much damage. 2 people get taken down. Boom Hunter is just waiting for his demise. Yuki Bunny's going to be taken down. Over on the other side of the wall, Loki Dosi is now going to be taken down by Dark Cat. But it does not matter. Fruition is going to be able to slowly but surely take this first game for themselves, or at least the base. There still is a chance for Lakeside to come back in this one, but Fruition playing this later end of the game super well. And now they have to be careful because Tilted is 5-0-3 on one of his main signature champions. He is just insane right now. Super dominant player. And also, let's be honest, whenever you get your main champion and you're getting strong on them, you definitely have like a higher chance of being able to carry that game. And with Tilted, as you just saw in that last fight, Boom Hunter and I believe it was Ratload just got absolutely obliterated by Tilted's one distortion there. no more objectives up for them to grab except for these turrets. So now both sides are just going to have to defend or push the turrets at the very moment. Fruiti now pushing out the top side of the map and having Urgot sit on the bottom side now with that teleport definitely gives them an advantage, but it looks like LSG might want to look for a play down here in the bot lane, knowing that now is by himself. There's no one else who can help him out here. Nice damage from Darkcat there. The rest of the team is going to be able to help him out. Bind does land. It doesn't matter if Now can get any help. Now is going to be taken down, and the rest of Fruition, they're going to try to push out this top lane. They know that 4 members of LSG were on the bottom side of the map, and now they could take advantage of that by pushing out this turret. LSG trying to come forward and trying to help keep the lane alive, but it doesn't matter. Fruition has the advantage here. They have the range, they have the ability to push them away. Now LSG is just trying to hold on and turn this game back in their favor. LSG needs to make the kind of play that we saw last series with Skizm and that Kennen in the top lane holding off super strong in one of the fights down in the bot side of the map. So we need to see that kind of play from LSG's rat load, and hopefully kind of a fight that would turn around in their favor. And they need to get on to Tilted and take him down. He doesn't have Zhonya's just yet. There's a very high chance that he doesn't even go for Zhonya's here because Tilted doesn't really need it. He has a distortion to get himself away, but knowing that, there's still a chance for them to focus down onto Tilted and take him down. So it looks like Tilted is going to make his way down to the bot side, and the rest of Fruition are going to put themselves on the top side. They know that Tilted is so much stronger than Now that they're going to put their strongest player by themselves because he's able to get himself away and also clear out the waves very well while also being able to contest 2 to 3 people at the same time. Mid lane still being pushed out by these super minions. Fruition pushing out the top and bot wave. Now they're going to look for something on the top side of the map. Dorjan does wisely use the flag and drag to get over in a defensive position. Darkcat is still trying to push on forward. Ratload now trying to follow up with something else. Does get a lot of damage on Now, but Now's going to try to turn the fight around. He does get the ultimate down. Now is still bound up and doesn't matter. Dorjan now into the enemy backline is going to be able to pick up a kill for himself. Flashes on the way. Dorjan does have his GA popped and he's trying to keep himself alive. But on the other side of the map, you still have to look. Tilted is pushing out the bot wave. They're going to try to do something, and now the rest of Fruition is just trying to cancel out the back. Patty's Wagon doing a lot of damage to Loki Dosi, but now you have Tilted, the strongest player, dealing so much damage. He's going to flash on forward. He's just going to try to end this game. Tilted's just going to try to end this game. He has so much damage that he can fight all the members of Lakeside, and the rest of Fruition just trying to stop their backs at the very moment. There's so much for them. Yuki Bunny's going to take some damage. Now Fruition is going to try to push on forward. Fruition Tilted is just going to be able to end this game. Jumps on forward, the distortion does land. Yuki Bunny is going to heal himself away, but is going to be able to take down Tilted. The rest of Fruition picks up a kill onto Azir there. Very, very close indeed, and Tilted completely opening up the base there for him. Now Fruition have two possible objectives they can look for. They could look for that Baron, or they could look for the Ocean Dragon. They could look to go Baron and then Ocean Dragon. Definitely something that would help them out. Now pushing away Darkcat, not allowing him to take advantage. Darkcat doesn't have his GA, and Dorjan doesn't have his GA. But that is going to hurt Darkcat more, especially when they want to look for something here. Nice arrow from Ash. Yuki Bunny lands it onto Now. Now is going to get feared. Not even feared away. Darkcat misses the ultimate. He doesn't have any more mana. And now was going to try to use the ultimate, but it doesn't matter. Bind does land onto Now. They're going to try to follow up with something else. Now is going to be taken down, and that is going to be a free Ocean Dragon over the side of Fruition. They realize how many members are on the top side of the map. They're going to use that advantage and take the objective on the bottom half. Now the rest of Fruition making their way up to the Dragon. They want to possibly look for the Dragon play and maybe even get a pick onto someone who's trying to clear out vision here. And now LSG is going to call for the Baron. They realize Tilted's on the bottom side of the map, and Yuki Bunny has a lot of damage. So they're going to try to go for this Dorchin on the other side. He's going to jump on in and use the Cataclysm, and the Baron is going to be taken down by Dark Cat. Dark Cat's going to be able to smite it. And now Tilted's trying to backdoor. The rest of Fruition, all they have to do is try to stop the backs here. They're going to stop one back. They're going to stop two. Their one back did go through. Two backs did go through. Tilted's going to have to worry about that. The rest of Fruition trying to deal some damage onto them. Tilted's going to try to jump away from Dark Cat. Patty's Wagon and Ratlow keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Does force him to back off. Tilted almost gets the back door. What an insane first game here. Fruition realizing that they're in a bit of trouble. LSG is looking really good this game, and there's a really high chance of them being taken down. Fruition just trying to do what they can. They know that Tilted's strong. They possibly could look for that back door, but with the Baron buff, they're able to back off there, and the rest of Fruition couldn't even fight a 2v2 situation. Yuki Bunny is so strong now that Loki Dosi and Phoenix Main cannot fight Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter 2-on-2. Tilted does realize where the rest of the enemy is. Red buff is going to be taken down with ease by Yuki Bunny. And now, base is open. Bot lane does have the super minions being pushed up. And the rest of LSG can just hold the waves with that Baron buff. Tilted now making his way back down to the bot lane here. Now, this is where this game could completely change for Fruition and go in their favor. As soon as Fruition gets that Elder Dragon up, they want to look for it, and if they can get the Elder Dragon, they have 4 dragons compared to 1. The amount of extra damage, extra speed, and health regen that Fruition will get will be insane. They will turn Oceanside into Puddleside this game. Right now, Oceanside, they are looking good. Tilted now on the other side. Diz almost gets bound, but gets away there.
Blue team's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Alright, now on the other side, LSG. Just clearing out the waves. Not much they can do with the Baron because the rest of their base is open. But both inhibitors are now back up. Fruition's going to have to try to make a play soon for that, or even just wait it out and try to go for this Elder Dragon. Tilted now keeps the pressure on the bot side of the map. He knows that there's no one person who can contest him alone, and so he's just keeping that pressure up while the rest of his team is able to get themselves ahead by getting jungle camps, clearing out some of the other waves. Now Tilted could be in a bad spot here. He does use the distortion to get away. But next dragon is coming up very, very soon. The rest of Fruition want to look for this next dragon, as I believe it is the Elder Dragon. We'll take a second to see here. It is going to be the Elder Dragon. The Elder Dragon is definitely something that they want. They're questioning why their top laner, why Ratload is not up on the top side at the very moment. Now it's spotted out, or now Ratload is spotted out, and now, but Dragon coming up very soon. Fruition needs to focus on this dragon, making sure that LSG does not take it away from them, and this will be a huge advantage for Fruition if they can get it themselves. Tilted gets himself away. Dark Cat tried to look for something there, but both sides have most of their summoner spells. Yuki Bunny and Loki Dosi don't have their flash. Patty's Wagon doesn't have his flash. And now Arrow is going to go on through. It's going to hit Dorchin. Dorchin's flag is not going to go where he wanted, but now Dark Cat's going to disrupt the rest of the fight. Ratload is going to get in on the back line. Yuki Bunny is going to deal so much damage. Patty's Wagon now going to try to get Tilted. Tilted's going to get very low. Dorchin's going to try to get out. Tilted's going to be able to pick up a kill onto Patty's Wagon. They're going to turn this fight around. Now is going to deal so much damage. Ratload gets taken down. Tilted now going to be destroyed by Dark Cat. Now and the rest of his team are trying to push on forward to make sure that they cannot get this next dragon. This Dane goes forward. Boom Hunter does land the bind, however. And now it is a 3-on-3 situation here, but definitely in favor of LSG. Now push on forward. Oh my goodness! Phoenix Main just takes down Boom Hunter with now his damage, and now Dorjan's going to jump on in. He's going to be able to steal the dragon away, and now Dark Cat is going to be able to pick up a kill for himself. Yuki Bunny's going to try to turn this fight around. Dorjan's the last one left, and they are not going to have the dragon for themselves at all. It does not matter. Yuki Bunny is so strong right now. It is insane. All he has to do is have that front line, which is Dark Cat, and be able to turn the fight around. Fruition is scrambling. They're trying to figure out what to do, and LSG is Oceanside right now. We're going to do a quick little replay of what that fight just happened. So we're going to see the start of the fight happen. Dorjan is going to have to jump back in the top side over here. You're going to see a skirmish between Ratlow. Ratlow is going to take down Loki Dosi. Now it's going to have to flash on over. Then they turn the fight around just a little bit. But down here in the fight, Tilt is going to try to jump on over. He gets knocked up and then gets himself taken down. Now is then just going to try to follow up with anything that he can. And slowly you'll see the rest of the team try to do something. Dorjan does get away for just a second. GA is still up on Dark Cat, which is definitely an advantage, and Dorjan got his GA taken down. Phoenix Man gets taken down, and they try to look for the dragon play here, but in the end, because look at this damage from Yuki Bunny. Look at this, just a turret. There's nothing that he is able to do, and it will help later on as soon as he's able to finish that Thornmail, but for now, LSG is on a roll. We're going to zoom on forward a little bit. I don't believe anything has happened at the very moment. Alright, so now we are going to see the play for Baron. Both sides want to try to look for this Baron. Ash Arrow does land onto now. Tilted's on the backside now. Uses the disdain to get away. Nice knockup from Phoenix Man. They're going to try to get onto the enemy support. Dark Cat is able to get on the backline. Now is by himself against Yuki Bunny. Dark Cat is going to have the GA to keep himself alive. Loki Dosi going to try to get more damage onto Dark Cat, but it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, top laner for top laner here. Fruition were almost able to turn that fight around, but it seems like most of those fights, they get split up with Dark Cat's ulting into the back line and kind of keeping the attention on him, while the rest of his team is able to get in onto now and the rest of their front line for Fruition. In this next fight, they need to have Tilted somehow get onto Ashe and take her down. It is very difficult because of Boom Hunter being right on top of Yuki Bunny at all time, protecting him. But at some point, they got to do something. Patty's Wagon is going to start up this Baron for LSG. They're going to start the teleport coming through now. Is going to follow up with his teleport. The rest of the team, Dorjan's going to have to jump in very soon. The Baron does get taken down by Dark Cat, and the rest of Fruition is just getting destroyed. Ratlow now has his ultimate. It's going to stun up the rest of Fruition. Fruition just getting buried alive. And that is 3 kills for LSG and the Baron. All 5 members of LSG are still alive. Fruition are running rampant, trying to figure out what is going on. This is a 45-minute game here. LSG is able to pick themselves up the Baron, and now 3 kills. They're pushing on forward in this base. The rest of LSG are trying to clean up house. This game is insane. Fruition trying to hold on a little bit longer. Loki Dosi and Phoenix. Phoenix Man gets a nice stun, but it doesn't matter. Yuki Bunny gets him taken down. The base was almost taken down for Fruition. They almost were able to close it out, but in the end, LSG, Oceanside Gaming, picks up the victory. Excuse me one moment as I do get the lights back on for myself. Holy crap, what a game. We thought at the start LSG would definitely be the underdog in this game. Definitely have to work their way up in this series to get back into it. And you know, with the way that played out, it looked like the opposite. LSG was just dominating for parts of the game, and then you saw Fruition's domination come into play, just a back and forth fight, and in the end LSG was able to pick up the win, but Fruition got this close. Tilted got the Nexus down to 25% HP, but before getting taken down. All right, and I believe we are going to take a quick pause, but the pause may be short and abrupt if there is a change in how fast they get into the champion select. But for right now, we're going to go into intermission, and stay tuned. This series has already begun to be a fantastic one, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this series, Game of the Week. You have LSG versus Fruition, and we hyped up this match and this series because we knew how good it was gonna be, and LSG proving people wrong, people saying Fruition is gonna dominate them. There's no way that LSG can come back and be able to, or LSG would be able to even handle them. And last game really showed that Fruition and LSG, at least LSG has definitely a chance against Fruition. And one of the first teams to make Fruition not have a dominant 2-0 game. And now LSG pick up the first win for themselves in the series. Now if LSG can take home the second game here in a 2-0 fashion, that'd be insane. Definitely looking at this series to probably go to a game 3, but you never know, like just what happened last game. LSG could take it home 2-0, and we'll see what's going to happen in a minute. We're going to get into the pick and van phase at this very moment, and let's get game 2 started. Alright, so first off we have Fruition on the blue side, going to be banning off the Yorick first ban. And then on the side of Lakeside or Oceanside, they are going to ban off the Kazakhs. Making sure that Dorjan cannot have his primary pick. Definitely something that they need to focus on. Corky's going to be banned out and taken away from Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon super strong in that Corky pick every single time. Make sure they keep that away from him. Heckram now is going to be the next banned off by Fruition. And final ban, looks like Lakeside's going to go for another jungle ban here. Kazakhs and Rek'Sai going to be the banned out. Now they do have first pick. They could grab something for Phoenix Main, Loki Dosi, maybe get more of a comfort, or maybe even Dorjan, grab something early on. Yep, they're going to grab onto the Thresh here in the early part of this game. Something else that's still open that they could possibly look for is a Braum. Braum is definitely a very strong champion. Skarner going to be grabbed for LSG. Now, they do have a chance to pick out the top laner right now if they wanted to, or the jungle, because Skarner's been grabbed. It does look like they're going to hover the Kaisa for Loki Dosi here in this game. Not sure if they're going to decide on grabbing that for themselves here. And it does look like they're going to grab the Kaisa for themselves. Still a couple junglers still up for Dorjan. You got Kindred who's up, Sejuani. You have the Jarvan still up. Not the greatest showing for him last game, but definitely still something that he can grab. Sejuani is going to be shown here. Yes, and this song that we're playing in the background is One Punch Man. Now it looks like LSG is going to grab that Urgot as their final pick for this first part of the draft. Now they're going to ban out the Aurelia, taking that away from Loki, from Tilted, and now making sure that he's not allowed to have that for himself. Now, next pick that they could possibly do. Definitely a good ban by Fruition, taking away Ashe, not allowing for Yuki Bunny to have that Ashe. Last game, he was completely dominant on it. Definitely something that Yuki Bunny was thriving off of, and also LSG was able to use to their advantage. Kennen going to be the last ban for LSG. Lucian going to be the last ban for Fruition here. Now you got 4 picks left, what they could possibly go for. Vayne is still up, Tristana is still up. You have these champions, these 80 carries who can hard carry these games. Jinx is definitely something that's still up. Many different 80 carries, and it looks like, looks like a Sivir. I missed that one. Sivir is going to be the one grabbed. Definitely something that will help against the Thresh. And I do like the Braum up against the Kaisa. Now, here for Fruition, they want to look for a melee champion, especially with Sejuani on your team. You need to make sure you grab something that can definitely help your passive even further. So maybe in the top lane, a Scion, or maybe something like an Aatrox would help them out. And it does look like they are going to go with the Scion pick up in the top lane, possibly. Yes, and they're going to lock that one. Now the final pick is for Tilted up in the mid lane, and Tilted does have LeBlanc up, but he decides that he may want to look at the Ahri here. He still has LeBlanc possibility up for him. Definitely something that could be beneficial for Fruition. Yep, and they're going to grab the Ahri pick here, and now Patty's Wagon is the last one left. They could grab anything for him. And it looks like they decide to go with the Azir pick as their final pick of this game. So now, Patty's Wagon on the Azir last game didn't seem like he did too much in the end there, but it did seem like over the course of the game was able to scale and help out his team a fair amount. I will have to give it to Yuki Bunny for the damage output last game was pretty insane for them, and slowly was able to make LSG gain the victory in this series. All right, we are now getting ourselves further and further into the replay delay. We have about 3 minutes until the game is going to start. Everybody in the chat, come on now. This is a hype series. This is a hype game 2 for us. LSG can take it home. They can take home the series 2-0 right now, or Fruition can turn this around and make this go into a Silver Scrapes game 3 moment. Who do you think's going to take it home, chat? Who get a little feisty with each other, get a little hyped up for this game 2 here in the Nightfall Champions League. If Fruition win this, we're gonna go late. We're gonna make this series go late. You better stay on. You better keep on watching because this is hyped. Now, as we do wait for the spectators delay, I'm gonna keep it on the Fruition versus the Lakeside pick and ban, but at the very moment I do not have much else to add on. I'm just going to put some music behind it, let you guys enjoy, and wait for the next 2 minutes of until the game is going to start up. Alright, here we go into game number 2 of this series between LSG and Fruition. Up in the top lane, you have Scion with FE now, Dorjin on the Sejuani, Tilted on the Ahri, Lokidosi Phoenix main on the Kaisa Thresh bot lane duo. Up in the top lane, you have Ratload on the Urgot, Dark Cat on Skarner, Patty's Wagon on his patented Azir, and Yuki Bunny Boom Hunter on that Sivir Braum. Getting ourselves into this game number 2. You will see the game will lag just for 1 second, but that is me doing a couple of things. And now we are into game number 2. LSG now making their way over to the top side of the map. They did ping out something that they might want to look for. They want to try to get Dark Cat's passive, the Crystal for Skarner. Rest of LSG making their way over to this in case there's a possible invade from Fruition here. Rest of LSG now going to walk on forward. Ahri is going to spot them out right away. They pinged off where Now is, and the rest of the team is now going to make their way on over. They want to get control of this because if they do, it will give it a little bit better of a chance for Dark Cat to come and take the scuttle a lot quicker. A lot of pings now for Fruition. They want to try to make their way down to the bot side of the map and take control of this blue buff. Possibly going to look for something onto Boom Hunter and Yuki Bunny, but both of them playing super smart, super passive, and making their way around the entire part, or on the entire part of the jungle. Deep ward there for Fruition. Not going to give them much vision there, but still going to be able to help them out in case Dark Cat does walk across that. It is very late. The game, this series could possibly go into the next day. It is getting that late. We may go into Friday for this game. Wait, Friday. What am I saying? Thursday. See, I'm even tired. I got my days off. But, still, this is an amazing matchup between two really good teams, and LSG being able to pick up the first game, making this series definitely more and more exciting. And how close it was in the last game with the fact that they Fruition almost backdoored, and then the end of the game with Yuki Bunny being able to just dominate the playing field. Pings back and forth. Garner now pinging away that the opposite scuttle is open for them to grab. Dorjin did grab the topside scuttle, and now Dark Cat wants to take control of at least one for himself to keep himself equal with Dorjin. Now and Ratload just dealing damage back and forth. The Stain onto Now, going to take a little bit of damage, but if Now plays this right, Sejuani is making his way up. And now Ratload has no mana. This could be really bad for Ratload up in the top lane. Dorjin is going to jump on forward, and now Ratload's going to flash immediately. Not too much is probably going to happen in the early part of this game. Both sides just have champions that are better in the mid to late game. So, probably not going to see too much action at this very moment, but definitely later in the game going to get very intense for both sides. Pings back and forth. It does seem like LSG think that Dorjin is in that brush. Nice hooks from Phoenix main there. Boom Hunter now pushing on forward. Gets 2 stacks onto Phoenix main, but Phoenix main taking no damage there. Boom Hunter getting half health. Dorjin now making his way on over, and LSG know that Dorjin's there. Pinging that away, making sure that they can get away safely without any problems. Skarner making his way back up to the top side of the map, and possibly going to look for a gank pretty soon, especially when Ratload gets that ultimate of his. The fear beyond death. Dragon is up in about 30 seconds here. Not sure what dragon it is yet. We're going to move the camera over away from the directed just to see. It is going to be the Windrake once again. It seems like the Windrake has been the prominent dragon, or the most used dragon in this day of games. Skarner now making his way over. Ping, Dorjin pinging that Dark Cat is there. Dark Cat trying to make his way on now. Gets stunned up. But the rest of LSG are making their way on over. They have the lane pressured up now, and Tilted are not able to do much there. And Patty's Wagon playing this really well against Tilted right now, pushing him up, forcing him away, not allowing him to do much. Sejuani going to use the Blast Cone on over. Nice hook from Phoenix Man on the Boom Hunter. Boom Hunter is soaking up so much damage there. And now on the top side of the map, they're going to try to look for something here onto Ratload. Ratload, however, is going to turn this fight around. That's going to be first blood for Ratload. Very well played there by Dark Cat. Going to be able to turn that fight around, turn that gank around into a counter gank by playing nearby, knowing that Dorjin was up on the top side. And now with Ratload picking up that kill, as soon as the next fight breaks out for Now versus Ratload, it is going to be really hard for Now to be able to hold the wave, especially when it makes it past halfway past the lane. Sejuani now on the bottom side of the map. Yuki Bunny, Boom Hunter, Loki, and Phoenix Main kind of just playing this one passive. Phoenix Main tried to look for a couple of picks, but because Boom Hunter has that shield, has been able to just block so much damage. And in chat, if somebody does want to see a replay of the fight, please say something and I will show a replay. Later in the game, I will keep the game going as is and not show any replays, but in the early parts of the game, if you do want to see a specific fight that happened just about 30 seconds ago or a minute ago, I would love to show it to you. Nice hook there from Phoenix Main onto Yuki Bunny. Yuki Bunny using the shield afterwards. A lot of damage blocked from Boom Hunter, but only thing that happened, Boom Hunter gets taken down to about half HP, but not too much that Loki and Phoenix can do here against that shield. Phoenix Main now walking up forward, knows that Sivir is low on mana, and it is going to be very difficult for them to even look for, or for Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter to even try to contest that. So Phoenix Main wisely pushing himself on forward. Dark Cat resetting. He was on the top side of the map, and now that Dorjin is on the top side, there is a chance that Now and Dorjin can make a play onto Ratload. Dragon is up and Tilted, getting some vision control for his team so that he's able to walk on over if they decide to go for this dragon. And now Dark Cat making his way down to the bottom side of the map. Next dragon is going to be coming. Our next dragon is up at the very moment. Charm does miss by Tilted. Patty's Wagon getting some damage off, but about an equal trade. Tilted does heal off of his Q there. And now LSG can push on forward to get this dragon for themselves. Dorjin is on the other side. He's by the Raptor's pit, but it doesn't seem like they can actually contest this. Loki Dosi and Phoenix Main are back at base, making their way on up to the lane, but this is going to be a free dragon for LSG here in the early game. Now that Dark Cat has his ultimate, he has his boots, there is a chance he could look for something onto Tilted here in the mid lane, or Dark Cat can make his way down to the bot lane and possibly look for a gank there. But this is something that Fruition has to be taken account for and be careful of, is that Dark Cat now has the Impale ready to go and up, and can be a complete game-changing ultimate. Ratload using the vision to realize that Sejuani is not there, and Tilted trying to go for a solo kill onto Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon pushes them away, but that is going to be a 1-for-1 in the mid lane. I didn't think they were going to go for that fight, but then Tilted decided to try to dive in on him, and that is technically a solo kill for Patty's Wagon here. And it looks like in the chat, if in the bottom left, you can see that Tilted's joking around with Patty's Wagon about win trading, but now we do see Dark Cat and Dorjin are going to set themselves up on the bottom side of the map. Dark Cat's going to jump on forward onto Phoenix Main, knock him up. Phoenix Main is going to be taken down really quickly and very well played by LSG, and now they're going to get themselves even further in this game. Dorjin was just down there in the bot side. They were trying to look for something, but they were playing pretty far back. And then Dark Cat, with the Flash Impale, was able to pick up a kill for his team. Definitely going to be something that Fruition has to worry about going through this game. And Bully0131, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Patty's Wagon getting a little bit of damage on the Tilted, trying to pressure the way both mid laners, trying to keep up this pressure in the mid lane to make sure that their jungler has priority over the map. Lots of vision here on the bottom side when that dragon was up for Fruition, and now because they have all that vision there, they can move that vision to the opposite side of the map and still use that vision to their advantage. Now they know that Phoenix Main is there. He's making his way across. The bot lane. Dark Cat is on the top side of the map, and Dorjin now going to look for something in the mid lane. Patty's Wagon does get the ult landed on him. Charm does land, and that is going to be a kill over to Tilted here in the mid lane. Now they're going to turn this fight around. Disdain gets on to Now. Now is going to get very low, and the Fear Beyond Death is going to bring him in. And it doesn't matter if he tries to charge away. To LSG, Oceanside have been playing this game super well, and now the rest of LSG just trying to push out the waves. Loki Dosi trying to get onto Yuki Bunny. Yuki Bunny is alone. He does have the shield, but that's the only thing. Flashes on forward. Phoenix Main, and the flash for the flash. It does not really worth for Yuki Bunny to try to get that plate, but they could turn this fight around. Boom Hunter's going in onto Phoenix Main. Phoenix Main with the beautiful dodge. Flay does come out. Boom Hunter still is going to be able to block a lot of damage because of that shield. Hook does land, however. Tilted now in very dangerous spot. Dark Cat's able to pull him away, and wow, Patty's Wagon able to push him back under the turret. In this very moment, it is 0-1 in the favor of LSG. LSG is trying to bring this series home by winning this game, and Fruition's trying to come back in this series by winning this one and making this go on to a Game 3. Now LSG is going to go for this Herald. They do have the advantage. Dorjin is going to have to back here 3 members of LSG on this side of the wall, and now is not going to be able to help out whatsoever. And because Tilted got taken down, that is a free Herald for them. And nice hook there by Phoenix Main. Yuki Bunny's going to get trapped up. He's going to be taken down so quickly, and Loki Dosi and Phoenix Main going to get themselves a kill here down in the bot lane. Really well played there. Loki Dosi and Phoenix Main looking good. Phoenix Main back onto one of his pick and carry potential supports, being that Thresh, picking it up in the first part of the game. Tilted now using the slow to going forward. Charm does miss. Tilted is going to ult backwards, but very well played there. Patty's Wagon did have his cleanse up in case the Charm did land, but Patty's Wagon, realizing how hard the Tilted wanted to engage on him, backs off and gets himself in a safer position. Ratlow just putting all the pressure onto Now, and Now not allowed to help out his team very much in this game. In the mid lane, Dorjin and Tilted are there. Boom Hunter is setting up some vision here in the Dragon Pit. I'm going to move the view to the Dragon Pit just for 1 second. It's going to be the Mountain Drake here. And now Dorjin going to try to clear out some vision for his team. Why did it go to the top lane? Come on now. Let's go back to the bot lane. Oh, never mind. Maybe there actually is going to something happen. Now is going to charge on forward, and is possibly going to try to make a play for the bot for this dragon here. They want to make sure that Now doesn't have to use his teleport, as Ratload was making his way on down. Tilt is going to get the nice slow. Charm is going to land. Disdain, however, is going to be able to put himself in a better position for his team. Dark Cat's going to have to use the Herald here. He's going to pop it forcing possibly a 5v5 situation here in the next couple of seconds. They want to try to get this Herald up, pushed up, and maybe even look for a fight. But now they're going to use the Herald as a distraction to get onto this dragon here. Dark Cat is in a bad position. Tilted now doesn't have charm for about 9 seconds for this fight. The rest of LSG have to play this very carefully if they want to try to get this dragon. Tilted now going on forward. Nice charm does land. Boom Hunter is going to get stunned up, but it doesn't matter. Knockup is going to land onto Ratload. Ratload and the rest of LSG are going to get targeted. Dark Cat now trying to look for something, but he gets himself in a really bad position. Urgot is going to use the Fear Beyond Death, but find nothing. Patty's Wagon is going to push on forward. Nothing else is going to be able to follow. Double kill for Loki Dosi in the end. Now, Tilted's going to flash on forward, try to get the charm. Charm, I believe, is going to be up in just a second, and the rest of LSG is just trying to run away. Fruition trying to push on forward, get themselves the kill. Boom Hunter seemed like he lagged a little bit there, had to force a flash out of it, and Fruition taking advantage of this game. Fruition using that Herald as a LSG using that Herald as a distraction, but then was not able to take out the dragon fast enough. And then Dark Cat seemed a little bit questionable what he wanted to do there, and it seemed like there was a little bit of miscommunication for LSG in the end of that fight. But still, LSG, even though they were in the lead there, now Fruition has kind of it's just equaled out the game for them. Not too much of a worry for LSG, but definitely something that they need to take into account. Ratload now going to be stealing away the blue buff from Dorjan, bringing him down, or stealing away the blue buff from Tilted, not allowing him to take it for himself. And right now it's going to be that time of game where both sides are going to look to get some CS for themselves and get back into this game, get some items. And you know, Tilted with that Glacial Augment and then the slow makes it really difficult for some of the players on LSG to be able to position themselves correctly in these fights. And in chat, I do want to ask something. How does the stream look? How is the stream quality to you? I believe I'm running on a certain frames, but I am having a little trouble with a Wi-Fi signal at the moment. So I just want to make sure that it is all good on your end still, and you're able to see the game correctly. Phoenix Main tried to look for a hook there, not able to follow up with anything. But now this is the part of the game, like I said, where it's just going to be farming up. And Tilted now has 2 of the items to proc Glacial Augment. Definitely will be able to help them out in the later. Definitely will be able to help him out in this part of the game and later on. Tilted does get the nice charm. Patty's going to have to use the cleanse, but he's going to try to go on forward onto Tilted. Tilted's going to have to ult away. Patty's got aggressive there, realizing that he could take advantage of the fact that he used the charm. Now is going to use the Unstoppable Onslaught and push it on forward to get himself back up to the top lane. He doesn't have teleport, so clear out the wave and then also use that to just reset. Alright, thank you in chat to making sure that the stream is still going well for you guys, because this is an intense series and I want to make sure that this is the best quality that you can get at the very moment, especially with how my signal is back and forth at the very moment. So that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are here. And also, this is one of the most intense series that we've seen in the Champions League, or maybe even the most intense series of the Champions League at this very moment. Would you not agree? I think I said that wrong, but now Dorjan's going to jump in on the Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon is going to have to flash away from that one, and that's going to be more of an advantage for Tilted and Dorjan to push out this mid lane wave. Dark Cat is going to make his way on over. He does have his ultimate up and flash. He could look for something possibly. Slows do come down from Tilted. Predator has been procced. Little bit of a BM there, and Ratload now over in the mid lane, going to try to help out, push this one out, and not have to worry about two. Dark Cat flashes on forward, tries to get the impale, but gets charmed up, and now Tilted is going to get very low. The ultimate from Urgot is going to land on him, but is not going to take him down. Dark Cat tried to look for the impale onto Tilted, but the charm was just right to make sure that he wasn't that he would not get stuck up. And there's 3 kills now over to Lokidosi. Definitely going to be very strong when it comes down to these team fights, and something they're going to have to worry about. Hopefully Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter can use the shield Braum, the Braum shield, and then also the shield on Yuki Bunny to their advantage and keep themselves alive. Ratload now using the Infinite Purge to just push this turret, while now is over in the mid lane. And I have to say, the way LSG has been playing these past 2 games, they've been playing the objectives really well. And we know that Fruition, they play the objectives very, very well every single time. And so we got to give them credit for being able to turn this one around. I said it earlier in the first matchup that they needed to do something to go against Fruition's objective control. Next dragon is up, and the next dragon is going to be the Windrake here. Another Windrake coming out. Definitely not going to help out LSG too much, but it will help out engages with Dark Cat. Dark Cat is going to pop the Predator. He wants to look something from the mid lane. Charm does miss. He's just going to back off here. Now Boom Hunter making his way up, and now Phoenix Main and Lokidosi could look for a play onto Yuki Bunny, or at least keep the pressure up, because they know that Boom Hunter is up towards the dragon. And that's the next thing they want to look for. Now doesn't have his teleport for the next 30 seconds, and Ratload will have his teleport in the next 15 seconds. Definitely a chance for a fight here at this dragon. Dorjin may look for something onto Yuki Bunny. Yuki Bunny backing off, knowing that Fruition is around, and they are going to look for this dragon. Dark Cat is started it up. I don't think that Fruition knows it just yet, but now Dark Cat's going to have to back off away from this dragon at the very moment. Oh, excuse me, it's late. Fruition's going to have to clear out the vision and then hopefully start taking this dragon for themselves. They do start it up right away from where Dark Cat had it, and now that Dark Cat is going is back here, the teleport does come through from Ratload. They want this dragon, and now is going to use the unstoppable onslaught. Hook does land onto Patty's Wagon. Nice double ultimate there. Braum canceling out 2 or 3 dashes from the members of Fruition. Ratload's able to pick up. No, he's not. He's going to be taken down before he can take a kill onto Dorjin. Nice charm does land onto Yuki Bunny. Fruition turning this game around, and they want this game to, or this series to go into game 3. Now Fruition can make their way up to the Baron and look for a possible Baron play. They have 4 members of LSG down. There is no stopping them at this very moment. Teleport is down from Ratload, and this is definitely a easy Baron for them, as they do have the Mountain Drake, and Lokidosi on that Kaisa is super strong here. Fruition realizing that after the first match they need to do something here to make sure that they don't lose their 4-0 to 5-0 streak, and LSG wants to break that hopefully in this game or in the game 3. Fruition trying to hold on here. They were very close in the last game, and if LSG wants to get back into this game, they need to make it to where they can scale. They need Yuki Bunny to get ahead. They need to have it where Patty's Wagon gets himself ahead as well, and also Dark Cat gets a pick that they really need. It's been very difficult for Dark Cat to look for any pick because of the disengage from Fruition, but at some point they got to look for something. Yuki Bunny's able to pick up the bot lane turret for them, and the top lane turret is going to be fallen or taken down by Ratload here. Dark Cat now sees Tilted. He wants to try to get onto Tilted. Tilted uses the ultimate to get away. Charm does land. Dark Cat's taking a lot of damage. I think he might get taken out here. Boom Hunter was going to help him out, but does get himself in a really bad position here. Yuki Bunny now going to try to help out his teammate, but Boom Hunter is just going to be taken down. Sejuani gets a double kill. Fruition just getting pick after pick. Dark Cat tried to look for something there, and you know, with the fact that he doesn't have a QSS yet, it's very difficult for him to make those engages, and also Tilted was able to use the ultimate over the wall, keep himself alive, and not have the impale to worry about there. Now LSG being pushed up here and pushed on forward. Dorjin on the other side, or Phoenix Man on the other side of the wall, possibly going to look for a hook. Charm almost lands on the Patty's Wagon. Now Patty's Wagon is going to get slowed up. A little bit of damage onto him. Ratload now just trying to hold up the top lane, as now is trying to push it on forward. Bramble Vest is in the advantage of now here, and Ratload going to take some damage from doing damage to himself. Dorjan and the rest of Fruition maybe looking for something on the top side of the map. The rest of LSG making their way on over. Darkhead flashes on forward onto Phoenix Main. Phoenix Main does use the QSS to try to get away. Beautiful ultimate there from Boom Hunter and Patty's Wagon, knocking them up. Can they follow up with anything more? Nice ultimate there from Ratload, getting the fear off to the rest of the team. LSG trying to clean up house, trying to turn this fight back around, and it looked like that is going to be 3 kills for LSG. The ultimate from Patty's Wagon, pushing 4 members of Fruition, and then the ultimate, the Glacial Fissure from Boom Hunter, keeping them CC, not allowing them to do much, turning the fight around completely, and then Ratload being able to get a execute on one of the enemies and use that fear beyond death to fear away 2 members of Fruition. LSG turning this game around in their favor. Hook does land for Phoenix Main, but they don't have any of their carries up to try to turn this fight around. LSG are looking good at this very moment. Oh my goodness, beautiful combo there from LSG to be able to turn that fight in their favor. It did seem like Fruition tried to go a little too aggressive there and look for something on the top side against Ratload, and then LSG were able to turn that around in their favor. And now LSG picking up more and more items for themselves, definitely getting themselves back into this game. And you know, with the QSS off of Loki Dosi at the very moment, and hopefully soon Skarner decides to grab possibly the QSS for himself, they can keep making picks like that. The flash forward to get onto Phoenix Main. Phoenix Main using that QSS to keep himself alive just for a little bit longer. He does get himself out of the fight, but the rest of his team gets knocked up and stuck up next to the wall. Not much that he can do. Very well played there in the end of that fight. Fruition now, they do have the aggressive play. They do have the advantage in this game right now. So they're able to play on forward, and LSG has to play back and play for more of the passive protection game at the moment. LSG just deciding what they want to do here at the very moment. They can't really put themselves too far forward as Phoenix Main is walking around, and also you have now on that Scion who can initiate for a pick, Tilted as well with the charm. Every single member of Fruition are able to pick off an enemy, and the composition from them is really, really holding up for them. If LSG is able to get Tilted and Loki Dosi, it is very hard for Fruition to turn that fight back around in their favor, because Tilted and Loki Dosi are the 2 main sources of damage and their carry. But I will say, for Tilted and Loki Dosi, they do have pretty good disengages, and also with Phoenix Main on that Thresh can protect him a fair amount. So, definitely a very good composition, but also, if LSG want to win these fights, get Tilted and Loki Dosi down, which will be very difficult, but if they can, like they did in the last fight, they could take home this victory 2-0. Fruition is ahead at the very moment. They have 3 dragons to 1, 11 kills to 8. And now it's 50k to 45k. Tilted and the rest of the team now know where the enemy is. They use that slow to gain the advantage and now gain control around this Baron. Now Fruition trying to look for a possible play on this Baron here. This could be the next fight that ends the game. Tilted gets a nice charm onto Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon tries to get something but doesn't have the ability to follow up. Now with the unstoppable onslaught, doesn't find anyone. Tilted finds its charm onto Ratlow. Ratlow trying to get himself away. Boom Hunter with a nice 4-man ultimate. He's going to try to turn this fight around. Tilted's going to have to flash away from that fight. Ratlow gets very low, gets taken down by Kaisa. Loki Dosi just going to steamroll the rest of this fight, and that's a double kill. Patty's Wagon playing way too aggressive there. Gets himself caught out, and now Fruition go for the Baron. And now Fruition picking themselves up a couple more kills, a Baron buff, and now are going to be able to push out this top lane. LSG really need to do something soon that is game-changing, just like that last fight we saw that went in the favor of LSG, but need to make sure that Patty's Wagon and doesn't make those kind of plays. Maybe he had a little bit of a lag situation there, went a little too aggressive and got himself caught out. Starting now on the other side, using the Predator, trying to look for something in on the fight. Very hard to do that with 3 frontliners now. Dark Cat is going to try to look for something there. Charm does land onto Dark Cat. They may use the ultimate onto now. They're going to jump on forward. Boom Hunter's trying to block it up. Now is going to be able to... Oh, going to get taken down. Tilt is going to get very low. The rest of LSG is going to try to push on forward. Kaisa is still in the back line dealing so much damage. And the rest of LSG is going to be taken down slowly but surely. Loki Dosi doing so much damage. And that is a 2 for 2 here in this game. Loki Dosi definitely having the favor against Yuki Bunny at the very moment. Now Boom Hunter going up forward, misses the Q onto Phoenix main, but they do want to look for possibly something else. Boom Hunter's going to be taken down very low. Dorton's going to push on forward, and looks like Fruition are going to make this game go on to game 3 possibly. Right now, LSG needs to wait on the later end in this game. They're taking way too many fights against Loki Dosi, who's so strong right now. And, excuse me, it needs to get Yuki Bunny and Azir ahead back into this game. Because you saw in the last game, with Azir getting strong and then also Ashe being super dominant, they need to be able to have that kind of source of damage later on and make this game go back to a 45-minute game. LSG right now just trying to hold on, clearing out the waves. Yuki Buddy has been able to keep up a similar CS count to Loki Dosi, which is definitely something that will help him. He's about 4 items to 3.5 items, so not too bad. Right now, LSG needs to start taking these smarter fights, waiting for something to happen. Tilted getting some damage off, and now this is going to look like their next fight happens. Tilted's Banshee Veil is going to be going down. Slow is going to be pushed on forward. They want to get this inhibitor here on the bot side. If they can get the second inhibitor, it would help them out so much. It doesn't seem like they're probably going to be able to get it, except that they do have a cannon shooting it from a mile away. Now going to be able to clear out the rest of the wave. Tilted going to jump on forward, gets a nice charm onto Boom Hunter. Boom Hunter's going to get away. Glacial Figure is out. Now Ratlow is going to try to get something onto the rest of his team. Tilted's going to be able to pick up the first kill for Fruition. Then Loki Dosi is going to be able to follow up with the rest of it. Double kill for Loki Dosi. Triple kill for Loki Dosi. This second game is going to go in the favor of Fruition. And we, ladies and gentlemen, have a game 3 on our hands. Oh my goodness, this game was looking so good for LSG at some points, and then, or like earlier in the game, and then towards the end, Fruition just was able to dominate, and now this series is going on to a game 3. It is 1-1, neck and neck, Fruition versus LSG. Who's gonna take it home? Oh my goodness, who is gonna take home this victory here? And now as we get into game 3, we're going to go into an intermission here. But this is an insane series, and now I'm super stoked to get into this game 3. I'm good. I'm good. I'm holding in there, baby. You can hear my voice a little bit, but we're in Silver Scrapes, baby, and this is game 3 of this series. This is Silver Scrapes moment. We got one more game. Now, I'm going to do a quick intermission. Do not follow the clock. The clock is not going to happen here. I just want to grab myself a chance to get some water, splash some water on my face, and get back into this game. But we will get into this game right away. Do not watch the clock on the intermission, but I will be back in about 30 seconds to a minute, and we'll get on to game 3. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. You guys can hear me now, right? Alright. I got so hyped, man. I was wondering where's my suit? It is hot here. Get this guy at Riot. I appreciate Cerulean. Cast for 6 hours straight. Hey man, we keep it on going, especially with the games that you're pulling out for us, Loki Dosi. Come on now. We got to keep this one going. Alright, we're about to get into the Silver Scrapes moment. Favoritism. Oh, come on. It's not favoritism. I just love the man. Alright? I love Loki Dosi. I don't have a favorite team in like Nightfall. Not yet. Maybe later on, but right now I don't have a favorite team in the Nightfall Champions League. I do have many players who I do enjoy talking to, hanging out with, and some of the greatest people I have ever met. All right. We are ready to go. The champ select is going to be rolling. This is Silver Scrapes, baby. Are you guys ready for this game? I was getting myself hyped up while I was muted, so now I'm ready to go. This is a 1-for-1 game right now. We're going to put ourselves in. I'm going to close this door real quickly, and then we'll get things rolling. Probably hear me running across the room here. But now, as we get into game number 3, would you like to stand up with me and do the honor of welcoming the Silver Scrapes? Game 3. There we go, baby. All right. Let's take a look into the pick and ban phase. Cause is definitely a strong band for LSG to focus on at this very moment. Now, Skarner is going to be the next one to be banned out from LSG. They want to make sure that Fruition cannot grab Skarner for themselves. Dorjan has definitely been a dominant force on that Skarner, and now Yorick is going to be taken away from Ratload. Ratload did show, if you watched the video before the match started, the pentakill for LSG's player. Ratload was on that Yorick, definitely a strong, dominating force. And now LSG is going to take away the Ahri from Tilted, not allowing him to have that mid lane pressure that he did in the last game. Also, I do appreciate you, Paradox, for telling me that I was muted. I did not have chat open at the very moment, so I much appreciated that message. Alright, now Fruition do have the opportunity. They have 2 picks in a row. They could go for the Caitlyn to make sure that LSG cannot have the Caitlyn moored bot lane. They do, and you know, one thing that I do notice for LSG is that Ashe is open. Yuki Bunny and his Ashe, that sounds weird, Yuki Bunny and Ashe are open for business. Sejuani now is going to be the next one grabbed for LSG in game 3 of this series. CC for days, Primo Victor, you called it. Now they could look for a possible support here for Fruition. Definitely something that they were probably going to be interested in, especially with Morgana and Ashe already being shown. Braum is going to be the next one to be grabbed. And now it is going to be the next part of the ban phase. Fruition finally decided that they want to ban away the Azir from Patty's Wagon. They saw how strong it was last game and want to make sure that he's not on his comfort pick here. Patty's Wagon still being taken away from that Corki, not allowing them to have it. Now, not going to be playing that Ornn this game. Now Fruition have the last ban here for themselves, and it's going to be that Vel'Koz. They want to take it away from Patty's Wagon in the mid lane. Next ban that's going to be coming out for LSG, possibly the Aurelia. Aurelia is something that's strong, that has been very strong for a while up in top and mid, but also very dominant on Tilted, and now Tilted could be very prominent on it, so definitely something that's worth them banning out. Fruition decided to look for the possible Sion pick once again. Sion last game being that huge frontline tank for them, definitely helping them out. Now in the next part of this phase, there is still the top and mid lane are open for them. They have a chance to pick so many different champions. And Akali's going to be shown here. Akali's going to be the next one shown, and it is actually going to be the Orianna instead. They were going to possibly have Patty's Mind play the Akali, but instead changed it up to the Orianna. Orianna is definitely something that's very strong, and you know, something that I haven't seen yet that is still open is the Lissandra. I'm interested in seeing if Lissandra is going to be played or LeBlanc. LeBlanc and Lissandra are still open for Tilted. And now up in the top lane, we are going to get the Rumble. Definitely something different. Ratload is going to be playing the Rumble in the top lane against Now on the side. And Tilted is going to grab the Cassiopeia in the mid lane. And just for you, chat. Just for you. Because the pick and ban phase has ended, this is game 3. We are getting closer and closer to the end to see who is going to win this series between LSG and Fruition.
Welcome to game 5.
Alright, game 5, game 3, same scenario, alright? We got the same kind of scenario here. Now as we get into this one of my favorites of all time. No, I'm not going to do that. We'll do that in the podcast. We'll have some fun with that, but we're going to go back to the original Silver Scrapes here as we get closer and closer into game 3. We have about a minute and 30 seconds left. In chat, I want to see who is going to win this one. I believe we still have the votes up right now for this game. 23 votes for Fruition, LSG 22 votes. It is getting very, very close indeed. Who is going to be able to take home this victory here today? LSG or Fruition? Will LSG be able to take down Fruition and make them go 4-1 in the Champions League, or will Fruition be the dominant force in the Champions League and make their reign known as a 5-0 team? Oh boy. New Zonite. Alright. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Alright. Well, let's get ourselves back and focused into this game 3. 40 seconds left. Aw, Bashan, thank you, man. Alright, chat, count it with me. 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left to the spectators' delay. 10, 9, 8, 7, cringe. Alright. I'm gonna pause that, get into the loading screen for this game. Up in the top lane. Hopefully it'll load. Give me I'm gonna wait until it loads. Here we go. Up in the top lane. LSG Ratload on the Rumble, Dark Cat on the Sejuani, Patty's Wagon on the Orianna in the mid lane, Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter on the Ashe Morgana in the bot lane, and for Fruition, now up in the top lane on the Scion, Dorjan in the jungle with the Rek'Sai, Tilted in the mid lane with the Cassiopeia, Loki Dosi and Phoenix main on the Caitlyn Braum bot lane. Alright, here we go. Oh, come on. Really? Come on. Rest in pieces. If you read this, you can't gank my... Okay, really? I'm planning out if you read this, Burger King hit too hard. Ready, ready, ready. Looks like everybody's ready to go. Everybody in chat is ready to go. I am ready to go. This is game 3 of the series between LSG and Fruition Premier. Both teams have been trying to prepare themselves for this series throughout the entire week. This game has been hyped up. This series has been hyped up. And I don't know about you guys, but this series has definitely stood up to what the hype has been. And I am so happy, so excited on the way this is playing out. And I am stoked to see this game 3. Now up on the top of the screen, if you are just coming in to the stream, which I don't know why you would, it's super late at night. Oh, you know why you would. Haha, that's funny. You know why you would. Fruition and LSG, game 3, that's why. And as you can see on the top, 1-1 for both teams. LSG took game 1, Fruition took game number 2. First game was definitely really close, and game number 2 closer in the early game, but later end of the game, Fruition was able to dominate. So we'll see how this one plays out for them. Dorjan getting on that Rek'Sai, who she has been a dominant force in the jungle. I've been saying it all day, and definitely something that teams have to worry about. But Dark Cat is on the Sejuani, one of his comfort picks, and also a pretty strong champion to go up against a Rek'Sai in this game. One thing that I'm surprised about that LSG decided not to do was grab a melee champion with Sejuani. They have all, well, except for Ratload. Ratload's their melee champion, but most of the time you won't really see him up in front later in the team fights. Actually, you may, you never will, you never know. So let's not listen to what I just said there. All right, Ratload is going to be able to help out Dark Cat getting his passive off. Emilia, welcome to game 3. I don't know if you've been watching, but it has been an intense series. Bind does land by Boom Hunter onto Phoenix main. Phoenix main taking 25% of his HP bar. And now the rest of this is just going to be very passive at this point. Now, Sejuani and Rek'Sai making their way across the map, just taking control of their jungle at the very moment. Now Yuki Bunny gets a little bit of damage off onto Loki Dosi. They're pushing up this wave pretty hard. Bind does miss on a Loki Dosi, and now they're going to try and push a little bit further forward, using that shield to their advantage to hopefully gain some CS for Loki Dosi and not lose anything else. Ratlow now putting the pressure onto Now with that extra damage. Patty's Wagon and Tilted in the mid lane, skirmishing back and forth, and in the jungle it's just been free farm. Nothing too much going on in the first couple of minutes into this game. Not surprised about that kind of start, but definitely something that could happen very soon. Dorjan is being pinged, or I mean, LSG is pinging Dorjan in that he is there. making sure that Ratload knows to be careful on that one. Yuki Bunny going forward, using the black shield to keep himself away. Takes a chunk of damage from Loki Dosi there. Now in the mid lane, Dorjin wanted to get something onto Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon had to flash away there. Phoenix May did get bound, and now Dorjin's trying to look for something out of Patty's Wagon. Did not get the knockup that he wanted. Barry does come through, and Dark Cat's able to pick up the first blood. Tilted now has to flash on forward. He does get stunned. Cleanse is used, and that is going to be a turnaround fight for them. Dorjin being taken down by Dark Cat. First blood. Now up in the top lane, a little bit of a battle between these two top laners, just trying to get the CS while also dealing some damage. Ratload on that Rumble. Definitely going to help them out in the early part of this game against now on that Scion, doing a fair amount of damage. As soon as he starts to get his items, it will be a difference maker for them. Now on the bottom side, you have the Dragon coming up very soon. Dark Cat is on the top side of the map. Rek'Sai, Loki, and Phoenix at the moment cannot look for anything. The Dragon is not going to be in their favor as Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter have been pressuring this bot lane. Dark Cat he was gonna recall, but then he decided to switch it up and not recall at this very moment. Sejuani now gonna make her way over to the top side of the map, and now you see Dorjin's actually gonna make his way up as well. There's a chance that they both meet up at the Raptor pit here. Yes, they will. Dark Cat does get a little bit damage onto him, but he has his passive to keep himself alive a little bit longer. Patty's Wagon walking up with Dark Cat to try to get something away from Dorjin. They know that Tilted's stuck under the turret with the wave, and Dorjin has a little bit of a problem at the moment. Bind does land on the Phoenix Main. Phoenix Main, however, is able to block the damage with the shield. Now Patty's Wagon dealing a fair amount of damage to Tilted there. Tilted just being forced back this entire time in the wave. And Ocean Dragon is going to be the first one up. Both teams definitely need this Dragon. It's going to be a huge benefit for them. Ash uses the Hawk to test and see if they're at the possible Dragon play there. Teleport is going to come out from Ratload behind Loki Dosi and Phoenix Main. They do have summoner spells up, but the ultimate is going to come on down. Phoenix Main is going to get very low. Loki Dosi is going to get a bound up. They still don't see him yet. Now they do. Loki Dosi is going to be taken down. That is all 4 summoner spells used for fruition, and a very well played teleport from Ratload. Ratload from base teleporting in, able to pick up a kill for his team and also force out both summoner spells from Phoenix Main, now allowing his team to pick up this Dragon for free. Not have to worry about too much. Dorjin's up in the mid lane trying to defend against it. Dorjin's actually going to get ulted on by Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon is going to get a lot of damage on forward. He's going to try to get Dorjin down, but he cannot follow up with anything more. And now Dorjin, because he's low, he's not going to be able to fight off against anything. And Patty's Wagon just gets to back off here, help out his team, and get that Ocean Dragon for themselves. Ratload, and now back and forth at it, but now the Ocean Dragon in favor of LSG, and LSG playing this early game super well and have been definitely showing that they can fight off Fruition in these games, and got to give them credit, you know, Fruition being the top team in the Champions League, one of the top teams, and the other team being Recon 5. It's pretty hard team to face, and LSG is definitely proving that they are Oceanside today. Vision is being kept up by Fruition at this very moment, keeping control of the bottom side where the Dragon was, but now Vision being cleared out by LSG. No objectives up yet. The only focus that they can have right now is the CS and turrets. So not too much is probably going to happen at this very moment unless Dorjin or Dark Cat decide to make a gank happen in the next couple of minutes. Dorjin has been spotted out by a ward. LSG is paying that out for them. Now, it looks like Dorjin was actually going to go for something there on the bottom side of the map. He still can. He's now going to try to counter jungle at the very moment, but possibly may look for something onto Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter. Yuki Bunny, Boom Hunter are pushed on forward. Bind does land onto Phoenix main, and now they know that the bind is down. They could look for a gank onto them. Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter do have their flashes up. Ultimate does come out from Yuki Bunny, able to get Dorjin away. Dorjin has to flash, and now Loki Dosi's taking a lot of damage. There's not much that he can actually do. There's no way to block it anymore. Yuki Bunny turns that fight around. Yuki Bunny's going to be taken down, but Dorjin, however, is going to be turning the fight around. Paddy's Wagon now on the bottom side of the map to help out, get Phoenix main down. Tilted, all he can do is try to push on away. Dark Cat misses his ultimate. He's going to flash on forward, cleanse use, but Paddy's Wagon will finish him off. That is 5 kills for LSG and only 1 kill now for Fruition in this game. LSG just playing this early game so well, able to pick up kill after kill, and now just showing that they are the dominant team in this series at the moment. There is a chance for Fruition to come back in this game. They have proven in Game 1 that they were able to come back from this kind of deficit, and in Game 2. So we'll see what they decide to do. Loki Dosi is going to use the ult into Paddy's Wagon to force him out of lane, making him have to back. Yuki Bunny wisely moving himself over to the mid lane to take the CS away so that Tilted can't push it up too far. Now Tilted making his way over into the jungle, possibly going to look for a pick here onto Yuki Bunny. Has the ultimate up. He used the ultimate onto Yuki Bunny. Yuki Bunny gets stunned up. He doesn't have any summoner spells to follow up. Sejuani tries to get something. Cleanse does land from Tilted. Tilted gets a possible... Oh, he does get a kill on Yuki Bunny. He gets taken down. But Tilted now in a danger zone. He's going to get burst or pinpointed down from Boom Hunter. And now Dark Cat's going to pick up a kill for himself. And that kill did not go over to Tilted. That kill went over to Phoenix main. Not exactly what they wanted to, not exactly what Fruition wanted to look for there. And now Rek'Sai is going to try to take this Herald for them to gain an objective, something out of this game. They are still keeping up with a decent amount of gold. They are behind about 1.5k gold at this very moment, but they will be able to come back in this game in the later end with Cassiopeia and the Caitlyn. Definitely something that's strong, but looking at the difference in the jungle matchups, the Rek'Sai versus Sejuani definitely has the better end in the later end of this game. Sejuani now going to be counter jungling right now to get Dorjin down. They realized that Dorjin was going for that Herald, and so he tried to take advantage of it. Phoenix main stopping Dark Cat's back, not allowing him to get away from it. Tilted now is there with Dorjin in the mid lane. Dorjin doesn't have his flash up. Paddy's Wagon has both summoner spells, and Tilted, they could look for something here, but they decide that they're going to walk on over. Phoenix main pinging about the dragon that they want to look for next, and now is going to use the ultimate up to the top lane. He does have teleport for the next fight. Rumble does have his teleport as well. It does seem like they're going to just trade it off here and not go for the teleport play. The drag is not worth it. Windrick is going to go over to Fruition. Ratlow not doing too much damage to now at the very moment. He doesn't have too much magic pen. A lot of magic resist to now right at the very moment. As soon as he gets that Abyssal Master, will help him out a lot. Tilted now is going to get engaged on Tilted. Nice flash away from Paddy Wagon ultimate. Yuki Bunny pushing out Phoenix main, trying to get him to not allow him get that control ward, but still able to pick it up for himself. And Fruition slowly making their way back into this game. LSG looking really strong, however, and possibly look for another fight pretty soon. And with the fact that Dark Cat is the tank on the team and LSG has Ratload up in the top lane on that Rumble, definitely can be a game-changing fight for LSG when they go into it. But we've seen before, now's Sion is just so hard to get past, and the amount of tankiness that he has. Ratload's going to use the ultimate to clear out the wave, and then back here making sure that now cannot get any plates for himself here. In the mid lane, Dorjin's going to use the Rift Herald here, and Tilted now they're going to make their way over. Now pushing up the wave so he can make his way over to the mid lane to help out with the pushing. Ash Arrow does land on the Dorjan. Patty's Wagon's going to try to get some damage on the Dorjan, and it is going to be able to take him down. Patty's Wagon gets himself another kill. That is 2 kills for Patty's Wagon now, 2-0-1, and Dorjan is 1-3. Fruition are scrambling. Rest of Lakeside now pushing on forward. They did get hit by that Rift Herald in the mid lane, but LSG is able to push out this mid lane with all of their, or 4 of their members there, and now Boom Hunter might look for something in the back line. He does ult onto Tilted, has the black shield ready, flashes on forward, but it is going to be turned around. No, never mind. It's not. Patty's Wagon's going to get himself a kill onto Tilted. Double cleanse from Phoenix, and Tilted doesn't get them out alive fully. Loki Dosi doing a lot of damage. Darkcat getting himself out of harm's way, and that is another kill for Patty's Wagon in this mid lane, just getting himself further and further ahead. If you are still here watching this and you're on the East Coast, or you're in a time zone where it is late for you, very much appreciate it that you stayed here and watched this amazing series, and also have been keeping up with this entire day's worth of matches. Skizm versus Impulse was definitely a great matchup in series, and now this matchup just making the day even better. And a little side note, tomorrow make sure to keep an eye out for the game between, I believe it's Recon 5 and Essentia tomorrow. I could be wrong on that. I believe Cerulean or Kiba could help me out in the chat and say what is going to happen tomorrow. Recon 5 versus I cannot remember. But stay tuned for that, and make sure you keep an eye out for when we go live tomorrow. Now, Dorjan, Sejuani making their way down to the bot side. Dorjan is on the other side of the wall. Sejuani is by the turret. They could look for a possible engage. Dorjan now trying to get down to the tri-brush and look for something. Sejuani is on the other side of the wall, and Darkcat could look for something. Ward does go down. They realize that Darkcat is there, and they cannot look for another fight. They didn't know Dorjan was there, so there's a chance that Darkcat goes for an engage, and the game, or that fight, could be turned around by Dorjan. Now they do spot out Dorjan with the Hawk, and they're able to try to push this one out. Bind does land on the Phoenix main, a little bit of damage, but now even if they try to go for the turret, that shield blocks it and has the turret start aggro. So very well done by Phoenix there, blocking off the turret shots to stop the aggro. Both sides trying to look for the first turret. Tilted takes a lot of damage from that combo there. And now Lakeside just trying to get this turret down. It is getting very low. First turret's going to go over to LSG. They want to try to turn the fight around. Black Shield is going to block it out for Darkcat to be able to stay alive a little bit longer. Phoenix main does use it, the stopwatch, but it doesn't matter. Dorjan's going to get locked down by the arrow, and now Tilted is going to be locked up, and he realizes Patty's Wagon's on the other side of the wall and wants to make sure they stay alive. First turret, however, is still going to be going over to LSG. Now is going to get a little bit more damage on the Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon is going to have to use his barrier. Doesn't have his flash. Nice ultimate from him, but Tilted still is able to lock him down and get himself another kill. Or get himself a kill. Boom Hunter now towards the mid lane trying to help out, hold down the wave. Sejuani is able to pick up the second dragon for their team. They could look for something here. He doesn't have his ultimate, but Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter are there to help out. Ratload is on the other side. Don't want to go too aggressive, especially when you don't have the ultimates prepared. All 4 ultimates are down for LSG, but the rest of Fruition has to back off. They just fought Patty's Wagon. They got pretty low, so now they're able to go for this next turret, second turret of the game, Fallen. Now this is the part of the game that we always talk about being the slower end of the game, where the objectives start going on cooldown. There's not much that can happen really, and all you can do is just get some CS and gold. But there may be another fight up in the top lane here. Boom Hunter making his way up. Yuki Bunny is on the other side. Yuki Bunny does have his ultimate. He's going to use it. Phoenix Main does get hit by it. Now Boom Hunter is going to follow up with his. Phoenix Main is going to get locked up. Uses the Glacial Fissure, but is not going to get him out alive. Maybe it will. Now Dark Cat's going to use his ultimate. There's going to be 3 ultimates used by LSG to try to take out Phoenix Main, and still doesn't take him out. And Dark Cat takes so much damage. LSG now pushing out the top lane turret, making sure that they can get all of the objectives that they can. They've taken out every tier 1 turret in this game, and this will really allow for the map to open up for LSG and give them an opportunity to play around the enemy jungle. Now they're going to sit up in this tri-bush and maybe get a pick on the Loki Dosi. 3 ultimates are down from them, but they still have a fair amount of CC. Loki Dosi putting himself in a pretty dangerous position, is now going to sit there, is going to get hit up by Dark Cat. Dark Cat's going to get the knock-up, slow down on the Loki Dosi, but Loki Dosi is too far under turret, and Yuki Bunny not there to help him out. The rest of Fruition making their way on up to try to go against this push that Yuki Bunny is able to put. Dorjin on the other side of the wall. Boom Hunter realizes that Dorjin is there. Both teleports are up for the top laners, and there could be a possible fight. Ratlow now just battling out a little bit. Actually going to start a little bit of a skirmish there. But now back up the top side, you have LSG being pushed out of the jungle. Fruition trying to keep control of what they have left. And LSG is looking good in the early half of this game. Now the knockup does miss. He is able to clear out the wave. So now can back off here and put the pressure over into the mid lane and focus on that rather than putting so much pressure on the bot lane. And okay, maybe not. Don't listen to me. Now I'm gonna go back to the top lane or bot lane, so because he has the teleport to make a possible play for his team, and he also has the unstoppable onslaught, which can allow him to get to a fight across the map, especially with the way the wave is at the very moment in the middle of the river. He's going to back off here. The rest of Fruition is still making their way back into the onto the map from their base. Now Boom Hunter making his way on over, clearing out the Vision Dragon, is going to be up very, very soon. Both sides really want to go for this dragon. This dragon is going to be the Ocean Dragon here. Ocean Dragon is going to be the next one up. LSG now making a play towards the bot side of the map. Now it's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Unstoppable Onslaught is there. Boom Hunter flashes on forward to stop the Unstoppable Onslaught. And now is in a really bad position. The rest of his team trying to make his way on over. Phoenix Main just get there in time, but not much he can do. Now gets taken down, and that will allow for LSG to pick up this Ocean Dragon without a problem. There's no front line for Fruition here. They could look for another play here. They do have the Orianna, who could put her ball on top of Sejuani and follow up with a combo. But for right now, LSG is going to focus on that dragon. Baron is up. That is possibly the next play for LSG, and LSG slowly making their claim for this series. They're wanting to take down Fruition. They want Fruition to become 4-1. They want to be the team that is going to be heavily known as the team that beat Fruition. Not only did they beat Fruition, but they beat Fruition with parts of the game being a stomp, and it wasn't always a close game. There was definitely points where LSG was able to dominate the playing field. And you know, with Fruition right now, they want to keep that record going. They want to get that 5-0 in record. So right now they gotta play for that later end of the game with Caitlyn Cassiopeia. And now Tilted is on the other side of the wall, and the rest of LSG just going to clear that off. Nothing Tilted can really do here. Definitely a disadvantage for them being behind on the red side of the map, as Baron is the only objective up. Now making his way on over, going to clear out some vision for his team. Yuki Bunny realizes where the enemy is. Phoenix Main almost gets hit by the bind from Boom Hunter. Nothing much he can follow up on. Now Yuki Bunny's going to clear out the rest of the vision on the Baron, making sure that Fruition have no chance of taking this Baron. Braum now on the other side gets a ward down. Dark Cat is going to be able to clear that off. They want to make sure that they keep complete control of this. They have the top lane pushed up. They have the mid lane pushed up. And if they keep control like this, there will be no way for Fruition to be able to go into a side lane or farm, or go into a lane and farm without having to worry all the time about this Baron being possibly taken by LSGs. Game has always been about clearing out the waves, and now Dorjan making his way on over, trying to see if they could get something onto Ratload, but Ratload makes his way out of the Fruition jungle right before anything could happen. Now is going to use what he can to clear out this wave and not allow Ratload to keep the pressure up, but Ratload playing on that rumble and that AP damage just really makes it difficult for him to counter the amount of pressure that Ratload can do. Ratload now is going to back off here. He has a fair amount of gold in his pocket, and is able to pick himself up the Zhonya's Hourglass. Definitely something that will be a game changer for them. Fruition now have to decide what they want to do. Tilted's going to back off here and reset, get himself some items. But with the way this is playing out, this game is slowly going to fall into favor for Fruition. But actually it won't. Both teams have late game compositions, and whoever's ahead has the advantage. So that's the benefit for LSG, is that they have a late game composition. They won the early game, and so when they go into this late game, they don't have to worry too much about falling behind against Lokidosi and Tilted. Vision being used, and it looks like LSG is just going to keep that strategy up, keep the vision control up, and hopefully at some point LSG wants one member of Fruition to come join now up on the or down on the bot side of the map to possibly look for something there. Twisted is on the other side of the wall. He does have Banshee's Veil to protect himself, but Dark Cat just keeps clearing out the vision. And that's all LSG can do right now, is decide if they want to go for the Baron or go for it. And they do actually decide to go for the Baron. They don't have any mountains up, and Yuki Bunny tries to burn it down with the amount of damage he has. Dark Cat's going to keep the aggro up on it just in case. It gets it down to about 10,000 HP, but it doesn't matter. They're going to have to back off here. Ash Arrow does come out. I don't know where it went. I think it was going for Lokidosi there. Does not land, and the rest of Fruition is going to have to make their way on over to mid lane, as mid lane is going to fall tier 2, and this is going to get harder and harder for Fruition to hold up against them. Now Fruition going to have to move down to the bot side. Lakeside Gaming making their way on over. A little bit of a lag there, but get ourselves back into this game. And Dragon is up at this Dragon is going to be coming up very soon, and now LSG going to make their way to that Dragon and want to play for that. If they get themselves in a tight pocket, there's a really high chance of LSG being able to take this fight in their favor. Wow, Yuki Bunny taking a lot of damage, has to flash away. Dorjan now going to flash onto Pattyswagon. Pattyswagon is going to be able to get a nice ultimate onto now, and Ratload is going to be able to burst Dorjan before he gets a chance. Tilted now gets a nice two-man ultimate, gets himself a little bit more damage. Now is taking way too much damage and has to fall. Pattyswagon gets himself a double kill here in this fight. Dark Cat now trying to retreat. Cleanse comes out from Tilted, turning this fight around. Lokidosi uses the ace in a hole to see if he can get anything from it. Pattyswagon now gets a little bit more damage onto Tilted, gets himself a little too far ahead. Phoenix Main now stuck and bound up, and Phoenix Man will be taken down by Yuki Bunny. They're going to be able to pick up this dragon. LSG lose 0 for 4, or 0 for 3. 0 for 3 here. And now that they have the Mountain Dragon, LSG can look for this bot lane turret and also have an easier time taking that Baron. So now LSG can decide what objectives they specifically want to go for here. Oops. I just moved the camera. That was my bad. I'll go back to the directed camera in just a second. Oceanside looking good this game. Looking good this series. Definitely showed up today. As you saw in the first part of that video, that is Oceanside at the very moment. They're coming in to sweep on over Fruition, but Fruition still could hold up and not allow LSG to pass. Ooh, the game is getting more and more intense. It's getting more and more of a close matchup. It is in favor of LSG right now. They are 12 kills to 3, but at the same time, you still have to think that if this game goes longer and longer, Fruition, with the way they played that last fight, they still have a chance. And I need something to happen soon, because I gotta tell you, I'm losing my voice. I'm getting too excited with these fights. My voice is running away from me at this point. Come on, boys. LSG, Fruition, I need something. Lot of vision, as you can see on the map, from both sides of LSG and Fruition taking control of the Baron now. And LSG, because they are on the blue side, they do have favor of this Baron at the moment, and being ahead gives them even further of a chance to take control of the vision. Now there's a chance they could look for it anytime soon. They did get the Mountain Drake for themselves, and Yuki Bunny now has 3 items to his name. Definitely something strong. Boom Hunter does land a nice ultimate on to, or excuse me, ultimate bind on the Phoenix main, but gonna have to back off there. Now use the unstoppable onslaught to make his way on over to make sure that the rest of LSG is not going to look for something there. Tilted did get very close, but the rest of them are going to look for something onto Tilted. Tilted gets ulted on twice by both Yuki Bunny and Dark Cat. Dark Cat still looking for more. Going to have to back off here, taking a little bit too much of damage. Loki Dosi just slowly making his way. Dark Cat is super tanky at this point. And with Tilted down, there's a really high chance that LSG could burn down this Baron. They still have a little bit of a vision of this Baron, but Baron is being destroyed at the moment. They're trying to turn this fight possibly into a 45 situation, burn down this Baron buff. Baron is getting down. It's down to 1,000 HP. Gets taken by Patty's Wagon. Georgian does jump on in, use the ultimate to keep itself alive, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be turned around. Ratload picks up a kill for himself. That is all 5 members of LSG pushing on forward. They have the Baron buff. They want to end this game. They want to take this series home. LSG Oceanside being able to just dominate this game 3 against Fruition. LSG now pushing on forward. And Fruition has to do something soon to try to contest against this push. Tilted is up to help out. Dark Cat did get knocked up. They could look for something on the Dark Cat. Dark Cat does dash away, and that is going to be just the mid lane turret. The rest of LSG has the Baron buff, and they can make possible plays in the next couple of minutes. Next dragon is going to be up very, very soon, and the next dragon is going to be another Ocean Dragon. If LSG can pick up a 3rd Ocean Dragon, hey, it will work with their name, right? You got 3 Ocean Dragons. You're the Ocean Land. Oh my goodness. Oceanside Gaming. Alright, now LSG gonna be able to take complete control of this dragon. There's nothing that Fruition can actually do here. This Ocean Dragon is going to be burned down really fast. The Yuki Bunny has so much damage, and they let the Ash through once again in this third game. Second game we saw Yuki Bunny, I believe, was put on... oh, my brain hurts. Alright, we're just going to ignore what I just said there. But Yuki Bunny now back on the Ash comfort pick. Definitely something to be strong for LSG. Now tries to get a knockup, trying to keep this control ward alive as long as possible. Rest of LSG just pushing on forward. They have Ratload in the mid lane, pushing out and getting that turret and hopefully getting that inhibitor for them. Now Phoenix Man jumps on forward, does get the Q blocked by the minions. But the rest of LSG using that Baron to push on forward. Fruition just trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's looking harder and harder for Fruition to do anything here. Dark Cat may look for an engage. Yes, they do. Now is going to get locked up. Phoenix Man is going to try to get the Glacial Fissure. Ultimate from Patty's Wagon does miss, but it doesn't matter. Ratload is going to be able to follow up. He's 5-0-2. The rest of LSG want to make this game theirs. They want to make this series theirs. This hype up series between Fruition and LSG definitely was in the favor of Fruition, and LSG turned it around and said, you know what? I don't believe you now. It's going to try to go in with the unstoppable onslaught. Dorjan, nice flash onto Yuki Bunny, but Yuki Bunny's still alive. So, oh my goodness, how is he still alive? Yuki Bunny is able to keep himself up and running. Now it's trying to get at least a little bit more damage, but it doesn't matter. Fruition is going to be taken down. LSG pick up game 3. What just happened? How is Yuki still alive? He was standing in the middle of Fruition and was being able... He doesn't have any or lifesteal. Well, in the end... Oh my goodness. Whew. In the end, LSG pick up the victory against Fruition. Game number 3. First game went over to LSG. Second game went over to Fruition. And game 3 went over to LSG. Oh, I have to always swap the glasses, but main focus here, very well played by LSG and Fruition here. In just 1 second, I want to see if I can do something here. As we close off the night, want to see if there is a chance that we could get an interview with one of the players here. May not be able to get an interview here, but definitely a very well played series by Lakeside Gaming, definitely showing that they're a dominant team in the Champions League. Definitely something that any team has to worry about. Very well played in the end, and thank you all for watching. I know it's very late for many people, and we appreciate you guys holding on and being able to watch the Silver Scrape moment for the Champions League and watch how this amazing series ended. Keep an eye out for tomorrow for the next game. And it's going to be an exciting one. Hope to see you all tomorrow. And thank you all for watching. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.